Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Park Soo could not fathom that his affection for this person was merely a manifestation of love, although their entanglement over the years had grown somewhat excessive. During the outbreak of the apocalypse, had he not risked his life to rescue him, it was likely that the other would not have survived to this day. From the tender age of 15, Park Soo was acutely aware of his difference, while other boys would invariably direct their attention towards girls, particularly those of striking beauty. He found himself utterly disinterested in them, instead gravitating towards the charismatic and handsome boys. Initially, he concealed his feelings, reluctant to reveal his true self, especially during his 18th year, when he secretly developed a crush on his roommate. Sun Mu-young. This infatuation endured for 5 long years, evolving from a furtive admiration to a bold pursuit of love, until it became common knowledge that the young Master Park Soo had feelings for a man. Now that his secret was out in the open, he felt no need to hide or deny it as an illegitimate child. Perhaps his preference for men over women provided some comfort to those around him. Indeed, it was proven that once his affection for men was exposed, the Park family became less guarded around him, and life with his mother became considerably more comfortable. However, everything changed when the apocalypse struck. When he unexpectedly awakened his wood-based abilities, he did not immediately rush back to find his mother. Instead, he was consumed with worry for Sun Mu-young. Fearing for his safety amidst the chaos, he expended every ounce of his ability to reach Sun Mu-young's company and bring him to safety, facing life-and-death situations multiple times along the way. He brought Sun Mu-young to Base S, and for the years when Sun Mu-young had yet to awaken his powers, Park Soo tirelessly ventured out to fight the zombies. Providing for him, he often reflected on those years as the happiest of his life, until Sun Mu-young unexpectedly awakened his abilities, and everything began to change. Yet, Park Soo held on to the hope that even if Sun Mu-young no longer felt the same way about him, he would at least remember the sacrifices made over the years and choose to remain by his side. After all, he had never even attempted to visit his mother at base. He had merely made a phone call during the apocalypse, after which they lost all contact. Thus, as he faced the gruesome fate of being torn apart by zombies, he suddenly felt that this might be his retribution for his unfilial behavior, though his mother had always sought ways to integrate into the Park family over the years. Her concern for him had never wavered, while he had consistently failed to hold her in his heart. When the apocalypse descended, he should have taken Sun Mu-young to Base S rather than leaving him at Base B. Now, as he plunged himself into the horde of zombies, he could not help but hesitate, wondering how his background might weigh on the situation. Even if the man seemed indifferent to him, he was still his son and would not willingly allow others to inflict such harm upon him. Park Soo felt the searing pain coursing through his body. Gazing through the rotting corpses at the man he cherished so deeply, he opened his mouth several times, wishing to ask why, but all he could hear were the sounds of gnawing. Finally, he saw the man turn away, and to his dismay, in the man's eyes, he found not remorse or compassion, but rather disdain. At that moment, Park Soo had no choice but to admit that the love he harbored was nothing more than a fleeting dream. As his consciousness began to fade, he thought perhaps this was for the best. The days of cannibalism and the constant state of fear were finally coming to an end. Though he felt a pang of regret, he lamented that in the 6 years of the apocalypse, he had never returned to see his mother, nor had he truly lived for himself. If given a chance to start anew, he vowed never to love another. He would simply choose to love himself. Then, Park Soo was stirred awake by the sound of a familiar, yet foreign melody. As he opened his eyes, he struggled to comprehend the situation. Hadn't he died? How could he be alive again? Had someone rescued him? Yet, this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the apartment he had purchased before the apocalypse. As the music played once more, Park Soo finally directed his gaze towards the source. Noticing his smartphone flashing incessantly with a sense of unfamiliarity, he picked it up and swiped to answer the call. Chapter 2. A Mother's Concern. Soo, what are you doing? The voice from the other end of the line jolted Park Soo awake, stirring a poignant ache in his heart. It was unmistakably the voice of his mother, a sound he had not heard for what felt like an eternity. Had it truly been over 6 years? In the past, when he would hear her call him by this childhood name, he would have frowned and offered a complaint or two. Yet now, a sense of nostalgia enveloped him. He parted his dry lips. Mom? Yes. Park's mother sensed something was amiss with her son and frowned with concern. What's wrong, dear? Are you feeling unwell? No, where are you? Though Park Soo was still trying to comprehend his current situation, He quickly steadied himself, striving to appear more composed. "I'm at the airport. Didn't I mention that I booked a 10-day trip to Europe? Today is the day of departure, so I wanted to check if you needed anything. I can bring something back for you." Relieved to hear her son's voice returning to normalcy, Park's mother shared her plans. In that moment, Park Soo recalled a distant memory, 6 years prior, when his mother had returned from Europe and visited him, bringing an array of gifts. At the time, he had taken little notice, preoccupied with designing for Sun Mu-yong, and had hastily sent his mother back to B-City. Little did he know that would be the last time he would see her in his previous life. Now, hearing his mother mention her trip to Europe sent his heart racing, sparking an inkling of suspicion that he dared not voice aloud. He swallowed hard and glanced at the date on his phone, his pupils constricting in realization. Could it be that he had truly been reborn? And was it indeed a month before the apocalypse? But why? Perceiving her son's silence, Park's mother grew anxious. "What's the matter? Are you really not feeling well? If so, I can cancel my trip and stay with you." Park Soo snapped back to reality, uncertain if he had genuinely been reborn to a time before the end of the world, or if he had merely awakened in a completely different parallel universe. Or perhaps the trials he had faced during the apocalypse were nothing more than a vivid dream. Regardless of which scenario it was, he could not disregard the events that had transpired. Since fate had granted him this opportunity to prepare for the impending apocalypse, it was only prudent to take necessary precautions. If it truly was a month before the end, he would ensure he was not caught unawares as he had been in his previous life. Aware that his actions would undoubtedly appear peculiar to his mother, he understood that she would never oppose him, as long as he remained the obedient son of the Park family, refraining from pursuing unattainable ambitions. They were willing to indulge him, given that a few $100,000 was a trifling sum for a family as affluent as theirs. Furthermore, they had long since accepted his preference for men, which alleviated their concerns, especially since he had been quietly residing in S-City and had avoided the power struggles of B-City. Thus, he resolved that he could not allow his mother to forego her European adventure. After all, she would visit him upon her return. Moreover, based on their last conversation in his previous life, the man he referred to as his father had not abandoned his mother when the apocalypse struck. He had whisked her away that very day. This knowledge offered him a measure of comfort regarding her safety. Although he had never ventured to the B-City base, he was aware of his father's esteemed position there and that his brother had awakened his powers. While life for his mother within such a prominent family might not be entirely pleasant, at least her life was secure. In contrast, he had endured considerable hardship at the S-City base. He lamented that he could not provide his mother with a better life than what she could find at the B-City base. Moreover, Sun Mu-yong was reluctant to undertake the perilous journey to B-City, leading him to abandon any thoughts of navigating that treacherous environment. After all, his modest abilities would hardly stand out in such a metropolis, and he wished to avoid attracting his brother's attention, which might inadvertently endanger his mother. Chapter 3. Overthinking. As for his mother's future arrangements, he contemplated whether it would be better for her to stay in B-City or to remain by his side. For now, he chose to deflect her inquiries, knowing that he could not allow her to waste money on extravagant luxuries. Instead, he stated, "I've heard that knives from Country D are exceptional. I would like a few for both collection and use. Mom, could you help me select some good ones and send them back?" He dismissed the notion of perfume, clothes, and bags for the time being. "I miss you. Please come to see me when you return." Park's mother could hardly recall the last time her son had spoken to her so affectionately. She felt an overwhelming urge to cancel her flight and rush to S-City to be with him. However, she refrained from acting impulsively, diligently noting down her son's wishes, determined to find the perfect knife for him during her trip to Country D. Of course, most knives from Country D were primarily chef's knives. But the caring mother assumed her son wished to learn cooking for that man, Sun Mu-yong. Although she harbored reservations about him, she had no choice but to accept her son's affection. The thought of her talented son being overlooked by someone else disheartened her, and she secretly yearned for the day when her son would lose interest in that man, so she could celebrate with firecrackers. Though she remained oblivious to her son's desire for more than just chef's knives, perhaps even a few daggers, such items were typically well regulated, and she could only hope to acquire one or two for collection. Nevertheless, as a natural shopping enthusiast, once she arrived in Country D, she found herself unable to resist and ended up purchasing a considerable number of restricted knives. After all, what boy did not have a fascination with such weaponry? Knowing her son was living alone in S-City, she thought these knives might serve to deter unwelcome visitors. Little did she realize that her innocent intentions would ultimately provide her son with formidable weapons when the apocalypse descended. As for the logistics of bringing these knives back from Country D, Park's mother never considered the complications, believing that as long as they had the proper identification and connections with the Park family, sending such items back would not pose a challenge. Yet, after hanging up with his mother, Park Soo felt no sense of relief. He grappled with the decision of whether to keep her by his side or allow her to return to B City. One thing was certain, he could not remain in B City for an entire month. The Park family's deep-rooted influence there made it a treacherous environment. The power struggles among the main family and their numerous illegitimate children were fierce. Each sought to gain favor and reap the benefits of their lineage. Each time he returned, he sensed the wariness of the main family, fearing he might usurp something from them. His greatest concern was that if he remained in B City, they might cast his mother aside. After all, a woman, no matter how cherished, could easily be overlooked once his father took her back. They could tolerate her presence, but as the Park family's child, he was bound to attract attention. Especially with his wood-based abilities emerging after the apocalypse. Who knew if they would not rescue him, let alone his mother? Ultimately, it was this very fear that had led him to be swayed by son Mu Yang's persuasion against considering a trip to B City. In such an environment, his identity would draw suspicion, and his abilities, while not insignificant, would not prevent them from regarding him with caution. This would only complicate their lives further. With a sigh, he rose from bed and dressed. Overthinking would yield no fruitful outcomes. Since he had resolved to prepare for the impending apocalypse, he needed to devise a solid plan. Yet, at that moment, no one could deter him from his unwavering desire to indulge in a hearty meal. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, where he had initially struggled to provide for two people, he longed for a proper feast. Though he had managed to grow food and earn a modest living at the base, enjoying a meal of meat had been a rare luxury. Now that he had returned to the time before the world collapsed, he was determined to savor every bite. Thus, on that very day, he ventured to Yuya Tower for a sumptuous meal, one that left his lips glistening with grease. Had it not been for the staff at Yuya Tower recognizing him as a long-standing patron, they might have suspected him of attempting to dine and dash. Chapter 4. Preparations before the apocalypse. Once he had satiated his hunger, he naturally began to ponder how he might navigate this impending apocalypse with greater ease. After all, he was resolute in his decision never to concern himself with Sun Muyang again. Human hearts are, after all, made of flesh. It was not merely the time they spent together during the apocalypse that mattered, but also the dedication he exerted in safeguarding that man. They had at least been classmates before the world descended into chaos. If he truly harbored disdain for him, why then did he present himself in such a manner that instilled a sense of hope? Ultimately, it was all for exploitation. Reflecting on the design Sun Muyang had occasionally compelled him to create, clarity washed over him. Furthermore, after Sun Muyang had thoroughly used him during the apocalypse, he had callously abandoned him upon realizing his awakened powers. Such a man had unequivocally revealed his true nature, and if he were to continue harboring feelings for him, it would be an act of utter folly. Now, he found himself utterly repulsed by that man. Merely contemplating his visage stirred feelings of discomfort within him. The idea of initiating any form of interaction was simply intolerable, thus he made a conscious effort to forget him. As he had many matters to attend to, the first task on his agenda was to sell the apartment in which he currently resided. It was, after all, not an inexpensive acquisition. He had purchased it with the intent of frequently picking up Sun Muyang from his office. As fate would have it, Sun Muyang had resided there for a brief period before getting promoted and subsequently moving out to rent elsewhere. Reflecting on the time he had vacated his own home for him, he felt a pang of sorrow for quite some time. Now, however, he was grateful that this individual had departed. Otherwise, the mere sight of that face might have driven him to violence, questioning what grievances warranted such cruelty towards him. Nevertheless, since he was no longer in his presence and time was of the essence, he had no intention of wasting it seeking him out. City S was a bustling economic hub, thriving on its tertiary industry, densely populated and brimming with opportunities. Had the apocalypse not loomed, it would have been a veritable paradise for laborers. Yet, with the onset of the apocalypse, it had transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Whether rescuing others or extracting people from City S, he had danced with death on numerous occasions, and he was determined never to reside in such a densely populated urban area again. as it only heightened the peril to his life. Moreover, he needed to stockpile seeds. Being a wood-based ability user, possessing seeds would ensure his sustenance. While he could find quality food in supermarkets, procuring good seeds required venturing into rural areas. In the harsh conditions of the apocalypse, the vitality of seeds directly correlated to their survival rates. Without hesitation, he listed his apartment for sale and began searching for properties in the suburbs of City S. Although there were many options in the suburbs, rumors of impending demolitions meant they were not particularly affordable. However, trading a 3-bedroom apartment in the city for a 3-story house in the suburbs would suffice. He quickly settled on a farmhouse located in a less populated area, surrounded by ample farmland. Given the urgency of his situation, he feared he might not be able to secure it due to its relatively remote location. The seller, seeing that Park Soo was willing to offer an additional $50,000, readily agreed to vacate the property. That very day, Park Soo used his remaining funds to make modifications to the house. Prioritizing the installation of high-quality, theft-resistant doors and windows, he then arranged for a moving company to transport his previous furniture, spending a bit more to ensure they set it up in his new home. Next, he sought out a local inventor reported in the news who had created solar generators capable of powering an entire house while also allowing for the surplus energy to be sold back to the electric company. Prior to the apocalypse, Park Soo would have dismissed such trivialities, but now he understood all too well that when disaster struck, few would have the luxury of time to ensure their electricity and water supply. Power had ceased 3 days after the apocalypse began, and it took a month after the establishment of Base S for electricity to be restored. His intention in purchasing this house was to find refuge during the chaos of the early days of the apocalypse, and he designed it for dual purposes, to defend himself and to hone his wood-based abilities. Ultimately, in the apocalypse, only those with formidable skills would be accepted by various factions. Chapter 5. The return of his mother on another front. His vehicle also required selling. Although it performed well and had served him faithfully for several years, he found it somewhat impractical for the apocalypse due to its low chassis, which rendered it unsuitable for long-distance travel. He needed a vehicle capable of traversing far distances, as he would certainly require one to reach the base once he had settled. However, selling the car would inevitably alert his mother, necessitating a web of excuses to explain his actions. Thus, he planned to sell the car after her visit and use the proceeds to rent a high-performance Hummer with a higher chassis. Unfortunately, he remained uncertain whether the apocalypse would truly manifest, which deterred him from modifying his current vehicle. Regardless, this choice seemed prudent, as it required minimal investment, leaving him with ample resources for other preparations. Ultimately, he intended to stock up on seeds and meat at the farmer's market. Despite awakening as a wood-based ability user, he knew that as long as he had seeds, he would not face starvation during the apocalypse, though his meat consumption would be limited. He was aware that procuring seeds during the early days of the apocalypse would be a challenge, as most people would prioritize bringing food over seeds while fleeing. Had it not been for the Chapter 6, the final accompaniment upon hearing this, Park Soo felt somewhat embarrassed. It seemed he had indulged a bit too much in recent days. With a slight reproach, he brought his mother to his new residence, as expected. Upon seeing where he lived, his mother furrowed her brow. He hurriedly explained that he had received news of impending demolition in the area and viewed it as a potential investment. He added that he had relinquished his pursuit of Sun Muyang, as remaining there felt increasingly awkward. He understood his mother well. Indeed, when she learned of his decision to abandon his pursuit of Sun Muyang, her attention was wholly captured by this matter. It was no surprise, as she had never been particularly fond of Sun Muyang. Her tolerance stemmed solely from his affections for her. Reflecting on his persistent devotion to Sun Muyang, it was understandable that this sudden declaration piqued her interest. However, he found it difficult to explain his disinterest in Sun Muyang, especially since he had always been the one fervently pursuing her, never yielding despite knowing it would disappoint both his mother and Sun Muyang. He had often clashed with his mother over this man, unwilling to let go, and now he suggested a breakup, which could certainly raise suspicions. When his mother immediately inquired about the situation, he felt powerless to elucidate how this man had led to his demise in the apocalypse. Instead, he quietly remarked, "If he does not cherish me, why should I cling so desperately? Your son has a penchant for men. Surely others should pursue me instead. After all, I am rather charming, am I not?" Though Park's mother had not spent much time with her son, being his primary caregiver allowed her to read his expressions well. She could tell he was not entirely truthful, yet, seeing the discontent on his face, She surmised that the culprit was that infuriating boy who had wronged her son. Regardless of how long her son's resolve to break up would last, she wholeheartedly supported it. Ideally, this time it would become reality, and they would cease all contact. Tio avoided dwelling too much on the boy, which might rekindle her son's affections. Park's mother shifted the conversation to the newly renovated house. It was quite pleasant, yet she questioned the necessity of moving so far into the suburbs. "This is a resolution for myself," he replied. "After all, since graduation, I have been working from home, taking on projects. If I remained in that apartment, so close to his company, with my wavering willpower, I fear I would find myself drawn back to him. Hence, I am administering a stern remedy. Rest assured, mother, once I have completely forgotten that man, I shall relocate back to the city." Although Park Su's words were somewhat disingenuous, they carried a semblance of truth. Moreover, since his mother had always hoped he would give up on Sun Muyong, she ceased to press the matter, recognizing that the new house was indeed a good investment. Additionally, it would distance him from that man. Thus, she concluded this was a fortuitous turn of events and refrained from further inquiries, turning her attention to the gifts she had brought. To his surprise, his mother had procured an impressive array of high-quality knives from D country, including a dagger. Truly, she lived up to her reputation as a shopping enthusiast, sparing no expense for him. The quality far surpassed what he currently possessed, and he felt a sense of relief knowing he had acquired his first set of combat tools for the impending apocalypse. Despite the pressing nature of time, Park Su resolved to spend ample moments with his mother, having come to terms with the necessity of ensuring her return to that man for the time being. At least in the early stages, when he lacked the strength to protect her, keeping her there was a form of safeguarding. He recognized that life in the Park household would not be particularly pleasant, given its complexities. Yet, it was still preferable to facing hordes of zombies together. Moreover, he intended to capitalize on the initial period of the apocalypse when everyone was still reeling, allowing himself to grow stronger. Once he attained sufficient capability, he would devise a plan to extricate her from that man's side. Chapter 7 News of the Space Ring. If his previous life had been lived for Sun Muyong. In this life, Park Su aspired to live for someone who truly loved him. He had come to realize that, apart from his mother, there were few who genuinely cared for him in this world. He did not harbor grand expectations that this rebirth would enable him to thrive in the apocalypse. His awakened abilities might not be widely applicable, yet he sought to improve his circumstances, ensuring that those he cherished would also fare better. After spending 5 days with him, his mother returned to City B. Perhaps Park Su understood in his heart that this parting could lead to an uncertain future reunion, which made him particularly reluctant to see her go. His mother, however, misconstrued his sorrow as stemming from his finally relinquishing his feelings for Sun Muyong, leading her to harbor increasing disdain for that boy. Simultaneously, she hesitated to speak too much on the matter, aware that many emotions were not as robust as they seemed. Yet, excessive parental opposition often inadvertently strengthened the bond between two individuals from the outset. She had disapproved of Sun Muyong, as this boy, despite possessing nothing, attempted to project an air of superiority, dangling hopes before her son. If he were disinterested, he ought to have been forthright in his rejection rather than offering false hope while simultaneously uttering words of refusal. Such individuals were not unfamiliar to her. It was perplexing that her son could find any appeal in someone who did not genuinely care for him, yet was unwilling to relinquish the benefits he derived from their relationship. Though her son was merely a child born out of wedlock, he had managed to gain advantages from that connection. Over the years, however, those benefits had been appropriated by that boy. Houses, cars, and even many of his own work proposals had been derived from her son's contributions. He ascended through the ranks, utilizing the plans her son provided, yet he never considered the sacrifices made by her son. Instead, his elevation only served to increase his disdain for Park Su. It was indeed curious that she could find merit in such a person. Even if her son favored men, given his appeal, he could easily attract many admirers. Why then must he pursue such a morally questionable individual? Yet, she was well aware of her son's temperament. The more she spoke against that man, the more he would become enamored. Thus, she could only suppress her anxiety. Finally, witnessing her son awaken to reality was a cause for celebration, and she felt no need to say more, lest her words backfire. With considerable reluctance, Park Su saw his mother off at the airport. As he watched the plane ascend into the sky, he silently vowed, "Mother, please wait for me. I will certainly come to City B to retrieve you." With this thought, His desire for strength intensified. To survive the apocalypse, he needed to become capable. Thus, spurred by motivation, he began a regimen of physical training that very night. Although he had only half a month to prepare, any additional effort was beneficial. As for the string of missed calls from Sun Muyang on his phone, he chose to ignore them entirely. He had no interest in engaging with that person anymore, viewing it as a futile waste of time. During the day, he diligently sought information regarding the whereabouts of the space ring. Perhaps it was due to the tragic fate he had faced in his previous life that heaven finally smiled upon him. On the 23rd day of his rebirth, the contact he had reached out to earlier finally informed him that there was a lead on the space ring. He visited the individual in question almost immediately that very day. One must understand how exceedingly difficult it is to procure a spatial ring in times of peace. It is far more elusive than in apocalyptic scenarios. After all, a space that cannot be scrutinized by modern technology signifies peril. And even a mere 3 cubic meters is exceedingly hard to come by. Thus, when he decided to accompany the individual, he felt a sense of uncertainty, as he had never contemplated engaging in any nefarious dealings in his previous life. Fortunately, this contact had some ties to the Park family, which rendered him relatively trustworthy. Particularly when he was ushered into an antiquated residence infused with the essence of Taoism, Park Su felt a surge of confidence. After all, this item was inherently derived from Taoist practices. The proprietor had initially heard rumors of someone seeking a spatial ring, a treasured artifact that had been the crowning glory of their establishment. Had it not been for the fact that the potential buyer was associated with the Park family and that he owed some debts of gratitude to them from years past, he would have been reluctant to part with it. Upon seeing the young man, he perceived a clarity in his gaze, leading him to believe that he was not the sort to misuse such a ring, which eased his apprehensions somewhat. Chapter 8. The first encounter with Su Nua. Park Su watched as the proprietor cautiously retrieved the ring. Eagerly, he accepted it and, with a subtle flick of his mind, scanned its contents, revealing a spatial area of approximately 4 cubic meters. Though modest in size, it was not without its merits. It would suffice for storing vegetable seeds and meat, albeit other supplies would remain out of reach. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, yet he was resolute in acquiring the item, as even such a small space could enhance his provisions and offer him a measure of security. He then inquired, "How much does it cost?" The proprietor was taken aback by Park Su's apparent familiarity with the ring. Before he had the chance to provide an introduction, it seemed the young man had already assessed its value. He pondered, could this child have encountered such treasures elsewhere? Park Su, disliking the scrutiny, reiterated his question. How much? Realizing his own rudeness, the proprietor quickly adjusted his demeanor and apologized. I see you are quite knowledgeable, sir, and naturally aware of the rarity of this item. I possess only this one piece. While it is not an antique, it is certainly not inexpensive. However, considering your connection to the Park family, I shall offer it to you at a flat price of 5 million. Upon hearing this proposal, Park Su felt a pang of discomfort. Though he was not short on funds, producing such a sum all at once was no trivial matter. Moreover, he remained uncertain whether he had truly been reborn or had merely entered a parallel dimension before the apocalypse. If the former were true, spending such a considerable amount would be painful yet not entirely wasteful. However, if it were the latter, he feared the following days would be fraught with difficulty. 5 million was a sum he hesitated to produce. He lamented once more why he was not endowed with spatial abilities, as that would not only confer value upon him, but also save him a significant amount of money. Even though 5 million would be rendered worthless in the apocalypse, it could procure a wealth of supplies and food in the present. This price exceeded Park Su's capacity to bear, leaving him in a state of indecision. The proprietor, sensing the young man's dilemma, chose to remain silent, allowing him to reflect. That moment, the sound of the shop door opening caught their attention. The proprietor looked up, his eyes brightening as he rushed to greet the newcomer. Su Daozhong, what brings you here today? Do you have something of value to sell? Park Su was intrigued by the proprietor's sudden warmth. It was noteworthy that even upon recognizing him as a member of the Park family, the owner had maintained a polite yet distant demeanor. This shift in attitude indicated the visitor's considerable prowess, and after his prolonged exposure to the apocalypse, Park Su understood that genuine skill resided among Taoists. However, when he turned to gaze at the newcomer, he was taken aback. The individual appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly of the same age as Park Su, and did not embody the image of a venerable Taoist worthy of respect. Moreover, he was strikingly handsome. His elongated, fox-like eyes exuded a cunning allure, perfectly complemented by his sharp brows and strong facial features, presenting a decidedly masculine charm. For someone like Park Soo, who had a preference for men, this individual was undeniably appealing. Yet, at that moment, he felt more admiration than anything else. He had just suffered emotional setbacks and was preoccupied with preparing for the impending apocalypse, leaving him no room for romantic inclinations. However, a lack of romantic interest did not preclude him from stealing a few more glances, for who wouldn't wish to appreciate beauty? Recently, he had taken to drawing talismans meant to ward off evil and ensure safety. And he casually remarked, "I've created a few talismans, which you might find useful." Sunua paid no mind to the proprietor's flattery. After stating this, he retrieved a stack of talismans from his bag and placed them on the table. The proprietor's eyes gleamed upon seeing the talismans. Sunua's creations were always commendable, and of course, we shall accept them. Can we proceed with the original pricing? Sunua acknowledged this with a cool hum, prompting the proprietor to swiftly calculate the amount he owed. At that moment, Sunua finally turned his attention to Park Soo, who had been observing him intently. In truth, he had cast a cursory glance at Park Soo upon entering. But the young man had been deep in thought, obscuring his features from Sunua's view. Now, as he turned his gaze, he caught the young man in the act of staring, and Park Soo's innocent, doll-like visage captured Sunua's attention. The first thought that crossed Sunua's mind was how extraordinarily pale the young man appeared. Chapter 9. Unable to afford the ring, Park Soo considered himself to have a rather thick skin. However, having been caught peering at a man, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, especially since the man continued to gaze unabashedly in his direction. Most importantly, the man's frontal view was even more striking than his profile, differing from Park Soo's own youthful features that conveyed a sense of immaturity. The man wore a stoic expression. His thin lips were pressed together, and his slightly upturned fox-like eyes bore into Park Soo's. Causing his heart to race, he swallowed hard and hastily averted his gaze, his cheeks flushing with warmth. Goodness, he is incredibly handsome. Shouldn't eyes like those appear delicate? How can he exude such masculinity? Furthermore, judging by his physique, he must be quite fit. If he were gay, he would surely be immensely popular within the community. Even Park Soo, who had staunchly declared his disinterest in romance, felt an undeniable allure upon beholding the man's face. One could only imagine how those who were already inclined to admire beauty would react. Sunua observed as Park Soo averted his gaze, his eyes darting away in evident embarrassment. A faint smirk crossed Sunua's mind. It was truly surprising to discover that this man possessed a shy disposition. Shifting his focus, Sunua noticed the box beside Park Soo. It was ajar. The spatial ring within was clearly visible. He turned his attention to the proprietor, speaking casually, "What? Has this item not been sold yet?" The proprietor, engrossed in calculations and unaware of the previous exchange, looked up and followed Sunua's gaze to the spatial ring. Park Soo remained oblivious, but the proprietor recognized the ring as one crafted by Sunua himself. Fearing that Sunua might think he was unable to sell his creations, thus withholding future treasures, the proprietor quickly explained, "It's not that it's too precious. Rather, I've been reluctant to part with it as such items are rare." The promise was merely an idle inquiry, devoid of any genuine intent to involve himself in the matter. However, upon hearing the boss remark that it was exceedingly precious, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. After all, this artifact was originally crafted during his moments of ennui while perusing fantasy novels. Merely a whimsical creation inspired by the subspace within those tales. Upon its completion, he realized that the space was indeed quite limited, allowing for only a meager amount of luggage. Faced with its underwhelming utility, he lost interest in further refinement, considering he seldom ventured down the mountain and had little need for such a trinket. Even if he did, the space was far too constricted. Thus, the few he had made were of no use to him, leading him to sell them to the boss for a modest sum to supplement his living expenses. For Sunua, this ring was more akin to a failed experiment, yet he was taken aback to see it transformed into a coveted item in the boss's discourse. However, he surmised that the youth likely desired it, and the boss was reluctant to part with it at a bargain, hence his deliberate exaggeration. Sunua understood that obstructing someone's financial prospects is akin to committing a grave sin. Furthermore, he was aware that he would be working alongside this boss for the long haul, so he refrained from voicing any objections, simply nodding and patiently awaiting his payment. Although Pusu had turned away, it did not imply disinterest in their conversation. From Su Nua's tone, he discerned that this individual seemed quite familiar with spatial rings and carried a hint of disdain in his voice. He recalled how the boss had referred to him as Su Daosher upon his entry, and he knew that these rings were intricately inscribed with Taoist formations, not something every Taoist could create. It required a certain level of cultivation, along with finesse and spiritual energy. This scarcity rendered spatial rings immensely sought after, even in apocalyptic times, with each appearance leading to frenzied purchases. Thus, Pusu had hoped to snag one at a bargain before the apocalypse, only to find that they were elusive and costly. Having already depleted his resources to secure a month's worth of provisions, seeds for future cultivation, and materials to renovate his home with solar panels, he was left with scant assets. Yet, he had previously secured a sum of money, approximately 1 to 2 million, specifically to rent a vehicle and prepare for acquiring a spatial ring. To his dismay, he discovered that the price of the ring far exceeded his budget. Had he known, he would have requested a larger sum initially. Now, if he were to ask for more funds, he could already envision the disdainful expressions of those he would approach. And he doubted he could secure the money within 6 days. This predicament caused him considerable distress. If the apocalypse truly arrived, being scolded would be a minor inconvenience compared to the importance of survival. Moreover, once the end of days commenced, he would likely not see them for many years, at least not until he had the means to provide a better life for his mother. Thus, soliciting funds from them before the apocalypse seemed far more prudent than afterwards. However, should the apocalypse not occur, possessing a spatial ring would serve little purpose for him, as he had no inclination towards smuggling or purchasing on behalf of others. It would merely save him the trouble of carrying a larger suitcase, which hardly justified an expenditure of 5 million. Yet, as he surveyed the situation before him, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could seek assistance from Su Daosher. While he doubted such a young Taoist could craft a spatial ring, he surmised he might know someone who could. Adhering to the principle that eliminating the middleman equates to avoiding markup, Pusu resolved to approach Su Daosher for a discussion. Thus, as he observed Su Nua departing with the payment, he promptly closed the box containing the spatial ring, stating, "I believe 5 million is a considerable sum. I need to ponder this further. I shall provide you with a response in a couple of days." Without waiting for the boss's reply, he hastily exited to pursue Su Nua. The boss, aware that a young, illegitimate son such as Pusu likely struggled to produce 5 million, harbored no suspicions to him. Su Nua had always been rather aloof and disdainful, and he had previously witnessed others attempt to exploit Su Nua without success. Therefore, he made no effort to restrain Pusu, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. Upon stepping outside, Pusu spotted the black-clad Taoist leisurely strolling. Initially intending to approach him directly, he hesitated, finding it somewhat abrupt. The man's unapproachable demeanor left him at a loss for words. So he resorted to discreetly trailing behind. To his astonishment, he followed him for nearly half an hour until the Taoist turned into a narrow alley. Upon noticing, Pusu's mind raced with the thought of being discovered. Then he heard the cold voice inquire, "Do tell, what is it that you wish to accomplish by following me?" Meeting the gaze of those striking yet indifferent fox-like eyes, Pusu swallowed hard and stammered. "I was hoping to ask if you know any Taoists who can craft spatial rings. I desire one, but I currently lack sufficient funds." Observing the awkward demeanor of the boy standing before him, Su Nua maintained an air of inscrutability. Internally, he found the young man rather endearing. Having recently made a tidy profit, he felt in good spirits. Given the boy's earnest tone, it appeared to be an opportunity for business. Considering the boy's appealing appearance, he casually asked, "How much do you have?" Taken aback by the directness of the question, Pusu faltered momentarily before sheepishly replying, 1 million. Su Nua's heart skipped a beat. He nearly believed he had misheard. He recalled having sold a 30-square-meter ring for 300,000 and a 4-square-meter one for 40,000 yet. The boy's words indicated that the 4-square-meter ring had likely fetched an even higher price. 1 million would sustain him for quite some time and afford him a substantial quantity of talismanic supplies. Maintaining his icy facade, he inquired, "What did you say?" Believing Su Nua considered his offer insufficient, Pusu gulped nervously and confessed, 1 million, I know it's a bit low, but I truly cannot produce more at the moment. If you are dissatisfied, could I possibly owe you the balance and pay you later when I have the funds? Su Nuo contemplated the urgency in the boy's expression, recognizing his genuine desire for the flawed item he had crafted. Although uncertain of the reasons behind it, he felt a swell of happiness knowing someone was willing to pay such a sum for his creation. Since the boy was willing to negotiate, Su Nuo, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, produced another ring from his collection and tossed it towards Pu Su, stating, "Examine it and decide accordingly. 1 million now. And the remainder, you may settle at your convenience." He emphasized the latter part to convey that while he was open to negotiation, he expected a degree of seriousness from Pu Su. Pu Su perceived Su Nuo as someone familiar with the crafting of spatial rings. Unaware that the very ring he bore was indeed such an item, along with another in his possession. With great anticipation, he hastily accepted the ring, glancing over it with delight, discovering that this spatial ring measured 6 square meters, a rarity, particularly in apocalyptic conditions. However, this also implied a steep price, especially since the previous 4 square meter ring had been quoted at 5 million. The additional 2 square meters held significant value, allowing for the concealment of numerous precious items. Caught in a dilemma, he glanced at Su Nuo, expressing his concern. "This one is even better than the last. I fear I cannot afford it." Despite his words, he clutched the ring tightly, reluctant to part with it. For Su Nuo, 1 million was already a generous offer. Hearing Pu Su claim he could not meet the price indicated that the boss's valuation had likely exceeded his expectations. Su Nuo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Didn't you say you would owe the rest? Can I truly defer payment?" "I genuinely only have 1 million, Pu Su replied, surprised that Su Nuo would even consider extending credit, given that this was their first meeting. If it came to deferring payment, he was unsure how he would approach Su Nuo for the balance later. The trust Su Nuo exhibited made Pu Su, who had ulterior motives, feel somewhat sheepish. Nonetheless, the prospect of relinquishing the 6 square meter ring was unbearable, prompting him to voice his inquiry. Noticing the boy's anxious demeanor, Su Nuo felt a playful impulse rise within him, yet he maintained his enigmatic facade. Teasingly stating, "What, do you no longer wish for it?" Piao Su promptly shook his head, hastily slipping the ring onto his finger. After a moment of determination, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let us do it this way. I will try it out for a month. If I truly come to adore this ring during that time, I will compensate you with an additional 1.5 million. Of course, if I find it unsuitable after a month, I will return the ring to you. And you may deduct 100,000 from the payment I owe you as a penalty. What do you think?" Su Nuo could easily discern Piao Su's fondness for the ring, and hearing him suggest a return sparked a flicker of displeasure within him. With a stern expression, he replied, "I never accept returns on items I sell. If you do not want it, simply return it to me. However, if you do desire it, I can sell it to you at the price you mentioned. As for the money you owe, I can wait an additional 2 months before asking for it. This is my bottom line. Whether you want it or not, the decision rests with you." Piao Su had initially proposed such a price and conditions in a rather shameless manner, never truly expecting the other party to agree. After all, he recognized the value of the item at a glance. Even in the apocalypse, 6 square meters would be a coveted asset. The previous owner had sold a 4 square meter piece for 5 million. Although Piao Su found the price exorbitant, it was only in relation to his own circumstances, not because he believed the item wasn't worth it. Thus, he had never anticipated Su Daozhong would accept his offer. He had even braced himself for a scolding. To his surprise, Su Nuo, while coldly rejecting the possibility of a return, agreed to the 2.5 million price and even accepted his credit. This left Piao Su with a sense of having gained an unfair advantage, coupled with a tinge of embarrassment at having acquired such a treasured item for so little. He resolved to consider it a favor owed to Su Daozhong, vowing that should he encounter him again in the apocalypse and require assistance, he would repay this kindness. As for now, he was determined to secure the ring. Such a bargain for a spatial ring might never present itself again. He nodded eagerly, declaring, "I want it. I absolutely want it. I can transfer 1 million to you right now and will provide you with an IOU." Su Nuo nodded in acknowledgement and turned, saying, "Follow me." Chapter 12. Both feel they have gained an advantage. Piao Su felt a shiver at the coldness of Su Nuo's expression, and given his own sense of guilt, he was reluctant to make further demands. Thus, he obediently followed Su Nuo to the bank, where he promptly transferred 1 million to him. He then dutifully wrote an IOU for 1.5 million. Although Piao Su understood that this amount would be worthless in the event of an apocalypse, he still dutifully inscribed his name and address, thinking that if the apocalypse did come, He would find another way to repay this favor. Su Nua, satisfied with the IO, casually remarked, "I will come to collect it within 2 months at the latest. Be prepared." Without waiting for Piao Su's response, he left. In Su Nua's perspective, he had struck a tremendous deal. The ring would have fetched no more than 600,000 from the previous owner, yet selling it to this naive young man for 2.5 million was a windfall. He was determined to prevent any chance of the young man changing his mind, so he hastily finalized the arrangement and departed. Piao Su was elated to have obtained what he desired. The IOU for 1.5 million quickly faded from his mind. After all, if the apocalypse arrived, that sum would merely be a scrap of paper. Conversely, if it did not come, he could always request the money in 2 months, enduring a couple of mild complaints. Moreover, if it proved impossible to repay, he could sell the ring to gather the necessary funds. However, gazing at the ancient ring in his hand, he felt a pang of reluctance. He resolved not to overthink it, trusting that things would work out in the end. Both believed they had struck a favorable deal, entirely oblivious to the fact that they possessed identical styles of rings. Piao Su recalled seeing Su Nua's name during the transfer, which seemed to be Su Nua. If he remembered correctly, there had been a formidable master in the realm of Dao named Su Nua, rumored to be extraordinarily powerful, capable of single-handedly taking on 100 foes. However, he was known to have an eccentric personality, avoiding close relationships and often maintaining a stern demeanor. Few could truly get close to him, as he rarely required a team and sometimes found companions to be a hindrance. Furthermore, he was renowned for his elusive nature, and it was precisely because of him that Dao techniques garnered such attention from various strongholds. As an obscure figure in his past life, Piao Su had only heard tales of this master but had never encountered him. Nevertheless, Piao Su dismissed the notion that this individual could be the same as the Su Nua he had just met, considering the name was not particularly rare. Moreover, based on what he had heard, a master of such disposition would likely not engage with him so readily or sell him a spatial ring so easily. A skilled practitioner of Dao techniques would hardly appear so youthful. The man he had just met looked to be only 3 or 4 years older than himself. Most importantly, the man's striking appearance made it difficult for Piao Su to associate him with a venerable Taoist master. Yet, regardless of whether they were one and the same, Piao Su had no time to dwell on it. With only 6 days left until the apocalypse was set to begin, he was determined to fill the ring to capacity. Having secured it at such a low price, he still had around 300,000 left after the purchase, and with the meat he had bought previously stored in the refrigerator, he could afford to stock up further. After all, time inside the ring stood still, and not buying more meat would be a disservice to himself. He also intended to procure some practical weapons, striving to fill the 6 square meter space completely. Thus, he busily prepared for 6 days, even renting a vehicle, until it was finally the night before the anticipated onset of the apocalypse. Piao Su began to feel a feverish sensation coursing through his body. He couldn't help but smile ruefully. Clearly, his preparations had been entirely correct. The apocalypse was imminent, and in his current state, he was likely on the verge of awakening his powers, having experienced this once before. He felt no panic. He understood that if he could endure this, he would awaken Wood-type abilities. However, he could not allow himself to drift into a peaceful slumber just yet. Though he was fortunate to be among the first to awaken his powers, they were merely the rudimentary Wood abilities, which, while capable of controlling plants in combat, paled in comparison to the more destructive powers of fire, lightning, strength, manipulation, and psychic abilities. Therefore, he resolved to seize the opportunity at the onset of the apocalypse to enhance his abilities as much as possible. Chapter 13. Energy Crystals. As someone who had lived through 6 years of the apocalypse and was now reborn, he understood that in order to elevate his powers during such tumultuous times, besides diligent training, there were indeed shortcuts available. Point 1 route involved collecting crystals from the brains of zombies. These crystals were somewhat akin to those in the minds of abilities users, formed through the absorption of external energy. However, they were not energies cultivated through personal training, and the energy from zombie crystals was often volatile and impure, with little being truly absorbable by the human body. Thus, while it may be feasible for an abilities user to advance by consuming the energy from zombie crystals in the early stages, caution would be paramount in later stages. As the apocalypse progressed, the zombies would grow stronger, and the crystals would contain increasingly more impurities. Ideally, after absorbing a crystal, one would spend some time purging the impurities from their body to avoid future complications on their path to advancement. The second method, once discovered, sent all abilities users flocking towards it, obtaining energy from natural energy stones to enhance their powers. The naturally occurring energy stones are rather scarce. However, they are entirely distinct from the crystalline cores found within the brains of zombies. The origins of their formation remain shrouded in mystery, akin to the emergence of this apocalyptic era, as if some force has induced a transformation in these energy stones, perhaps due to their inherent connection to nature. The energy they absorb is also sourced from the natural world, rendering it more abundant and purer than that contained in the crystalline cores of zombies. Eventually, it was discovered that those endowed with supernatural abilities could directly absorb the energy from these natural energy stones for their own use. Moreover, if the stones were sufficiently large and fortune favored them, they could even awaken their latent powers, undergoing a profound change. Although the likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly rare, the allure of energy stones has driven all supernatural beings into a frenzy. After all, in a world beset by chaos, strength equates to survival and power. No one wishes to forego absolute strength. Even if the energy stones do not catalyze a transformation in their abilities, they can at least provide unconditional enhancement. Furthermore, possessing an energy stone could allow them to swiftly replenish their depleted powers in times of dire peril. This essentially serves as an additional lifeline in the apocalypse. And the mere prospect of energy stones has incited fervor among the survivors. Regrettably, their occurrence is infrequent, preventing a substantial surge in the enhancement of supernatural powers. Yet, it is precisely because of their rarity that every rumor of their appearance incites a rush of eager seekers. Particularly in the fifth year of the apocalypse, the prolonged struggle for survival intensified the urgency for power, while the advancements of the zombies further eroded any sense of security among the populace. Consequently, the desire to obtain energy stones to bolster one's abilities became nearly universal among supernatural beings. As a result, skirmishes erupted with each appearance of an energy stone. In fact, even the demise of Park Soo was linked to an attempt to seize an energy stone alongside another mercenary group. Unfortunately, for someone like Park Soo, whose abilities were more suited for logistical support rather than combat, he never laid eyes on the true form of an energy stone, even in death. Although he had never encountered an energy stone in his previous life, this did not signify a lack of interest. On the contrary, his fervent pursuit of power led him to closely monitor the emergence of energy stones. Had his strength been adequate, he would have undoubtedly sought to claim one for himself. In this life, he is acutely aware that an energy stone resides in City S. How could he possibly resist the temptation? He understands that even if he were to exploit the zombie crystalline cores for cultivation before others recognized their potential, his training speed and abilities suited for logistics would hardly compare to those awakened later, endowed with formidable combat prowess. Thus, regardless of the risks involved, this energy stone is something he must obtain. Only when it is overlooked by others does he have a chance to seize it, does he not? His interest in this energy stone predates the apocalypse. It is housed within the Museum of City S, and he learned of its existence only in the third year after entering the S-base, where many were dispatched to seize the coveted stone. Due to the significant emphasis placed by the upper echelons of Base S at that time, a considerable number of ability users were dispatched. Park Soo was also trailing behind a mercenary group, not in pursuit of energy stones, but rather hoping to bask in their glow and perhaps secure some supplies from S-City. Chapter 14. Entering the museum IT was precisely because of this that he was fortunate enough to witness the fierce competition for energy stones, narrowly escaping the calamity himself. Ultimately, the energy stone fortuitously fell into the hands of those from Base S, and shortly thereafter, news spread that the base leader S abilities had advanced from the 4th tier to the 5th. This left a profound impression on Park Soo, as he understood that energy stones had likely existed long before. Emerging concurrently with the appearance of zombies, in fact, he had previously ventured into the museum to search for traces of energy stones, but had made little headway. Undeterred, he meticulously marked the museum's layout and identified potential jadeite and stones that might transform into energy stones. He was acutely aware that by the time energy stones became widely recognized, he would lack the strength to compete with more formidable ability users. His only chance lay in claiming one at its inception. Currently, he was aware of only one such stone in proximity. Therefore, despite the inherent dangers, he resolved to proceed, the sooner the better. Mustering his waning strength, he drove through a shortcut towards the museum. Fortunately, The museum at night was devoid of visitors. He parked his vehicle in the side lot, secured the doors and windows, and awaited the moment when his body would be liberated from its torment, so he could swiftly enter the museum and procure the energy stone. The awakening of abilities was excruciating, engulfing him in heat and weakness, with a splitting headache. Park Su's ability to remain conscious until reaching the museum was a testament to his formidable willpower. Now, slumped against the driver's seat, he resembled someone just pulled from water, repeatedly reminding himself to stay alert, for his current position was far from secure. It was crucial to note that the duration of ability awakening far exceeded that of zombie awakening. He could only hope that this location would provide him safety until his abilities fully manifested, granting him the confidence to seize the energy stone. He closed his eyes, silently attuning to the changes within his body, striving to reassure himself to endure. Yet, his consciousness gradually dulled. Time became an abstract concept until he finally sensed the pain and heat dissipating, his vitality returning. He recognized that he had passed this trial. Opening his eyes, he observed the sky outside beginning to brighten softly. Taking a deep breath, he skillfully manipulated his internal abilities and, as expected, glimpsed a faint green hue in his palm. Indeed, it was of the wood element. Unchanged even in this rebirth. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, he noted the museum's spaciousness allowed for a clear view, still shrouded in deathly silence. His heart raced, aware that this tranquility was merely superficial. Upon entering the museum, he anticipated encountering only a handful of security personnel, devoid of any tourists, yet could not ascertain whether those guards were still alive, since he had acquired wood abilities just as in his previous life. It could only signify that this world had undergone yet another transformation. He dared not relax, drawing out the dagger he had prepared from beneath the passenger seat, masking his face with a mask before nervously opening the car door and edging closer to the museum. As he approached the entrance, he discovered the guardroom deserted, yet the air was thick with the stench of blood, indicating a gruesome event had transpired here. His earlier notions of not having transitioned to a world before the apocalypse were thoroughly dispelled, simultaneously alerting him that this museum likely harbored numerous zombies. Gripping his dagger tightly, he vaulted into the museum. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped him, so profound that he could only hear his heartbeat and footsteps. However, upon witnessing the shattered glass door, he knew that something lurked within. He treaded cautiously as he neared the corner, when suddenly, a figure lunged at him. Park Su, perpetually on edge, sidestepped swiftly, causing the zombie to miss its target. The zombie stumbled, quickly pivoting to face its prey once more, anger surging within it as its thirst for flesh rendered it frenzied, launching itself at Park Su again, eyeing the dim emergency lights. Park Su discerned the zombie's appearance. It had only recently transformed, and aside from its bloodied security uniform and pure black eyes, it was difficult to perceive its non-human essence. Yet, its bloodthirsty demeanor and the growls emanating from its throat unmistakably confirmed it was no longer alive. Chapter 15. The Wood Element Energy Stone. Observing the relentless zombie charging towards him once again, Park Su showed no mercy. He swiftly evaded its assault, spun around, and plunged the dagger into its skull. Twisting it slightly as crimson and white matter oozed forth, he swiftly withdrew the dagger and pressed deeper into the museum. Behind him, the zombie collapsed lifelessly the moment he extracted the dagger. Falling silent, reflecting on his first encounter with a zombie in his previous life, when he had aimed to save others, he realized that his current actions were far more decisive and unencumbered. Yet, to protect Sun Mu Yang, he had fought through nausea to reach their company. However, after 6 years of surviving the apocalypse and sustaining that man, he had long lost count of the lives he had taken. Thus, when confronted with zombies now, his instincts drove him to kill without a hint of revulsion. Adhering to a principle of caution, Park Su's pace was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, perhaps due to the recent kill, the scent of blood clung to him, attracting 2 or 3 more zombies, which he efficiently dispatched. Yet, his search for potential energy stones yielded nothing but disappointment. The longer he lingered inside, the more restless he became. Acutely aware that even without venturing outside, he knew chaos had erupted in S-City. The more time he took, the more arduous his return to the outskirts would become. For his safety, he hastened his search. And fortuitously, as he passed through a chamber, he sensed a stir within him. the unmistakable sign that an energy stone was nearby. He recalled that a Ming Dynasty stone sculpture, roughly the size of a fist, was indeed located in this vicinity. He had once hoped that this sculpture was the source stone, as possessing such a large original would likely have allowed him to upgrade his abilities on the very first day of the apocalypse. Just the thought filled him with excitement, though he understood that it was rare for such a sizable original to exist. Yet, it now seemed plausible that the original could indeed be that very sculpture. The mere possibility invigorated him, and his steps quickened. Upon spotting the stone sculpture, faintly glowing green within a glass container, his eyes brightened. It truly was it, and moreover, it was the wood element energy stone that resonated perfectly with his abilities. He eagerly approached, intent on claiming this coveted energy stone for himself. However, to his astonishment, as he drew near, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. Years of vigilance honed in the apocalypse allowed him to narrowly evade the initial strike from his adversary. Gazing at the fissure etched into the ground, Pu-Su felt a chill run down his spine as he turned his attention to the unassuming pothos plant beside the energy stone. Having spent 6 years in the wasteland, he was far from foolish enough to believe that this potted pothos remained merely an ordinary plant. The transformation of the stone into an energy stone likely catalyzed the plant's mutation. Indeed, it was no surprise that the energy stone held such power. Plant mutations typically emerged in the second year of the apocalypse, suggesting that such transformations occurred only after the mutations of humans and animals. Yet here he was, witnessing a mutated plant at the very onset of the apocalypse. Moreover, judging by the force of the recent attack, the pothos had surpassed his own capabilities, especially now that he had intruded upon its territory. Its sprawling tendrils writhed like the limbs of an octopus, poised to launch another assault at any moment. What alarmed him further were the leaves, which, even under the dim lighting, exhibited a hardness and sharpness that brought to mind the heavy losses suffered by the psychics from Base S and Base B in their attempts to seize energy stones. He had always assumed the presence of advanced zombies was to blame, but it now seemed that the true threat lay with this mutated pothos. Thus, they remained at an impasse, each wary of the other. Pu-Su understood his own limitations. Attempting to seize the energy stone from the pothos single-handedly would be no simple feat yet. Surrendering the energy stone after coming this close was not in his nature. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. To abandon his pursuit without a fight was simply not his character. The pothos, growing increasingly impatient, was equally averse to having its treasures coveted. Its scattered tendrils suddenly coalesced into a web bristling with blades. Lunging toward Pu-Su, he narrowed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy to its utmost. Infusing his dagger with a faint green luminescence before advancing resolutely, he needed a swift resolution. Chapter 16. A fierce battle with the mutated pothos. His desire for haste was met with the resolute resistance of the pothos, which would not permit another to seize its prized possession. After evading several strikes, the creature became even more agitated, especially as Pu-Su drew closer to its treasure. The once widely spread tendrils contracted, dividing into 2 sections, one forming a dense barrier at the entrance to the energy stone, while the other twisted toward Pu-Su like a serpentine coiled. In truth, Pu-Su was already struggling to evade. When his dagger grazed the pothos's tendrils, he realized he had failed to sever them immediately. This indicated that the plant's level was likely superior to his own, at least reaching the late stages of the first tier. Thus, he opted for a strategy of evasion and precision strikes, with his ultimate aim being the acquisition of the energy stone, not a duel with the plant. However, just as the energy stone lay within his grasp, the pothos unexpectedly altered its tactics. His thoughts momentarily faltered, disrupting his footing and leaving him vulnerable. The pothos strove to assert that its mental fortitude surpasses that of Pu-Su is indeed an impossibility. Thus, upon encountering the exceptionally comforting wood-based ability, it transitioned from an initial state of bewilderment to a relaxed acceptance, allowing Pu-Su to exploit the opportunity. He exerted his mental strength to control the green vine, compelling it to loosen the tendrils guarding the energy stone. Initially hesitant and reluctant, the vine eventually yielded to Pu-Su's intensified mental influence. Prepared in advance, Pu-Su swiftly exchanged his dagger for a fire axe from his spatial ring. To prevent any sudden changes from the green vine, he grasped the axe with one hand and forcefully swung it toward the glass dome enveloping the energy stone. The glass shattered with a resounding crash, triggering piercing alarms throughout the museum. Instantly, A surge of potent wood energy radiated forth, momentarily stunning both Pu Su and the green vine, which promptly broke free from Pu Su's control. The vine thickened where Pu Su held it, angrily flinging him away, while simultaneously sending out another tendril to envelop the energy stone. Now exposed to the AIR, as Pu Su was thrown back, an unsettling emotion surged within him. He quickly rolled on the ground to mitigate the impact of his ejection. Upon raising his head, he saw the green vine had coiled around the energy stone, beginning to absorb its power. His eyes narrowed. He had not come this far merely to serve as a facilitator for another. Having reached this juncture, he could not afford to abandon his goal. Resolutely, he steadied his mind and charged at the green vine. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not relinquish this opportunity. The vine, sensing the return of the deceiver seeking to reclaim its treasure, grew furious and lashed out with its tendrils. Pu Su was struck, his once pristine clothing now tattered, and though his injuries might not all bleed, he appeared quite disheveled. Yet, retreat was not an option. He understood that yielding now would equate to surrender. With a fierce determination, he wielded his dagger, severing the tendrils that obstructed his path. Perhaps distracted by its own absorption of energy, the green vine inadvertently allowed Pu Su to approach the energy stone. However, the stone, tightly bound by the vine's roots, could not be extracted without uprooting the entire plant. Chapter 17. Two paths. Pu Su knew all too well that he would not have the chance to breach the vine's defenses again, especially since the adversary was continuously replenished by the energy stone, while he was depleting his own abilities. The imbalance of this battle was glaring, particularly with the mutated vine possessing formidable combat prowess. And Pu Su, battered and bruised, faced insurmountable odds. At this juncture, he had no choice but to take a risk. With this thought, he surged forward, emboldened by the wooden shield he conjured, and brandished his dagger directly before the vine. Sensing danger, the vine quickly wove a complex net of leaf blades at its roots. However, its reaction was slightly delayed. Seizing the moment, Pu Su grasped the root enveloping the energy stone. Upon contact, he realized that, while it appeared fragile, it was substantially sturdier than the tendrils he had previously severed. Having spent years in the apocalypse as a wood ability wielder, he was no stranger to both ordinary and mutated flora. He understood that all plants regard their roots as paramount. Even if he could strike a blow now, the vine would undoubtedly bolster its defenses, making subsequent attacks increasingly difficult. Without a physical assault, it would be nearly impossible to extract the energy stone or eliminate the vine. With the time it would take to mount an offensive, the vine could swiftly absorb the energy from the stone and ascend to the next tier. If it succeeded in advancing to the second tier, Pu Su would have no hope of claiming the stone. He would find himself with only one path, death. Thus, he could not afford to ponder further. He had only one avenue available, to contest the mutated vine for the energy within the stone. Though directly absorbing the energy posed a significant risk, as he had only heard tales of ability users doing so, he felt compelled to assert in his previous life. He had never encountered an energy stone, let alone experienced the fortune of absorption. What might transpire, and what preparations were necessary, were completely beyond his knowledge. Initially, he envisioned taking the energy stone home, studying and absorbing its power at leisure. Yet, circumstances had shifted dramatically. He now faced a binary choice, to charge forward or to concede. Fortunately, the energy stone was of the wood variety, likely facilitating his absorption compared to other elemental stones, thus minimizing potential mishaps. Furthermore, since his rebirth, he had vowed to grow stronger. With such an opportunity at hand, he could not afford to let it slip away. After all, many strong individuals had absorbed energy stones without incident. What harm could come to him? Embracing this resolve, he acted without hesitation, grasping the coiled tendril and channeling his wood ability. Instantly, he felt a surge of vibrant and pure wood energy flowing into him through his hand. He could not waste this moment. He rapidly absorbed the energy while remaining wary of the vine's potential counterattacks. The green vine, sensing Pu Su's actions, simmered with irritation, wishing to cast off the interloper. Yet, paradoxically, this intrusion accelerated its own absorption of energy, drawing in even more wood energy from the air surrounding them. Moreover, as Pu Su held its vital root, the vine grew increasingly concerned about inadvertently harming itself. Since their simultaneous absorption proved mutually beneficial, it decided to spare Pu Su for the time being. recognizing that distraction could hinder its own advancement. Once they had thoroughly consumed the energy stone, it could contemplate devouring this human, an outcome far more satisfying. With this in mind, the vine ceased its aggression and intensified its absorption of the energy stone. Aware of the vine's shift, Pusu resolved not to be outdone. Having finally gained this opportunity, he could not allow the vine to claim the majority of the spoils. Should he absorb less energy than the plant under equal conditions, he would suffer immense humiliation. More critically, he understood that losing this energy absorption contest would lead only to a fate of servitude to the vine. Chapter 18. Breaking through to the second tier. He had to accelerate the circulation of his wood energy within him to hasten his absorption of the energy stone. After all, their very lives depended on the energy contained within it, and the outcome would hinge on whose power proved superior. Moreover, Pusu was at a distinct disadvantage. If he did not exert himself, he would have no chance of survival. Who could predict when the vine would strike? He felt the wood-type ability coursing through his veins, relentlessly washing over his meridians, causing his level to surge rapidly. It was not long before this energy propelled him from the initial stage of the first level to its pinnacle, on the verge of breaking through the barrier to the second level. However, such a rapid ascension was far from simple, especially considering that Park Su's entire being was already saturated with wood-type energy, leaving him incapable of absorbing any more. Yet, the external wood-type energy continued to envelop him and the mutated green vine. Incessantly probing into their bodies, Park Su sensed that if he did not break through soon, he would likely meet his demise through self-detonation. He was utterly unwilling to perish in such a manner. He yearned to grow stronger and seek out his mother. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as this energy stretched his meridians to their limits. Unbeknownst to him, the mutated green vine was enduring a similar torment. Without Park Su, even if it had obtained the energy stone, it would have absorbed it gradually rather than recklessly like now. Moreover, with Park Su as a transitional tool, its level was inherently higher than his, and the difficulty of breaking through was not significantly greater than that of humans. Fortunately, it could store more wood-type energy than humans, yet no amount could withstand the relentless absorption from the other. It too aspired to seize this opportunity to break through, but like Park Su, it faced the same dilemma. An abundance of energy signified both opportunity and peril. What compounded its suffering was that it wanted desperately to halt, but found itself unable to stop. Having its rhythm of energy absorption dictated by this human, knowing the danger, it could not cease, and being a mutated plant with limited intelligence, it was now in a state of panic, contemplating how to eliminate this human to alleviate its suffering. Thus, the vines lashed out, bearing the coldness of the night like blades, hurtling towards Park Su. Even amidst the agony, he sensed the impending threat from the outside world, confounded as to why the vines, despite not having fully absorbed the energy, would launch an attack against him. He understood that doing nothing would lead to his demise. He exerted his nearly fracturing mental strength to erect 3 protective barriers around himself, which, while perhaps draining some energy, provided him with considerable relief unbeknownst to him. To the outside world, he appeared to be a veritable black hole, his entire being and form now reminiscent of a colossal cocoon, pulsating with a luminous sphere of green energy, which had now spiraled inward, relentlessly drawn into his body. Meanwhile, Park Su remained oblivious to the fact that the one in a state of panic was not himself, but rather the verdant vine, the green radish, which was engaged in a fierce struggle for the wooden energy stone. It could not comprehend why, despite having already broken through to the second tier, the surrounding energy not only failed to diminish but instead continued to accumulate. Even more terrifying was the realization that none of this amassed energy was flowing into its own body. Rather, it was being inexorably drawn into that of the human. The green radish could sense a formidable suction, as if it were being pulled into the very body of this human, having barely endured the agony of its recent advancement. The green radish had no time to adjust itself before it was compelled to resist the siphoning force emanating from Park Su. Chapter 20. Subduing the mutated green radish, however, the already weakened green radish felt its efforts of resistance becoming increasingly futile. Panic set in, yet as the suction intensified, it found itself too overwhelmed to even express its alarm. When tranquility finally descended upon the chamber, only Park Su remained. He felt himself suffused with wooden energy. as if all the stamina and mental fortitude he had expended during his recent advancement had been restored in an instant. Lying on the ground, he was still assailed by the piercing wails of the museum's alarm. And after such a prolonged period with no one to investigate, it seemed the apocalypse had indeed arrived, leaving everyone too preoccupied to concern themselves with the happenings within the museum. As he sat up, he surveyed his tattered clothing, stained with blood, and could not help but smirk slightly. Thankfully, he was still alive. His gaze then drifted to the spot where the green radish had once been, now an empty void. A frown creased his brow. How could this be? Had the green radish deemed itself superior and chosen to hide? Regardless, his primary concern was his own physical condition, for the events that had transpired were undeniably peculiar. Upon examining his body, he was taken aback to discover that the previously vanished green radish was now securely rotating within his dantian. How had this entity come to reside within him? Concern washed over him at the thought of potential complications arising from its presence in his dantian, prompting him to attempt to expel the green radish. Just as he focused his intention, the green radish materialized before him, startling him into retreat as he instinctively assumed a defensive posture. To his surprise, the green radish merely swayed its leaves, displaying no signs of aggression, which left Park Sue feeling rather perplexed. He tentatively considered launching an attack, only to be interrupted by a childlike voice exclaiming, "Don't hit me!" Taken aback, Park Sue halted his advance and inquired, "Who are you?" The voice, tinged with a sense of grievance, replied, "Who else could I be but the green radish before you?" Having navigated the apocalypse for so long, Park Sue was astonished to encounter a talking plant. "You claim to be a green radish. How is it that you can speak?" The green radish, sounding somewhat exasperated, explained, "I don't truly speak. I merely communicate through mental energy." Mental energy communication? Park Sue was puzzled. Is that even possible? "I don't know," the childlike voice lamented. "In my moment of panic, I discovered I could communicate with you." "You are being quite unreasonable." Park Sue, still confused, sensed the green radish had lost its hostility, prompting him to continue with his inquiries. "In what way am I being unreasonable? You inexplicably entered my dantian. What is going on?" "I can't say," the green radish responded. "All I know is that you somehow pulled me into your body, and now I can communicate with you." It instinctively refrained from mentioning that it had drawn energy from his dantian during his earlier exertions. Park Sue furrowed his brow at its words. "Are you saying that you cannot leave my dantian?" "It seems that way," the green radish replied, sounding resigned. "Who would have thought I would lose my freedom and be tethered to a human?" Realization dawned on Park Sue. "So, you are now reliant on me?" Sensing his ulterior motives, the green radish trembled its leaves. "What are you planning to do?" "Nothing much," he replied, "since you are now dependent on me. It is only natural for you to obey my commands." Rising to his feet, Park Sue felt reassured that the green radish no longer posed a threat. If he could manage to have it comply, he might gain an additional ally in battle. Although he was baffled as to why it had been absorbed into his dantian, this was not the time for inquiries. With the blaring alarms causing him distress and the chaos that had likely erupted outside, he could not afford to linger any longer. Delay might lead to being trapped. The green radish contemplated resisting, considering itself a mutated plant of the second tier, and wondered how it could be subjugated by a mere human. Yet, upon entering this human's dantian, it had come to understand they were now linked in a symbiotic existence. The faster this human advanced, the more energy it would receive, enabling its own ascension. If he were to perish, it would lose its chance at freedom, perhaps disappearing alongside him. Thus, when Park Sue commanded it to obey, it found itself unable to refute, meekly offering, "I can assist you, but you must promise not to bully me." Chapter 21. The dawn of the apocalypse. Park Sue was elated to have received the answers he sought, hastily rising to his feet. "Fear not. You are now mine, a friend. I shall not mistreat you." With this in mind, he lifted his hand, attempting to draw the green radish back into his dantian. Sure enough, a flash of green light illuminated the air, and the green radish vanished from sight. Within his dantian, he now possessed a vibrant and endearing green radish. Sensing no threat from it, and with little time to spare for further contemplation, he seized his dagger and made for the exit. Upon emerging, he was greeted by the brightening sky. Yet the museum remained deserted, save for the corpses of the zombies he had dispatched, their lifeless bodies strewn about amidst the blaring alarms, a dismal testament to the arrival of the apocalypse. As he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of zombies meandering about, prompting him to frown. He realized these were likely the unfortunate souls who had succumbed overnight, transformed into the undead. Gripping his dagger tightly, he sprinted towards his vehicle, aware that the zombies were drawn to the scent of fresh flesh. With his enhanced abilities, Park Soo showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching the zombies that crossed his path before throwing open the car door and slipping inside. A breath of relief escaped him. He had been genuinely concerned that someone might have stolen his vehicle, especially since he had overstayed his time at the museum, in a world where survival trumped all. It was not uncommon for individuals to commandeer others' cars, let alone claim an abandoned one, oblivious to its owner's fate, alive, dead, or somewhere in between. Perhaps it was fortunate that the apocalypse was just beginning. Humanity had not yet sunk to the depths of depravity that would lead to such behavior. With a determined thought, he started the engine, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel and accelerating towards his home. Along the way, he adjusted his tattered mask, glancing at the zombies wandering the streets and the locked doors of nearby homes, which only deepened his sense of despair as he encountered zombies blocking his path. He showed no hesitation, driving them aside with force. The streets were teeming with the undead, for S-City was a bustling metropolis, where nightlife thrived. In the wake of chaos, the living would inevitably flood the streets, while the zombies instinctively pursued the scent of blood. Even though Park Soo had chosen a route with fewer people, he still found himself pausing multiple times to clear the road of zombies. Once the zombies were dispatched, some survivors, drawn by his formidable prowess, attempted to clamber into his vehicle, while others clung to his legs, pleading for his assistance. Park Soo, however, could not entertain such requests. Once the door was opened, an endless stream of desperate souls would inevitably follow. With the streets crowded with people, how could he possibly choose whom to save? He comprehended the principle of a grain of rice brings gratitude, while a dough of rice brings enmity. Moreover, he was uncertain about which among these individuals had been bitten or attacked by zombies, leaving him wary of potentially inviting danger into his midst. He had no desire to involve himself with these people. Naturally, such behavior would incite considerable discontent among many. Some even wept while accusing him of lacking compassion, claiming that he possessed the capability to aid them yet chose not to, asserting that he was oblivious to the essence of mutual support among humanity. They sought to morally bind him, even inciting the survivors to seize his vehicle. However, his appearance, marred by blood and exuding an aura of menace, quelled their audacity after he swiftly dealt with the instigator. Those who had witnessed his prowess were soon silenced, while others, trembling with fear, cried out accusations of murder, lamenting the illegality of his actions, and vowing to report him once the current crisis subsided, ensuring he would face imprisonment. To such juvenile sentiments, Park Soo paid no heed, for he understood that the resolution of such turmoil would span many years. Even in his previous life, he had failed to grasp why the world had so abruptly descended into chaos. The weak among these survivors would inevitably be cast aside by society, while a select few would gradually learn to cultivate their resilience. Their current naivety was merely a reflection of the nascent apocalypse as they struggled to transition from a lawful society. Had he not once harbored similar foolish thoughts upon first experiencing the end of days? Reflecting on his past endeavor to rescue Sun Mu Yong, he recalled how he inadvertently saved numerous individuals from her company. Yet, in the end, how many harbored genuine gratitude towards him? Most regarded his actions as a given, failing to recognize that in such tumultuous times, his assistance was a kindness, while withholding it was merely expected. They had no right to coerce him into fulfilling their demands, given their lack of familiarity. Although he had no intention of taking any of them with him, he resolved to eliminate the zombies pursuing them before his departure, ensuring that those who had witnessed his strength dared not obstruct his path again. Despite the considerable time spent on his journey, Park Soo ultimately arrived at the home he had meticulously prepared, letting out a sigh as he beheld the place where he intended to devote a month to rigorous training and future preparations. He disembarked from his vehicle and promptly dialed his mother. To his relief, the call went through, and he was met with her anxious voice. Sue, is that you? Is it really you? Hearing the urgency in his mother's tone brought a lump to his throat. In an effort to avoid disturbances to his plans the previous day, he had neglected to carry his phone, and upon returning, he was bombarded with over 100 missed messages, nearly all from her. He realized that in his past life, he had not been sufficiently filial. Steeling himself, he responded, "It's me, Mom. How are you holding up? I was just about to ask you the same. What happened? Why did your phone go dead? There are so many afflicted people outside. Your father called me last night, urging me to lock the doors and stay indoors. This morning, I heard screams from upstairs, but I didn't dare venture out. I peeked through the window and was horrified to see people attacking each other. I tried calling your father, but his phone was unreachable. I'm too frightened to step outside. I worried about you and called, but no one answered. I'm nearly frantic. Are you all right? Are you hurt?" As he listened to his mother's rambling, Park Soo felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that his father had sensed something amiss the previous night and had informed his mother in advance. He had not been cruel-hearted towards her. In the midst of checking his messages, he had also noted a call from a certain man. Though there was only one, it indicated that he had not been forgotten. With a sigh, he reassured his mother, "You needn't worry about me, that I'm fine. You know I've moved to a different place, one you've been to before. The surrounding area is sparsely populated, and I'm not well acquainted with anyone here. I went to bed early last night and forgot to charge my phone, which is why I missed your calls. I will be all right. Just stay safe at home. That man should come to rescue you. I will find a way to meet you in City B. Mom, you must wait for me." His mother, upon hearing this, was far from reassured. She urged him, "Then don't wander about. You've never fought anyone with your slender arms and legs. Those sick people outside terrify me. Why don't you wait there for him to come and get you? After all, he is your father. I'll plead with him. He won't ignore you. Mom, please don't fret so much. You know well the situation with the Park family. Without me there, you might fare better. If I were around, it would likely be difficult for both of us to fit into their world. Don't let my slight frame fool you. I possess considerable fighting ability. For your sake, I will make my way to the City B base, so please, wait for me and don't worry too much. Don't plead with him on my behalf. That will only invite disdain from the family. Just focus on waiting for me, all right? What does it matter how well I fare? We're both teetering on the edge of the grave. If only one of us could be cared for by the Park family, I would prefer it to be you. Though I have never voiced it, Sue, you have always been my beacon of hope." Hearing his mother express such sentiments for the first time, her voice choked with emotion, made Park Soo acutely aware of his past misdeeds. "Mom, you are my hope for living as long as you are there. I have the motivation to survive and find you. They may allow that man to search for you, but that doesn't guarantee he can come for me. Moreover, the distance between City S and City B is considerable. Mom, wait for me. You must take care of yourself." After uttering these words, Park Soo immediately hung up, fearing that if he spoke any longer, he would be unable to contain his tears. He had always known his mother had genuine affection for that man and that she treated him well. Yet, he had been oblivious to how significant he was to her. Chapter 23. Out for training. Perhaps it was due to her excessive indulgence towards him all along, leading him to believe he was merely a tool for her to secure a position within the Park family. Her kindness was simply to be expected. Thus, when Sun Mu-young advised him against going to City B, he felt no particular concern, considering that remaining by that man's side had always been her wish. Today, he realized that he was deemed more important than her very life. Reflecting on this, he recognized her kindness. Aside from her limited attention to his studies, she was meticulous in caring for his needs. Perhaps his academic struggles had contributed to the Park family's tolerance towards him. After hanging up, Park Soo felt a profound sense of frustration and began to organize his supplies. Had he known that the apocalypse was just beginning, that the zombies had yet to develop cores, he would have realized that those without cores were relatively easy to deal with. Even as a second-tier ability user, as long as he remained cautious, he would encounter no significant danger. This was an opportune moment to hone his skills while also gathering resources. For the time being, he had no desire to disturb the supplies at home. It was also a chance to test his newly acquired little brother, or was it little sister, who could enlighten him on how to differentiate the genders of plants. After taking a well-deserved rest, he had a light meal in the afternoon before venturing out once more. This time, he exchanged his weapon for a specially customized self-defense military knife, and thus commenced his drive. As he sought to hone his skills, he understood the necessity of avoiding sparsely populated areas while steering clear of bustling city centers. After all, having spent a month in a peaceful era and possessing a body unacquainted with the apocalypse, He felt somewhat out of practice. Fortunately, he had ascended to the second tier of his abilities, which not only signified vitality but also conferred healing properties associated with the wood element, as long as the zombies he encountered did not exceed the third tier. Even if he were to sustain injuries, the risk of infection would remain minimal. However, given the nascent state of the apocalypse, it was unlikely that third-tier zombies would be present. He opted to drive to a small market not far from his residence. A setting that struck a balance, neither too desolate like the suburbs nor overly crowded like the city, making it an ideal locale for him to practice. He parked his vehicle near a supermarket, colliding with countless zombies along the way. The survivors, observing his lack of intention to halt, dared not linger in front of his car, resorting instead to cursing as they watched his dust-covered silhouette fade into the distance. Upon exiting the vehicle, he promptly secured it and dispatched a few zombies that lunged at him before entering the supermarket. Clearly, the interior had already been ransacked, with shelves and floors in disarray. This led Pu Su to consider the possibility of other individuals still being present. Frowning, he gripped his protective knife tightly and cautiously advanced further inside. Simultaneously, he did not forget to gather supplies into his bag and spatial ring, this time focusing not solely on food but also on clothing and daily necessities. After all, he had amassed a considerable food stockpile already, and as a wood element ability user, he would never lack for sustenance as long as he had seeds. Moreover, in the later stages of the apocalypse, animals had undergone significant mutations and reproduced rapidly, posing their own dangers. Yet, with sufficient strength, one would not suffer from a scarcity of meat. Conversely, seasonings were notably scarce. Thus his primary focus this time revolved around acquiring seasonings and daily necessities. It was important to recognize that survival in the apocalypse was already a daunting challenge. Merely staying alive was no small feat. How many bases possessed the capability to not only sustain life but also to restore some semblance of pre-apocalyptic industry, allowing people to live well? Hence, Pu Su regarded these supplies as essential capital for future survival. Determined to carry as much as he could at that moment, he lamented not being a spatial ability user. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly whisked away all these items. Alas, he could only manage a mere 6 square meters plus a travel suitcase. Of course, there were survivors who, taking advantage of Pu Su's entrance, followed him into the supermarket. However, they looked down upon his scavenging for seasonings. To them, hoarding food was of utmost importance. As for seasonings, they believed that a pinch of salt sufficed. They were convinced that the government would eventually come to their rescue, as long as they had enough food to sustain them until that time. More importantly, upon entering alongside Pu Su, they had witnessed his combat prowess and deemed it unnecessary to offend him over trivial seasonings. After all, he was merely carrying a large suitcase. How much could he possibly take? Once he reached capacity, they would benefit from his surplus. Chapter 24. Saving others, yet feeling troubled, Pu Su himself could not carry an excessive amount of supplies. Since others sought to take advantage of the situation, so be it. After all, he was not a spatial ability user. Furthermore, even if he were, it would be impossible to hoard all of Huagua's resources. At times, one must leave a path for others to survive, mustn't they? He meticulously gathered the items he desired, reluctantly relinquishing the remaining supplies on the shelf. Turning away, he strode towards his vehicle. Armed with his weapons and provisions as he passed by a display, a zombie suddenly lunged at him. With a furrowed brow, he swiftly dispatched the creature with a single stroke, just as he intended to continue on his way. He heard the chilling cries for help from the group of scavengers who had been trailing him. Pausing momentarily, he recalled that there had been no zombies in that area moments before. How could they have been attacked so soon after his departure? He hesitated, contemplating whether to involve himself in this matter. After all, during an apocalypse, it was commendable enough to manage one's own survival. And rescuing others could lead to ingratitude, resentment, or even betrayal. Yet, as the commotion escalated, he ultimately could not harden his heart. Cursing under his breath, he set his suitcase aside and turned back to aid those in distress. What he did not anticipate was that, halfway through his return, the very individuals he aimed to save were already racing toward him, pursued by 7 or 8 zombies, some still clad in their work uniforms. Likely remnants of yesterday's patrons and staff. Upon seeing him approach, the survivors' faces lit up with hope, and they cried out for salvation as they hurried toward him. Unperturbed by their desperate behavior, He had anticipated such a scenario once he decided to help. This confirmed his initial belief that meddling in others' affairs was unwise. Had he not awakened his powers and possessed his current abilities, he might have found himself cornered by the zombies they had drawn to him. However, now that he had committed to rescuing them, he pushed those thoughts aside, dismissing the situation as a mere practice opportunity. He quickened his pace, deftly maneuvering past the throng, his expression stern as he wielded his protective blade with precision, effortlessly dispatching 2 zombies. Just as he prepared to strike down a third, a survivor at the rear suddenly lunged at him, shouting for help. Taken aback by her reckless approach, she was still a living person. He could not bring himself to deliver a lethal blow, allowing her to cling desperately to his arm, significantly hampering his movements. Cursing the unforeseen burden, he narrowly avoided being seized by the third zombie. Though he was not afraid of minor injuries given his current prowess, he abhorred being encumbered in such a fashion. Fortunately, having awakened to the second tier of his abilities, he possessed considerable strength, allowing him to evade 2 charging zombies while simultaneously dispatching them. With a forceful motion, he hurled the woman clinging to his arm aside, her unexpected fall eliciting no sympathy from him. Rather than comforting her, he had unceremoniously tossed her, resulting in a painful landing. Though she initially contemplated hurling insults at him, upon witnessing his prowess against the zombies, she swallowed her grievances. She picked herself up and rejoined the group, retreating as they had before. However, as she passed by the suitcase he had collected earlier, she hesitated momentarily, having entered to scavenge alongside the others with little success before the zombie attack. And being a woman, she was unable to keep pace. Besides the 2 chocolate bars she had managed to pocket, she had taken nothing else. She reasoned that since it would take him time to deal with the 7 zombies, she could not leave empty-handed. After all, he seemed immensely capable and would undoubtedly gather more supplies. Thus, she decided to appropriate the suitcase, intending to return it to him should the opportunity arise in the future. Without further hesitation, she seized the suitcase and dashed outside. After dispatching the final zombie, he caught sight of the woman dragging away his suitcase, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Indeed, being a good Samaritan was fraught with complications. With a scowl, he made his way to the luggage section of the supermarket, selecting a relatively large bag. Once more, he returned to his previous location to collect supplies, relieved that the other scavengers had been too hurried to gather much. With ample provisions now in tow, he carried the bag in one hand and wielded his protective knife in the other as he fought his way to the supermarket's entrance, where he discovered a swarm of zombies surrounding his vehicle. They lunged and howled, only to be repelled by an unseen force, and he faintly discerned the presence of another person inside the car. Chapter 25. The talismans in the car. This peculiar scene was deeply unsettling, and he was determined to prevent anyone from stealing his vehicle. After all, it was the only one he had rented, and given the current situation at the marketplace, losing it would force him to walk back, a perilous journey that could extend until nightfall. Without hesitation, he charged toward the driver's seat while the zombies remained unaware of his presence, swiftly eliminating 3 of them. To his relief, he noted that the occupant in his car was not seated in the driver's seat, alleviating his concerns that someone had attempted to commandeer his vehicle. However, his actions incited the wrath of the surrounding zombies, who quickly turned their attention to him. He had no intention of lingering, swiftly dispatching the nearest 3 zombies before attempting to access his car door, only to be repelled by an unseen force. Frowning, he recalled that the zombies had also been unable to breach his car. It dawned on him that the individual inside must have tampered with his vehicle, and if he couldn't gain entry while the horde continued to swell, it would spell disaster for him. His brow furrowed in contemplation. Could it be that the occupant had awakened an air-based power, creating a protective barrier? If so, he had no choice but to force his way through, confident in his abilities. He believed that few could surpass him in terms of supernatural prowess, and dismantling this barrier should prove a simple task. Summoning his wood-based abilities, he enveloped his protective knife in a faint green glow and struck at the barrier. Expecting a straightforward breach, to his astonishment, no shattering sound followed. Instead, his hand throbbed from the impact. What surprised him further was that his own wood-based energy rebounded, sending him and the zombies staggering back several steps. He silently thanked his preparedness. Otherwise, he might have been injured and toppled into the horde. This commotion caused a portion of the zombies to retreat, allowing him a clearer view of the source of the barrier. It was unmistakably a yellow talisman affixed to his car. Though he had little knowledge of talismans, it was evident that this one could withstand his second-tier abilities and repel energy, marking it as a valuable asset. Since the talisman was affixed to his vehicle, it rightfully belonged to him. Seizing the moment while the zombies remained disoriented, he withdrew his energy and attempted to peel off the talisman. To his delight, it came away easily. With renewed determination, he flung open the car door, tossed his bag into the back seat, and dispatched a few more encroaching zombies before finally entering the vehicle. He started the engine and drove off, swiftly plowing through the surrounding zombies as he headed home. Halfway through his journey, he observed an alarming increase in the number of zombies on the road. Although his chosen vehicle was durable, he was reluctant to inflict further damage, especially since he would rely on it for future travels. Recalling the talisman he had cast aside earlier, he retrieved it and affixed it to the car window once more. Whether it would be effective remained uncertain, but he was keen to find out. To his surprise, it did indeed prove effective. The zombies were flung away from his path even before his vehicle made contact, prompting him to quicken his pace. Once he reached a secluded road devoid of zombies, he finally brought the car to a halt at that moment. He was resolutely opposed to bringing a stranger back to his home. The world was treacherous, and in this apocalypse, he could not risk inviting danger into his sanctuary. He doubted any individual capable of wielding such an effective talisman was ordinary. They could be a practitioner of ancient arts or a Taoist disciple. He had heard whispers of such individuals in his previous life, their powers unfathomable. If they took an interest in his meager supplies, all his efforts over the past month would be in vain. And if it cost him his life, it would be an unjust fate, especially given how hard he had fought for a second chance. Thus, he resolved to have a serious discussion with the man who had yet to utter a word since entering the vehicle. However, upon turning to discern the identity of the slumbering occupant in the passenger seat, he was taken aback. How could it be him? Chapter 26. Should I save him? It is not that Park Soo possesses an extraordinary ability to recognize faces, but rather that he has not known this individual for long. The impression left by this person's visage was indeed striking, and the considerable advantage he gained from this encounter was not easily forgotten. Gazing at the unconscious Soo Nua, Park Soo found himself in a quandary. If it were anyone else, he would have unceremoniously discarded them from the vehicle. After all, he is no saint. He has not forgotten the consequences he faced after rescuing a woman earlier. How could he possibly take another person back? Yet, this individual is Soo Nua. Park Soo owes him a significant debt of gratitude. Without Soo Nua, he would likely not have stumbled upon the opportunity to acquire a 6-square-meter space, which has proven invaluable for storing supplies. Moreover, he has not overlooked the profound respect Soo Nua commanded from the boss, compounded by the talisman affixed to his vehicle. Park Soo is nearly convinced that Soo Nua, even if not the legendary figure of lore, possesses some genuine capabilities. This realization rendered Park Soo hesitant. He observed the feverish man, a state he was all too familiar with, having witnessed similar circumstances during his own and son Mu Yang's awakening of abilities. In simpler terms, it appeared that Soo Nua was on the brink of awakening his powers. If he were to endure, he would become an ability wielder. If not, he would likely succumb to zombification. However, if Park Soo were to abandon him now, the likelihood of Soo Nua surviving would plummet to around 80%. Park Soo mused that as a second-tier ability user, and given his debt of gratitude, perhaps if Soo Nua were to awaken his abilities, they could team up and head to Base S together, which would substantially reduce their danger. He also recalled that Soo Nua appeared to possess a spatial ring. Park Soo certainly would not resort to stealing it. However, if the unfortunate were to occur and Soo Nua became a zombie, he would not hesitate to claim the ring for himself. For someone without spatial abilities, an additional spatial ring would equate to a greater chance of survival. Ultimately, he believed that even if Soo Nua were to turn into a zombie, he could manage to fend him off. Thus, it seemed reasonable to save him as a means of repaying his previous kindness. Furthermore, Park Soo did not perceive Soo Nua as malevolent. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to sit in the passenger seat, but rather taken the wheel himself. Given the opportunity to commandeer the vehicle, he refrained, leading him to conclude that Soo Nua could not be entirely wicked. Park Soo continuously justified his decision to himself, adamant that he would not admit it was simply due to Soo Nua's handsome appearance. Letting such a figure perish felt like a grave injustice. Having resolved to save him, Park Soo could no longer leave the car stranded in the desolate wilderness. He reasoned that Su Nuo must possess some capabilities, and, with his own spatial ring, he likely would not covet their meager possessions. Yet, recalling that Su Nuo had previously kept him at bay with a talisman, capable of resisting his second-tier abilities, Park Su felt a twinge of concern. If Su Nuo were to awaken his powers, would he still be able to handle any ulterior motives? As Park Su pondered, he heard the faint sound of Su Nuo coughing. With a resigned sigh, he decided to commit fully to saving him, hoping that Su Nuo would not repay his kindness with malice. Ideally, he would agree to accompany Park Su to Base S out of gratitude. He gently placed his hand on Su Nuo's forehead, alarmed by the alarming heat emanating from him. Observing his flushed face, Park Su sighed once more, retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his ring, and assisted Su Nuo in taking a few sips. Then, he pulled a blanket from the back seat and covered him, softly murmuring, "You must not die. It would be best if you could grow stronger. That way, my efforts to save you would not be in vain, and do not forget to repay me." Having completed these tasks, Park Su restarted the vehicle, fully intending to return and care for Su Nuo properly. Given his current condition, however, at that very moment, the previously dazed man suddenly opened his eyes. Though barely ajar, it was evident he was awake. In truth, Su Nuo had not intended to seize the vehicle. His sudden physical state had taken him by surprise. He feared that if he did not perish at the hands of the zombies, he might instead succumb to a car accident. How tragic that would be. Furthermore, he had witnessed Park Su's formidable stance as he exited the vehicle to confront the zombies. Although he had only seen a silhouette, he recognized that this individual possessed a degree of strength. His choice to sit in the passenger seat was also a gamble, hoping to discern whether Park Su might take him along. He had strategically placed the talisman to demonstrate his value. Chapter 27. Unable to abandon the vehicle, his intentions were twofold: to gauge Park Su's strength and to ensure his own safety. Based on his understanding of his own spiritual energy, the talisman should, barring unforeseen circumstances, provide him with protection from the surrounding zombies until the following afternoon. Should fortune smile upon him, he might even regain some strength by then, enabling him to devise an escape plan. The third consideration was to ensure that Park Su would recognize his worth, preventing him from unceremoniously discarding Su Nuo from the vehicle. Of course, he had prepared for such an eventuality. Hence, the talisman had been infused with his blood. As a cultivator, his blood carried a more potent spiritual energy than that of an ordinary person, and these foul creatures were instinctively drawn to blood, becoming frenzied upon detecting it. True to his expectations, it was not long before the vehicle was encircled by zombies. He had to concede that, rather than relying on Park Su for rescue, he would prefer for the man to perish outside, as that would render him considerably safer. Although he was not one to engage much with others, both his master and his recent experiences had imparted a vital lesson. Humanity is inherently untrustworthy, especially in such dire circumstances. Who among them is not selfish? How many truly embody the virtues of selflessness? It would be preferable if those possessed of malevolent intent were openly so. It is the duplicitous souls, masquerading as innocent or weak, who are most perilous. Thus, he harbored no desire for Park Su to breach the horde of zombies surrounding him. Su Nuo had always been confident in his abilities. If he could attract the zombies without allowing them to touch the vehicle, he would undoubtedly find a way to disperse them once he regained consciousness. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that Park Su was far stronger than he had anticipated. In fact, it was the force of Park Su's second-tier abilities that jolted him awake from his stupor. The talisman, imbued with his blood, allowed Su Nuo to sense the impact. That strike had drastically reduced the duration of his protective barrier from lasting until the next day to merely 2 more hours, severely hindering his recovery and posing a genuine threat to his life. How could he not awaken? He could roughly guess that the owner of the car had returned, yet he never anticipated that this owner would possess such formidable prowess. If another assault were to occur, it was likely that the protective talisman would shatter completely. However, it seemed that the assailant opted not to strike again. Instead, he tore off the talisman and entered the vehicle, disregarding his own safety as he burst through the encircling horde of zombies. From that moment onward, Su Nuo remained vigilant, no matter how uncomfortable his body felt, for he dared not relax even for a moment. He was uncertain when this individual might launch an attack against him, or when he might be unceremoniously tossed from the vehicle. He could only hope that, considering they were both human, he would not be abandoned amidst the swarm of undead. Otherwise, given his current physical condition, he doubted he could manage to escape on foot. Regardless, he had harbored thoughts of carjacking and had encroached upon someone else's territory. If the man chose to discard him, it would be entirely justified. Thus, when Pu Su brought the car to a halt in a desolate area, Su Nuo braced himself for the imminent abandonment. To his astonishment, however, the man paused slightly upon seeing him, ultimately offering him water and carefully draping a blanket over him. Naturally, he overheard the words spoken, and it was precisely this utterance that assured him he would not be forsaken. It appeared that the man had recognized his utility. Yet, even if he acknowledged Su Nuo's value, there was no reason for such meticulous care. The man's earlier actions clearly indicated an intent to abandon him. It was perplexing to consider what had prompted a change of heart. He was aware that the man must have discerned his capabilities long before, yet the decision to spare him had evidently only been made moments ago. Su Nuo could not help but furrow his brow. Although he considered himself reasonably attractive, he did not believe that in this chaotic world, mere looks would suffice for survival. Moreover, he was not particularly fond of being valued solely for his appearance, especially given that this man was evidently of the masculine persuasion and, from his previous, albeit superficial inspection, possessed commendable abilities. He did not believe such a man would be one to judge others solely by their looks. Thus his intuition suggested that there were other motivations behind the man's actions. This compelled Su Nuo to open his eyes and scrutinize the individual who not only saved him but also tended to him with such care. Chapter 28. Su Nuo's contemplations. Upon closer inspection, he found the man somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. The man's alabaster skin under the sun evoked memories of someone specific, prompting Su Nuo to shift his gaze to the man's hands. Indeed, there lay the spatial ring he had crafted, so it was him. By this reckoning, Su Nuo could be considered a creditor. However, should he perish, that debt would be nullified. It was a stroke of fortune to discover that he was acquainted with someone who, rather than discarding him, chose to care for him attentively, even if it was due to Su Nuo's abilities. Did the man truly believe that he would be of assistance? Was he not concerned that Su Nuo might awaken and demand repayment? Yet in this current world, currency had become one of the least valuable commodities. Observing the man's profile, a faint smile graced Su Nuo's lips. It had been years since he could recall being cared for by anyone. His health had always been robust, likely because he had spent his time alongside his master, who had little inclination to tend to him. Illness was something he had to endure alone. Consequently, his body had remained resilient, rarely faltering. 2 years prior, his master had informed him of his intention to pursue a higher path and seek fortuitous encounters, thus necessitating a separation. Before departing, he had conveyed that if Su Nuo could not find such opportunities, he might very well meet his end. Nevertheless, he had imparted all that was necessary, and Su Nuo's future accomplishments were to be determined solely by his own cultivation and insight. When his master departed, Su Nuo chose not to see him off. It was not that he harbored indifference towards the man who had raised him, but rather he felt that witnessing his departure would evoke a sense of abandonment within him. That individual had been gone for 2 years, and even as the world descended into chaos, he had not returned. Su Nuo remained uncertain whether his master had found his fortune or had perished. For him, the past years had been spent in cultivation and earning a modest living. However, his prolonged seclusion in the mountains had limited his interactions with others, leading to doubts regarding his abilities due to his youthful appearance. Yet, once others witnessed his capabilities, many sought to exploit him, which further soured his inclination towards social interaction. He was reluctant to assume the worst in others, yet he consistently encountered their darker natures, prompting him to gradually adopt a more guarded demeanor, rendering him increasingly difficult to deceive and more cunning. His current predicament arose from a collaboration with a local merchant who had requested his assistance in exorcising a malevolent presence. 2 days prior, he had sensed a significant shift in the spiritual energy permeating the air, though at the time he could not ascertain whether this change was beneficial or detrimental. After assisting the family in ridding their home of the evil, he found himself staying in their guest room. The following day, the world had transformed, and the ensuing panic led the family to rely heavily on him, even pleading for him to remain and protect them for a time. Initially, Su Nuo was reluctant to stay, but their tearful desperation was somewhat taxing, and given his history of transactions with their acquaintances, he felt it would be inappropriate to abandon them. They assured him that should he protect them until the government could send aid, they would reward him handsomely. After aiding them for a day and dispatching numerous zombies from their vicinity, Su Nua began to feel feverish, as he had not taken precautions to conceal his discomfort. They quickly discerned his condition and promptly expelled him, entirely forgetting who had originally requested his presence. Witnessing their swift change of heart, Su Nua, not one to dwell on such matters, left with a bitter smile. His fevered body carrying him away. Along his path, he dealt with several zombies and eventually spotted Pu Su's vehicle near a local supermarket. In a bid for survival, he sought out the car. The care Pu Su had shown earlier touched Su Nua's heart, and as he gazed at the young man's profile, his emotions became complex. Ultimately, he closed his eyes. Since the man had chosen not to abandon him, he would see what assistance he could offer. If he truly meant well, then teaming up with him would not be a burden. After all, this lad appeared somewhat naive, and Su Nua felt confident in his ability to manage. He resolved to wait until he regained his strength before making any decisions. With this thought, he shut his eyes, focusing entirely on harnessing the sudden influx of spiritual energy coursing through him. Chapter 29. The emergence of a scoundrel. Pu Su drove the car home, only to be taken aback by the sight of several individuals lurking suspiciously at his doorstep. His expression darkened as he leapt from the vehicle, demanding, "What are you doing here?" The group surrounding his home flinched at his sudden arrival, and upon recognizing him, a few of them exchanged furtive glances, clearly unwilling to take the lead. Nevertheless, one burly middle-aged man stepped forward defiantly. "I'm returning to my own home. What's it to you? But why are you at my doorstep?" Hearing his words, Pu Su recognized him as the son of the family that had sold him the house. During the purchase, he had only seen the man briefly, collecting his share of the money and departing without further thought. While he had a vague understanding that the family's decision to sell was likely influenced by this ruffian, he had not expected him to show up so brazenly just a day after the apocalypse began. "Your home? Where do you get off claiming this as your home? This is mine," Pu Su retorted coldly, having come to a swift conclusion. "Your home? Who in this village doesn't know that this is my home? I grew up here. Everyone knows me. I merely went away with my lover for a month. And you think you can just take over?" The man gazed upon Park Su, realizing there was truly only one individual, and he appeared even more delicate and charming than he remembered. He felt confident that he could handle him with just one hand, and thus, any lingering feelings of insecurity evaporated, leading him to speak with increasing boldness and truth. He had indeed taken the money from selling a house, squandered it for a month, and then rented a place nearby with his lover. The rent was relatively affordable due to its distance from the city center. The sum Park Su had provided was sufficient for him to settle his gambling debts and enjoy a comfortable period of living. However, since he resided not too far away, he had observed the renovations Park Su had made to their home, and he had scoffed at the youth's efforts. After all, it was merely a rural house. There seemed to be no need for such elaborate renovations. Even if the area were to be redeveloped, it would not happen swiftly, and he himself had been contemplating how he might benefit from the demolition. The young man's investment in the house might yield him a greater share of the profits later, which posed no detriment to him. What he did not anticipate was that he would not wait for the redevelopment, but instead face an apocalypse. Initially, he had no intention of coveting the house, however. As the night wore on, the number of zombies banging on the door increased, and the supplies in the house were limited, only enough for him and his lover to last a few days. He unconsciously recalled his old house. Having kept a close watch on it, he knew it had been fortified with a reinforced security door by the young man. The safety of that place far surpassed that of his own dilapidated dwelling. If only he could move in there, he would no longer have to live in fear each night. Moreover, he reasoned that the young man was wealthy. In his mind, wealthy individuals tended to stock up on food, which was certainly preferable to his daily diet of plain rice. Besides, he perceived the young man as physically frail, lacking any combat prowess, and believed he would not pose a challenge. He had observed that the young man lived alone, with only a single visit from a middle-aged woman, leading him to believe the house would not be difficult to seize. Thus emboldened, he made his way over today. However, the journey proved more complicated than he had imagined. There were far more zombies outside than he anticipated. Fortunately, he encountered a few fellow villagers searching for food along the way. They cooperated to eliminate several zombies, and he shared his thoughts with them that, of course, some were not in agreement, but given that this man was known as a ruffian in the village, they had always been reluctant to provoke him in this dire situation. They were even less inclined to do so, fearing he might simply kill them and attribute their deaths to the zombies. They still wanted to survive until the government could rescue them. As luck would have it, upon their arrival, they found the young man absent from his home, which alleviated their guilt somewhat, and they contemplated whether to follow this man inside to procure some food. However, before they could act, the young man returned. Those who had been forcibly brought along by the man felt a twinge of guilt, yet the man, upon seeing Park Su's demeanor, stepped forward with an air of authority, asserting that they should verify that this house rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 30. Someone to assist him. Park Su was nearly amused to the point of anger by his words. This man truly had the audacity to speak such nonsense. Already fatigued from battling zombies, his irritation grew, and he released a slight pressure, his tone icy as he stated, "When I purchased this house, it was clearly documented in black and white, and I have never owed you a penny. The exchange was entirely legitimate. At least I still have the contract stored in my home. How is it that you now wish to come and seize my property? Do you truly think me an easy target?" The few individuals surrounding him had been forcibly dragged along by this man, and while they saw potential profit, they were beginning to feel that the young man was not as easily intimidated as they had assumed. Many started to contemplate retreating, though they hesitated due to the man's established dominance in their village. Black and white? The man only felt that Park Su was bluffing. He did not believe he could not handle such a delicate scholar. So he continued, "I know nothing of any black and white documentation. What I do know is that I have lived here for over 30 years. I merely stepped out for a moment. And now you have taken my place. If you know what is good for you, you should vacate this house. Otherwise, you cannot blame me for being rough. My hands are not gentle, and if I harm you, you cannot hold it against me." Park Su frowned, truly taken aback by the man's shamelessness and lack of awareness regarding the impending danger. He scoffed coldly, "And if I refuse to leave, are you prepared to resort to violence?" The man, having already torn the veil of civility, showed no signs of retreating. He stepped forward and declared, "I do not wish to bully you, so if you have any sense, you will leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness. You are the one attempting to steal my house." Park Su let out a cold laugh, but chose not to direct his gaze back to the man. Instead, he turned his attention to the group behind him, asking, "Do you all share this sentiment? Are you willing to join in?" Some among them felt that Park Su, with his slender limbs, was not a match for the man, and they perceived his current composure as merely a front. Most importantly, they recognized Park Su's lavish attire, understanding he was a young entrepreneur who had recently been purchasing numerous fine items. The prospect of profit compelled them to align with the man, believing that if he were victorious, they would surely reap some benefits. Conversely, others had been dragged along by the man and had no desire to oppose Park Su. Some recalled that on the night the zombies first attacked, Park Su had not returned home. The following day, many had seen him covered in blood, and their instincts warned them that this young man might be far more formidable than they had initially surmised. Additionally, they were aware of the man's dealings regarding the house. This young man had lived here for over a month, and while they had not interacted much, they felt that seizing someone else's property was unscrupulous. They sensed a looming danger from the young man and were hesitant to provoke him further, having originally come due to the man's threats. Now, Park Su's display of composure led them to doubt whether their choice was wise. Of course, some preferred to remain neutral, hoping to benefit from the ensuing conflict. Thus, after Park Su finished speaking, those following the man immediately split into two factions. A middle-aged man in his 30s stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Tiger, perhaps we should let this go. I don't think he seems like an easy target, and besides, this house originally belonged to your mother." The man, hearing this, immediately interrupted, "My mother? What of my mother? Meng Shan, you wouldn't dare suggest that my mother sold this house to this pretty boy. Would you? Without evidence, you must not make such claims. At no point have I ever acknowledged selling this house to anyone. It was merely occupied by someone else. However, I, Meng Hu, am not so easily bullied. And it is only right that he return this house to me." Meng Shan, taken aback by Meng Hu's outburst, appeared somewhat disheartened. He glanced at Park Su but chose not to speak further, instead stepping back a few paces, clearly unwilling to involve himself any further. Meng Hu's expression darkened at this behavior. "Meng Shan, you truly are a piece of work. I will remember this. Once I deal with him, I will return to settle things with you." Meng Shan trembled at the threat, his expression growing grim. Just as Park Su believed he might change his mind, he unexpectedly approached Park Su's side. Chapter 31. Internal strife. Seeking aid while Park Soo remained wary of him, he allowed him to stand beside him and watched as he addressed Meng Hu, saying, "Meng Hu, given the state of the world as it is, and with heaven watching over us, I truly do not wish to partake in such unscrupulous dealings. Now that you have taken this stance, I must align myself with this young man to prevent you from turning against me later." Meng Hu was infuriated by his actions and was about to lash out when Meng Shan continued, "We are all long-standing members of this village. Surely, we all know what kind of character Meng Hu possesses. Do you genuinely believe that once he has dealt with this young man, he will leave any benefits for you? How many grievances have we suffered under his hand over the years? He is merely considering the young man's advantages. Who knows who will be next once he has dealt with the youth? The principle of once the rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked is not lost on any of us. If we assist this young man today, at least he will not turn against us in the future. However, if we help Meng Hu today, how can we be certain that when he seeks more benefits, he won't turn on us?" His words were indeed compelling and resonant, swaying some individuals who were initially reluctant to associate with Meng Hu, while those driven by self-interest calculated that in Meng Hu's absence, they could seize an even larger share for themselves. Yet, the lack of a pretext for action in Meng Hu's absence left them in a state of hesitation. All their reactions were keenly observed by Pu Su, who said nothing, but found himself somewhat astonished that Meng Shan, when threatened by Meng Hu, not only refused to yield but rather chose to assist him. This prompted him to scrutinize Meng Shan more closely. Yet he refrained from commenting on his behavior, silently watching their movements. It seemed to him that Meng Hu was the one who should be more enraged at this moment. Indeed, upon witnessing those around him begin to lean towards opposing him due to Meng Shan's words, Meng Hu's anger flared. He shot back at Meng Shan, "You truly are something else. How did I never notice your sharp tongue before? I'll be sure to smash that mouth of yours and see how you babble then." With that, he swung a fist towards Meng Shan. Pu Su narrowed his eyes, refraining from intervening. He was curious to see how Meng Shan would respond, whether he was relying on some hidden strength or merely acting impulsively. As Meng Hu's fist approached, Meng Shan's foot shifted slightly, allowing him to evade the blow. Pu Su raised an eyebrow. It appeared that this Meng Shan had awakened a speed ability, a sir having spoken thus. He disregarded the reactions of those outside and stepped inside. The individuals at the entrance, having heard his words, although still unable to comprehend the nature of wood-based abilities, were nonetheless aware of a certain direction. This person had indicated that he could not effectively control this potentially harmful plant. This implied that the plant might indeed pose a threat to them. Consequently, after a brief moment of stunned silence, they fled in a panic, determined to distance themselves from this peculiar flora, unwilling to risk their lives for an unseen benefit. As for the mention of the plant being a pothose, that detail was quickly overlooked. After all, who had ever encountered such a ferocious specimen? It was indeed their first experience. After placing Su Nua upon the bed, Pu Su stood by the second-floor window and gazed down. Sure enough, apart from the grievously injured Meng Hu, there was no one else around. He had not anticipated that the attacking prowess of the pothose would be so formidable. The remark he had made was merely a test, and he was uncertain how effectively he could harness the pothose residing within his dantian. After all, his wood-based energy was more akin to a life-sustaining ability with limited offensive capabilities. In his previous life, he had relied primarily on a single technique. With spikes, which he had mastered with ease, of course, upon reaching the third level, he could control mutated plants, but such control had its limitations. Firstly, the mental fortitude required to manipulate mutated plants was considerable, and secondly, one needed to possess the seeds of these mutated plants to utilize them. Furthermore, the mutated plants he controlled were ideally at a lower tier than himself, ensuring a longer control duration and mitigating the risk of backlash even if his wood-based energy was depleted. If he attempted to control a mutated plant of a higher tier, he would face significant mental exhaustion and the danger of retaliation. The same principle applied to plants of equal tier, albeit with somewhat less difficulty than those superior to him. When he first extracted the pothose from his dantian, he discovered that these limitations seemed to vanish entirely. The pothose appeared as an independent entity, though it resided in his dantian. Summoning it required minimal energy expenditure, practically none. Thus, he endeavored to allow the pothose to engage in battle autonomously. He was uncertain whether it would act according to his intentions after he had spoken those words. Consequently, while carrying Su Nua, he discreetly observed the pothose from the passenger seat, prepared to exert mental control over it at any moment. To his surprise, the potholes obediently injured only Ming who, sparing the others nearby. He found himself connected to the potholes through a subtle mental link, yet its actions did not necessitate his control. This indicated that the mutated potholes functioned almost as a loyal subordinate, assisting him in combat while imposing minimal demands on his mental energy. This realization quickened his heartbeat. He recalled having personally experienced the potency of the Pothos's attacks. With its assistance, his combat prowess could indeed ascend to a new level. However, having only recently acquired the potholes, he was unsure of the extent to which he could exert control over it. His actions today had been somewhat reckless. Had he not previously confirmed his ability to forcibly retract the potholes into his dantian, he likely would not have tested its energy consumption and obedience in such a manner. He glanced at the bloodied Ming Hu on the ground and the potholes, which seemed somewhat satisfied, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He sensed that the potholes had endured considerable frustration in his presence, leading it to unleash its wrath upon Ming Hu. Regardless, the potholes had become a surprising boon since his rebirth. Though it remained uncertain whether this unexpected gift would serve as a safeguard or a ticking time bomb, it seemed he would need to devote some time to thoroughly investigate the mutated potholes that had entered his life after his resurrection. Chapter 33. Assisting Su Nua with his bath. Su retracted the mutated potholes back into his body, indifferent to the man lying in a pool of blood. He knew the man still clung to life. But if blood continued to seep from his wounds, it would likely attract a horde of zombies. Should that occur and the man remained in his current state, he would be courting death. Fortunately, they were in the outskirts where zombies were scarce and had been significantly reduced by the efforts of others. Otherwise, in this condition, he would have been torn to shreds in the city. The fact that none of his companions had stayed behind for him indicated a lack of camaraderie. Thus, his fate lay solely in his own hands. Whether he could survive depended entirely on himself. If he could manage to rise and return before the zombies arrived, he might yet save his own life. Otherwise, he would merely be awaiting death. Su had no intention of assisting him. Given the man's current state, even if he were to intervene, gratitude was hardly guaranteed. Instead, he might harbor resentment. Rescuing an enemy was not Su's notion of benevolence. As for the zombies he might attract, he felt confident in his ability to fend them off and considered that their arrival might provide an opportunity to further test the Pothos's capabilities. Disregarding Ming Hu, Su closed the window. Before long, the sounds of zombies echoed from outside. He turned to ensure Su Nua was comfortably situated on the bed, and then ventured to the courtyard to fetch well water to assist Su Nua in bathing. When the zombies encircled his home, drawn by the scent of blood, Su released the potholes once more, allowing it to act freely. Having not had a satisfying fight in its last two encounters, the potholes seized the opportunity without restraint. Before Su had finished washing the towel, it returned to his dantian, thoroughly content. Observing this, Su inquired, "Have you resolved everything so swiftly?" The potholes, brimming with pride, replied, "Had you not imposed such numerous restrictions on me, I could have been even quicker." Su raised an eyebrow, choosing to ignore the comment. As for the questions swirling in his mind, he resolved to inquire later. Currently, he was preoccupied with Su Nua's clothing. He understood that assisting Su Nua with his bath could aid in reducing his fever, yet he was inherently attracted to men, and Su Nua's visage fell within his preferred aesthetic. Although he had professed disinterest in pursuing romance, he could not deny that the prospect of directly undressing someone was somewhat awkward. As he hesitated, Su Nua, lying on the bed, emitted a few soft groans of discomfort. Su sighed, muttering, "This is not to take advantage of you. It is for your own good." Before reaching to remove his clothing, typically, he was swift in dressing and undressing. Yet when it came to assisting Su Nua, he found himself clumsy. Each contact with Su Nua's skin felt heated beneath his fingertips, and when Su Nua's broad chest lay revealed before him, he could not help but exclaim, "I had no idea you possessed such an impressive physique." With defined pectorals and abdominal muscles, truly enviable. Upon uttering this, he glanced at Su Nua's handsome, flushed face and felt his heart race. He quickly averted his gaze, hastily rubbing the towel, internally insisting, "I am not interested in him. I am merely captivated by his beauty." As he awkwardly continued to assist Su Nua, however, the more he rubbed, the more embarrassed he became, prompting him to hastily conclude the task, pulling the blanket over Su Nua and exiting with the tray. After preparing some food for himself in the kitchen to address his own physiological needs, he surmised that Su Nuo would likely remain unconscious for the day and resolved to provide him with sustenance the following day. With his room occupied, he had no other matters to attend to and began to further investigate the potholes. You just mentioned that I impose restrictions on you? What restrictions? The pothose, still in its early stages of acquiring sentience, lacked the complexities of human thought. Moreover, having encountered Pu Su first after its mutation, it had been drawn into his dantian following their battle. Realizing it could not leave, it adopted an attitude of acceptance. Nevertheless, as a plant now endowed with intelligence, it remained curious about the outside world. While the atmosphere within the dantian was comfortable, it was undeniably dull. Hearing Pu Su initiate conversation, it readily responded, "Currently, I have no means of venturing beyond your dantian. I can only follow you. Furthermore, I have recently discovered that I can only absorb wood-based energy from your dantian, which means I can only cultivate when you do." Chapter 34. The Pursuit of Training. Upon hearing the words of the request, Park Su could not help but feel a sense of surprise. He immediately activated his wood-based abilities, beginning to sense and absorb the wood energy present in the air. Although this training method was considerably slower than later acquiring crystal cores from zombies, it was still better than nothing. After circulating his wood abilities within his body for 2 complete cycles, he felt invigorated, and the amount of wood energy he absorbed was significantly greater than during his previous life. This puzzled him. If it were due to his abilities having reached the 2nd tier, he wondered why he had not experienced such rapid absorption even at the 4th tier in his last existence. It felt as if 2 wood ability users were simultaneously drawing energy from the surrounding environment. He recalled that in his previous life, he needed to sift through the chaotic energies in the air slowly, making the process much slower. However, now he found that there was no need for such filtering. By the time he completed the 1st cycle, he sensed that the air around him was saturated with wood energy. The 2 cycles of his wood abilities had equated to the energy obtained from a 1st-tier zombie crystal core, a transformation that brought him joy. It was well known that as soon as people discovered that zombie crystal cores could aid in cultivation, their value skyrocketed. Additionally, in the later stages, these cores could be used as energy sources, especially the high-tier zombie cores, which were immensely precious. Hence, for someone like him, who served a logistical role, acquiring sufficient crystal cores for upgrades was typically a daunting task. Trying to hunt zombies for crystal cores was even more challenging, especially as the apocalypse progressed and the zombies' levels increased. Thus, he often found himself training alone. If the speed of his cultivation had been as swift and pure in his previous life, he might have even surpassed the 5th tier and entered the 6th. Then, even if surrounded by zombies, he would have at least been able to fight back instead of meeting a futile demise. Thinking of the tragic circumstances of his death in the last life, Park Su felt a pang of pain coursing through every fiber of his being. He could not help but recall the man who had pushed him into the horde of zombies. In this life, he had chosen to ignore him early on. When the apocalypse struck, he had not attempted to save him. He wondered if that man could still be as fortunate as he had been in his previous existence. Though Park Su had no desire to see him now, he did not wish for Sun Muyang to die. He still wanted to meet that man again to inquire what it was about him that had evoked such disdain. To the extent that Sun Muyang had wished to kill him outright. The mere thought of Sun Muyang soured Park Su's expression, but fortunately, the voice of a young girl soon interrupted his train of thought. "Why have you stopped your training? I've only absorbed a tiny bit of energy. You're so unmotivated." Green Lo, the vine plant, had not anticipated that the wood energy it absorbed from Park Su during his training would be so pure and delectable, rivaling the energy it had once drawn from energy stones. Having gone a day without feeling such energy, Green Lo was desperately trying to absorb more. However, just as it was about to draw in a bit more, Park Su ceased his training. Much to the dismay of the vine, it would not relent easily and urged Park Su to continue his cultivation. Recovering from his reverie, Park Su found Green Lo's complaints somewhat amusing. He had inadvertently acquired a little assistant to prompt him to train. Yet, he was not oblivious to the peculiar circumstances surrounding his training, which he suspected might be connected to Green Lo. After contemplating for a moment, he suggested to Green Lo that she refrain from absorbing energy while he completed another 2 cycles of his abilities. Indeed, he found that the speed of absorption and the purity of the surrounding energy were vastly superior when Green Lo joined him in his training. Moreover, this time, without Green Lo absorbing alongside him, he could distinctly feel that the energy entering his body was not directly stored in his meridians as it had been in his previous life. Instead, it flowed directly into his dantian. This left Park Sue perplexed. What could this mean? Observing Greenlow, who was shaking its leaves in a somewhat pitiful manner, unable to absorb energy, Park Sue could not help but chuckle. Since he was engaged in cultivation anyway, he decided to explore while training. Thus, he proposed to Greenlow, "Let us train together." With that, he resumed circulating his wood abilities. Greenlow beamed with joy at his approval and promptly began absorbing the energy as well. Before long, Park Sue found himself enveloped in wood energy once more. Chapter 35. The promised test. Though Park Sue was somewhat lost in his training, he never lost sight of observing the changes in the wood energy within his dantian. Indeed, when he reached the 10th cycle, he noticed the wood energy gradually beginning to flow through his meridians, bringing him immense comfort. Once his meridians were filled with wood energy, he felt remarkably rejuvenated, as if he had not just fought a battle without rest. Taking a deep breath, he surmised that the transformation of his wood abilities was likely related to his forced absorption of that energy stone. He was uncertain if this constituted a mutation of his abilities, but regardless, he could feel that his capacity to store wood energy was far superior compared to his previous tier. This indicated that among wood ability users of the same tier, he had become a standout. Perhaps, due to his enhanced wood abilities, he could even attempt to control and influence mutated plants of the same tier. However, whether he could do so remained to be seen. If he could acquire a different, more offensive ability, it might enhance his overall strength, allowing him to survive more effectively in this predatory world. He glanced at Greenlow, still swaying its leaves in the dantian while absorbing wood energy, and a smile tugged at his lips. At least in this life, he had this little companion to assist him. Moreover, given its strong attacking capabilities and potential for further training, having such an ally was certainly advantageous. He reflected that he was much stronger now than in his previous life. One must learn to appreciate what they have. Although he had replenished the stamina expended during his training and felt mentally alert, it was already the afternoon of the second day, and hunger gnawed at him. Especially when he stood up, he heard his stomach protesting loudly. Thankfully, he was alone in the room. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Thinking of the Taoist named Su Nuwa, who was resting in his bedroom, Park Sue realized that while he trained, he had lost track of time and did not know how Su Nuwa was faring. He wondered if he had managed to recover, and if he had, he would need to prepare a meal for him as well, considering he had been asleep for so long. With that thought, he headed to his room to check on Su Nuwa. To his relief, he found that Su Nuwa's complexion had returned to normal. Park Sue reached out to touch his forehead, and upon finding a normal temperature, he sighed in relief. As long as the fever had subsided, he would soon awaken. He wondered what abilities he would awaken. Though Park Sue was curious, he was not foolish enough to stand idly by waiting. After all, Su Nuwa was in his room and wouldn't he be going anywhere anytime soon. He hoped that the ability Su Nuwa awakened would be one with strong offensive capabilities. If they could team up in the future, it would provide him with a reliable ally in battle, and of course, he would never voice such thoughts to Su Nuwa for now. He needed to nourish himself and prepare some nutritious porridge for Su Nuwa as well. With that in mind, he made his way downstairs to the kitchen. Having prepared in advance, the 3 refrigerators in the house were stocked with food, primarily meat. After all, as a wood ability user, he would never lack for seeds to grow vegetables. But hunting was not a task suited for someone with logistical abilities. However, considering that Su Nuwa was just recovering from a serious illness, he needed to be well nourished, so he decided not to skimp on the meal. He took some pork tenderloin from the refrigerator, sliced it into strips, and made a pot of vegetable and meat porridge, also preparing 2 side dishes. After eating a portion himself, he carried the food upstairs. Just as he placed the dishes on the table, he turned to find Su Nuwa awake, staring intently at him with an icy expression and an unreadable gaze. Park Sue, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Su Nuwa's face and his elongated eyes, hesitated before speaking. "You're awake? Are you hungry? I've prepared some food for you. I wonder if it suits your taste. Would you like to try it now?" Su Nuwa had begun to regain consciousness when Su first ascended the stairs to check his temperature. However, lacking strength and sensing no malice from the youth, he chose to lie back and subtly explore the changes in his body. To his surprise, he discovered an influx of spiritual energy within him. After a brief examination, he realized that this energy posed no harm, which alleviated his concerns. Yet, Before he could delve deeper into the potential of this newfound energy, the enticing aroma of food wafted from downstairs, stirring a hunger in Shunhua that he had not previously acknowledged. He wondered if Pusu would remember that he was still there, famished, and whether there would be a portion set aside for him. If he had known, he would not have feigned sleep earlier, especially since it had been a long time since he had savored someone else's cooking. Having been brought back to the mountain by his master for recuperation, he had grown accustomed to the unsatisfactory meals prepared by the old man. To say the old man's culinary skills were lacking would be an understatement. They were barely edible. Consequently, he had taken to cooking for his master. And after tasting his dishes, the old man never returned to the kitchen. Shunhua occasionally ventured down the mountain to procure food, initially finding the fare below delightful. However, after the old man's departure, he lost the motivation to cook. Feeling that without someone to share meals with, there was little point in preparing food. Over time, the dishes from restaurants began to feel monotonous and insipid, leading him to occasionally yearn for someone to prepare something delicious for him, as it would evoke a sense of home. As he pondered this, he noticed Pusu entering his room with a tray of food. Initially, Pusu was oblivious to Shunhua's wakefulness, as he focused intently on placing the meal on the bedside table. The delightful aroma further endeared the young man to Shunhua. Thus, when Pusu turned to him and inquired, he instinctively replied, "Yes." Accustomed to caring for Sun Muyang, Pusu effortlessly helped Shunhua sit up, thoughtfully placing a pillow behind his back before presenting a bowl of congee. "This is vegetable and shredded meat congee. Please have some. If it's insufficient, there's more in the pot. If you find it too bland, there are pickled cucumbers and sweet and sour vegetarian chicken on the side," he explained, gesturing towards the dishes. Shunhua, pleasantly surprised by the young man's attentiveness, took a sip of the offered congee, his eyes widening in delight. He had not anticipated that Pusu's culinary skills would exceed his expectations. Given that he had deduced from their previous interaction that Pusu was likely from a well-off background, and few of such individuals possessed culinary prowess. With each spoonful of the steaming congee, warmth spread through his limbs, and he did not overlook the young man standing before him. After finishing half the bowl, he remarked languidly, "I never imagined our second meeting would unfold in this manner." Pusu, equally surprised that Shunhua recognized him so swiftly, chuckled, "I didn't foresee this either. It seems we are quite fated." Shunhua raised an eyebrow. "So, are you prepared to repay me the 1.5 million? Pusu, taken aback, was baffled by the sudden shift in conversation to the matter of the 1.5 million. Shouldn't the other party first express gratitude for his life-saving intervention? Observing Shunhua's demeanor, Pusu found it intriguing. This mention of debt was merely Shunhua's way of indicating he remembered who Pusu was. Yet he had not expected the youth to take it seriously. Upon reflection, he recalled the IOU safely tucked away in his spatial ring. Amusement flickered in his mind, prompting him to continue, "Isn't that the case? Or should I show you the loan note again? However, there's no rush. We agreed on a month for repayment, and it has only been a little over a week. Given the current chaotic state of affairs, money may well be worthless now." Pusu did not believe he could produce 1.5 million in cash during the apocalypse. However, in the midst of the chaos, who would bother about such currency when survival was the priority? It seemed a futile endeavor. If they were discussing gold, it might retain some value in these times, but paper money was hardly worth the effort, even to use as kindling. Thus, when Shunhua brought up the depreciation of money in the apocalypse, Pusu instinctively nodded in agreement. Then he heard Shunhua softly assert, "But the ring I gave you should be worth far more now. Wouldn't you agree?" At this, Pusu instinctively hid his hand, adorned with the ring, behind him and awkwardly replied, "You sold it to me, so it belongs to me now. Even if its value has increased, you cannot renege on the deal." Shunhua regarded Pusu's protective stance over the ring with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Though his expression remained unchanged, "That may be so, but you haven't fully paid for it, have you? Moreover, taking into account the 1.5 million, I seem to be at quite a loss. In truth, if he desired to create a spatial ring, he could fabricate as many as he wished, provided he had the materials. The one he had sold Pusu was merely a 6-square-meter ring, now the simplest item in his possession. Given the substantial sum he had received, he had no genuine intention of reclaiming it. He merely intended to tease, yet he found Pusu's earnestness amusing. Thus, he deliberately posited this to gauge Pusu's character. Chapter 36. Shunhua's conditions before losing consciousness entirely. Xunhua had overheard Pusu expressing a desire to collaborate with him. Now, burdened by a debt of gratitude, he knew he would not refuse if Pusu were to propose such an arrangement. However, if that were his sole motive, then the act of saving him would merely be a transaction. Yet, for reasons unknown, ever since this youth began caring for him, Xunhua harbored a reluctance to view their interaction as merely transactional. Presently, appearing feeble and vulnerable, he observed Pusu's demeanor, curious to see if the young man would resort to desperate measures under pressure. After all, no one wished for a prospective partner to harbor ulterior motives. Ready to stab them in the back for personal gain, it would be exhausting to remain vigilant against potential treachery while fighting alongside someone. Therefore, the integrity of a collaborator was of utmost importance. Unbeknownst to him, Pusu was unaware of Xunhua's thoughts. When he had initially purchased the ring for 1 million, he had felt he had made a significant bargain. However, he had assumed he would never cross paths with Xunhua again. Who could have predicted such fortune that merely 2 days into the apocalypse, he would encounter his creditor? Moreover, the fact that Xunhua had directly addressed the perceived advantage he had gained added to his embarrassment, rendering him unable to voice his invitation to collaborate. Yet, relinquishing something he had obtained was out of the question, especially since he had stored so much valuable supplies within the ring without it. Traveling would be increasingly inconvenient, especially with so many bandits lurking along the way. He doubted his ability to handle every threat alone, and carrying supplies would only complicate matters further. Having saved Xunhua's life, he hoped the latter would not act so ruthlessly. Pusu contemplated his next move, deciding to attempt a negotiation and see if any compromise might be possible. The loan note states that repayment is due in 2 months. Why press me for it so soon? We agreed on a price and a repayment date. How was I to know the world would turn upside down? Besides, you have already sold me the ring, and I will not return it. Moreover, you still owe me a life. Is your life not worth 1.5 million? If I had not saved you, you would have lost your life, so why quibble over such trivialities? Xunhua, amused by Pusu's possessive attitude, found him somewhat endearing. He chuckled internally, yet he persisted. So, are you indeed planning to repay me the 1.5 million in cash in 2 months? Pusu felt an urge to respond affirmatively. That is my intention, but he hesitated to voice it outright. They both understood that if the current state of the world persisted, those paper bills would likely become a meaningless string of numbers. An obvious attempt to take advantage of the situation. Would he have to use the bills to start a fire? After a moment's thought, he replied, "Why don't you just tell me what you want? If I find it reasonable, I will consider it. But you must understand, I am merely a scholar with no means to meet overly high demands." In simpler terms, he implied that Xunhua should not expect anything beyond his capabilities. Xunhua had not anticipated that he would directly pass the ball to him. Momentarily, he found himself at a loss for what to inquire. Moreover, he did not genuinely regard the ring as significant. It was merely a means to test him. Now, observing him, although he appeared reluctant, he ultimately did not reveal even a hint of murderous intent towards Xunhua. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a pleading glimmer, portraying a rather pitiable demeanor. Despite the possibility of ending his life, thus seizing his precious possession and absolving himself of his debts, he chose to adopt a woeful expression to elicit sympathy. This could only imply that the youth was rather foolish at times. Nevertheless, it must be said that Xunhua was somewhat swayed by this act. He savored the delightful porridge in his mouth, which elevated his mood. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about you prepare my meals 3 times a day to settle your debt? I believe, given the current circumstances, food will only appreciate in value. And sooner or later, you shall repay the debt you owe me." What do you think of this suggestion? Piaosu was momentarily taken aback. Are you suggesting that I should cook for you every day? Xunhua nodded. I think, based on previous market prices, this condition should suffice for you to cook for me for a lifetime. Wouldn't you agree? But do not worry. I won't impose a lifetime of servitude upon you. Just allow me to indulge until I am utterly weary of your cooking. That, of course, I trust that your culinary skills will not suddenly deteriorate. As he spoke, he glanced at the empty porridge bowl beside him. Chapter 37. The teased Piaosu had not expected Xunhua to propose such a condition. Logically, given his current stockpile, preparing 3 meals a day for this individual merely entailed a bit more cooking. After all, he too needed to eat, and there was nothing he could not acquiesce to, especially since, without his spatial ring, he could not store such a vast quantity of food. However, he was acutely aware that such conditions would persist for many years. At least during his previous life, when he met his demise, the situation had not yet reached its culmination. Initially, resources were relatively easy to procure, but as time progressed, they became increasingly scarce, with food emerging as one of the most vital commodities. Thus, prices were on a constant upward trajectory. He could sustain Xunhua for a year or two, given his ample supply of food, but a mere 6 square meters of space would not last indefinitely. If time dragged on, he feared he would become yet another fool, supporting someone else, much like in his previous life. Moreover, Xunua's stipulation of "until I grow weary" was ambiguous. Who could predict when he would tire of the meals? It simply was not his desire to expend energy nurturing another man. Who knew if Xunhua might turn out to be another Sun Muyang? The thought of his previous life, where he busied himself like a fool only to meet such an end, left him feeling rather vexed. He had no intention of repeating the mistakes of his former existence. Yet, in his fixation on the prospect of nurturing someone, he failed to remember that Xunhua was not Sun Muyang and did not require him to expend energy on his behalf. In fact, he might even leverage Xunua's abilities to gather more resources. Xunhua had proposed such terms because, firstly, he genuinely enjoyed Piao Su's cooking, and secondly, he recalled Piao Su expressing a desire to team up with him before he had fallen unconscious. If he were to suggest joining him under the pretext of needing meals, it would implicitly imply agreement to accompany him. After all, he currently had no objectives. His old man's fate was uncertain. And even if he were alive, Xunhua had no idea where he might be hiding. Furthermore, he did not believe that such a person warranted his concern. He fancied his proposal to be exceedingly generous, not only solving the issue of suggesting that they venture to the base together, but also ensuring he continued to owe him a life debt. Such fortuitous circumstances were not something he would typically initiate. It was only due to the favorable impression this youth had left on him that he dared to voice such a suggestion. However, he did not expect the youth to exhibit hesitation, which irked him slightly. Thus, he coldly remarked, "What's the matter? Do you feel wronged by cooking for me? You should know that many would gladly prepare meals for me, and I still would not accept." Piao Su, upon hearing these words, broke free from his thoughts. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, he pondered, "Where are all these people willing to cook for you? Why don't you seek them out instead of clinging to me?" With a sigh, he replied, "Cooking for you is not an issue, but I must inform you that my resources are limited. I cannot provide for you indefinitely. As I mentioned earlier, I am merely a weak homebody. Scavenging for supplies and battling zombies is truly not my forte. Are you certain you want to depend on my cooking? I fear you might find yourself well-fed one day and starving the next. And then you would complain to me about your dissatisfaction. Perhaps you should consider another request." Upon hearing this, Xunhua realized that Piao Su had been concerned about something all along. He was worried about being a freeloader. Initially, he had not entertained such thoughts, but now, observing Piao Su's cautious demeanor, he couldn't resist teasing him. "You claim to be a weak homebody incapable of defeating zombies, yet if memory serves, you were the one who rescued me from a horde of them. Moreover, I do not believe a weak homebody could procure the talisman I had affixed to my vehicle from within the encirclement of zombies." Piao Su felt no embarrassment at Xunua's remarks. Instead, his attention was entirely captured by the mention of the talisman. Recalling that extraordinary talisman, he couldn't help but lean closer, inquiring, "Where did you acquire that talisman? It's quite impressive. Do you have more?" Xunhua had not anticipated Piao Su's rapid shift in focus, especially considering that they had yet to settle their previous accounts. Now he appeared utterly entranced, which struck Xunhua as amusing. He countered, "Even if I do. So what? Do you wish to purchase it? Do not forget that you currently owe me a substantial debt, and you are regarded as a person with poor credit in my eyes. Do you truly believe I would sell you the talisman?" Chapter 38. Courteous yet calculated, Piao Su realized that the conversation had circled back to its origin. He hung his head, lamenting, "When will you tire of my cooking? This timeline lacks any constraints. If you truly cling to me for a lifetime, would I not be selling myself into servitude for 1.5 million? Moreover, it is not that I refuse to repay this debt. Rather, you simply do not wish to accept it. Correct. This seems rather ungracious of you. After all, I am your savior. When did I ever state that I no longer wanted the 1.5 million? I merely suggested cooking to clear your debt. As for your inquiry about when I might tire of your cooking, this is merely my first meal. How could I possibly answer that? Do you not find your question a bit unreasonable? Xunhua found Piao Su's demeanor increasingly endearing, prompting him to continue teasing him. Piao Su felt entirely outmatched, unable to counter Xunua's verbal prowess, leading him to express his frustration. Then I shall do my utmost. Just do not expect me to cater to your every whim regarding the quality of my cooking. Internally, he plotted to serve Xunhua a strictly vegetarian diet for 10 to 15 days, just to see how he would fare, as he could at least expedite the growth of vegetables without scarcity. Xunhua was taken aback by how quickly Piao Su capitulated. However, the sparkle in his almond-shaped eyes indicated he was likely concocting some mischief. Xunhua did not mind, for he had no intention of merely living off Piao Su's generosity. But he was curious about the antics Piao Su might devise, so he refrained from further comment. Meanwhile, as Piao Su tidied up, he suddenly recalled his initial purpose for approaching Xunhua, to ascertain what abilities he had awakened. Yet, by the end, he inadvertently found himself selling out, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. However, this also sparked another thought. Since Xunhua had awakened some abilities, he could be considered an ability user, if he possessed offensive abilities. Piao Su could initially rely on his own powers to defeat him and compel him to follow his lead. Yet, as time progressed, his own logistical abilities would reveal their weaknesses. Would he still be able to pursue his plan to reach Base B? After all, the journey from Base S to Base B is quite considerable, with numerous small bases along the way. Who knows if he might suddenly decide to stay, if he chooses to remain? That would not be a problem, but what if this matter resurfaces later, compelling him to stay as well? Regardless, he must reach Base B, especially considering his mother resides there. With his current identity, he understands that his mother's life there is far from easy. He once vowed that as long as he had the capability, he would take her away to live a better life, thus compensating for the regrets left from his previous life. Therefore, after contemplating, he concluded that it would be wise to approach matters with courtesy before force. After all, this individual is accompanied by a Taoist, and the possession of 2 spatial rings, as well as the talisman affixed to his vehicle, suggests he possesses considerable skill. Even if he himself does not hold such abilities, he undoubtedly has a formidable figure backing him. Moreover, Park Su is quite eager to meet this esteemed individual, even if they cannot be formally introduced. He certainly does not wish to be overly intrusive. Hence, after a moment's hesitation, he resolves to clarify matters with him. I understand that you currently consider yourself my creditor, and I assure you that I will cook for you until you grow weary of it. However, I have my own plans and destinations I must reach. Since you have decided that I shall cook for you, might you accompany me, staying by my side? Rest assured, you shall not lack for sustenance. However, if our opinions diverge, and you have places you wish to visit or linger in that I do not wish to go to or stay in, I hope you will not compel me. Of course, I will find alternative means to settle the remaining debt. If you are unwilling to accompany me now, you are free to express that. Although I truly cannot repay the 1.5 million at this moment, I believe that in this world, there will eventually emerge items that can circulate as substitutes for previous currency. I will do my utmost to provide you with equivalent goods to reduce the amount to 1.5 million, ensuring that neither of us suffers loss. What do you think? Xunhua did not anticipate that this young man could contemplate so much with merely a shift in position. When he spoke, his demeanor transformed into one of utmost seriousness, a stark contrast to his earlier foolishness, reminiscent of the solemnity he exhibited while combating zombies. It seemed that his words held significant weight for him. However, he himself had nowhere to go. The only person he felt any concern for was the old man, who had long been missing since before the apocalypse. Even if he wished to search for him, it would be a daunting task, especially since the old man's skills were on par with his own, requiring no intervention from him. Thus, his solitary existence on the mountain had grown somewhat tedious. Yet, the thought of engaging with others felt bothersome. After finally finding someone agreeable, who also cooked quite well, he figured that he did not genuinely wish to reclaim the 1.5 million. Furthermore, he owed him his life. So accompanying him for a while seemed beneficial in this tumultuous world. It might even present an excellent opportunity for him to enhance his Taoist skills. Recognizing that he had something he cared about, he conveyed his desire to explore his own destinations while clearly stating that should he wish to leave, he would not be hindered. However, he also made it clear that he would not be joining him. Yet, he did not evade his debt. Instead, he assured him that he would repay it with goods circulating in this world. Overall, His words indicated no detriment to his own interests. Moreover, his statement evidently communicated to Su Nuo that he did not intend to sacrifice his freedom due to this debt. Nor would he restrict Su Nuo's freedom. Su Nuo felt quite satisfied with this. Hence he set aside his earlier playful intentions and replied nonchalantly, "All right." Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of curiosity about where exactly this young man wished to go. However, considering it was someone else's private matter, he ultimately refrained from inquiring further. After all, he was now to accompany him, and in due time, he would surely learn more. There was no rush. Park Su, feeling more at ease upon receiving his agreement, then asked, "What kind of ability did you awaken?" To avoid any misunderstandings, he added, "After all, we will be partners moving forward, and since we will be venturing out together, it would be beneficial for us to understand each other's abilities for better cooperation. Allow me to go first. I possess wood-type abilities." As he spoke, he extended his hand, channeling his internal wood-type energy, which soon enveloped his hand in a faint green-hued. Su Nuo, with his keen perception of spiritual energy, was quick to notice the robust life force emanating from the green energy as soon as Park Su released his wood-type abilities. Long before the apocalypse, he had sensed the shifts in spiritual energy in the air, and after suffering a high fever, he had discovered a new current of spiritual energy within himself. This energy appeared distinct from the one he had been cultivating, and he had experimented with its effects. Uncertain whether this new energy would influence his existing reserves. More importantly, he understood that the boy named Park Su had not undergone any Taoist training, and thus, it was peculiar for him to possess flowing spiritual energy. It seemed that, due to the external changes in spiritual energy, some individuals were now able to access usable energy without prior cultivation. He pondered whether these fluctuations in spiritual energy were linked to the issues afflicting humanity. Upon hearing Park Su refer to this energy as wood-type abilities, Su Nuo raised an eyebrow in intrigue. So, spiritual energy is categorized. He did not respond to Park Su's words, but instead raised his hand, attempting to channel the newly emerged spiritual energy within him. However, unlike Park Su, nothing distinctive appeared on his hand. He frowned. "I cannot discern what ability I have awakened. It seems I need to devote time to studying it." Having spent 6 years in the apocalypse, Park Su was well aware that there were numerous types of awakened abilities, particularly some that were quite unique and often remained hidden until circumstances forced them to manifest. At times, these exceptional abilities proved far more formidable in practical situations than the more common ones. Though Park Su had not observed any color change in Su Nuo's abilities, he could feel the flow of energy within him, indicating that Su Nuo had undoubtedly awakened some form of ability, possibly even a unique one. This realization ignited a spark of excitement in Park Su's eyes, deepening his interest in Su Nuo's abilities. Upon hearing that Su Nuo intended to spend time researching his powers, Park Su promptly declared his intention to leave, wishing not to disturb his studies. After Park Su departed, a glimmer of interest flickered in Su Nuo's eyes as he began to investigate the nature of this spiritual energy. When he activated the energy already existing within him, he found that the newly emerged energy also engaged in absorbing external spiritual energy, which did not hinder his cultivation. However, it seemed rather challenging to integrate, leaving him with an uncomfortable sensation. It felt as though an unpredictable factor had been introduced into his body. Even if this energy could potentially offer benefits, he remained wary, especially since many had transformed into zombies due to these very energies. It was uncertain where this energy originated and whether it would bring further calamity or adversely affect his cultivation. Nevertheless, he would not cease utilizing this newfound energy. He understood that the unknown often harbors danger. Yet once one comprehends its nature, it may prove less daunting and even advantageous. Chapter 39. The Atmosphere of Dining. Seeking branches and harvests, however, he found it quite curious that Park Su appeared remarkably familiar with this energy. Considering that he had previously sensed its potency when Park Su used it to attack his talisman, it was evident that Park Su's energy was significantly stronger than his own. He furrowed his brow, recalling that Park Su had introduced himself as possessing wood-type abilities. What, then, was the purpose of this energy? Stretching his body, stiff from prolonged rest, he rose from the bed to begin his exploration of his abilities. While Park Su sighed quietly downstairs, wondering how he had inadvertently become someone else's cook. Fortunately, this individual appeared to possess formidable combat prowess. After all, I had initially contemplated forming a team with him, and given the current circumstances, my objective has been achieved. The week swiftly passed, and Su Nua had noticeably improved in health since that day. Pu Su continued to venture out daily to hunt zombies, honing his physical abilities, while a portion of the zombies outside began to exhibit crystal cores in their heads after the 5th day. Although these cores were white, they remained quite precious at the onset of the apocalypse, prompting Pu Su to collect every single one he encountered, alongside a considerable amount of supplies. Although his lack of spatial abilities limited the quantity he could carry, perhaps due to the lingering fear of hunger from his previous life, he found himself unable to resist the urge to hoard whenever he stumbled upon supplies. Eventually, his home became cluttered with an array of items, leaving Pu Su feeling somewhat embarrassed. As for Su Nua, aside from mealtimes, he mostly secluded himself in the bedroom, engaged in activities unknown to Pu Su. Whenever Pu Su attempted to inquire about his abilities, Su Nua would merely respond that he was still researching, which left Pu Su slightly displeased, yet he refrained from pressing further. On this particular day, Pu Su and Su Nua sat at a dining table, sharing a meal, though ensure Su Nua grew weary of the food. The fare was rather simple, stir-fried greens accompanied by plain porridge. In truth, Pu Su felt a tinge of reluctance regarding dining with Su Nua. It was not due to Su Nua's appetite, but rather his somber demeanor. Conversing with him often resulted in terse replies. Whenever Pu Su sensed that he was becoming bothersome, Su Nua's cold, slanted gaze would pierce through him, sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, Su Nua's countenance was undeniably handsome, which somewhat alleviated Pu Su's frustration. If Su Nua were aware of Pu Su's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel unjustly accused. He genuinely appreciated Pu Su's chatter during meals, as it provided a refreshing change from the silence he was accustomed to. His previous mentor had seldom engaged in conversation beyond teachings of the Tao, leaving little room for casual banter. Although Pu Su tended to be loquacious, the convivial atmosphere at the table was precisely what Su Nua cherished. As for Pu Su's sidelong glances, they stemmed from his uncertainty on how to respond to Pu Su's inquiries, prompting him to observe instead. The intention was to provoke thought, yet each time Su Nua felt Pu Su's gaze, he would retract, realizing that evading questions had become an effective strategy. Consequently, Pu Su's attempts to converse during meals had diminished, leaving Su Nua somewhat disheartened. Today, however, their meal was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door, accompanied by the sound of a woman weeping. Both Pu Su and Su Nua furrowed their brows simultaneously, indicating that trouble was likely afoot. In truth, the power had been cut off outside since yesterday, and they had only managed to maintain electricity due to their solar generator. Nevertheless, keeping the lights on at night rendered them a conspicuous target, as anyone would surmise that their abode harbored ample supplies. Pu Su had long been prepared for the possibility of a robbery. If he wished to avoid conflict, he could simply remain indoors. After all, he had invested a considerable sum into the 2 security doors, which would prove challenging to breach. Yet, he hesitated, contemplating whether to finish his meal before addressing the intruders or to investigate the situation immediately. Just then, Su Nua swiftly finished his porridge, turned to Pu Su, and declared, "You eat. I'll go take a look." Chapter 40. The trouble at the door. Pu Su was taken aback by Su Nua's willingness to involve himself in this matter. He had grown accustomed to being a bystander lately, having declined Pu Su's invitations to hunt zombies together. Had it not been for his prior confirmation of Su Nua's awakening abilities, he might have doubted the man's capability and suspected he was merely avoiding confrontation. Nevertheless, Pu Su remained apprehensive. Although he often found himself outmatched in arguments with Su Nua, and the latter's presence frequently exuded a stronger aura, he still worried that Su Nua might act impulsively and create unnecessary trouble. Thus, he hastened to finish his meal and followed Su Nua outside. To his astonishment, he found Su Nua surrounded by a group of men with grim expressions. Before he could react, one of the men, a large and burly figure, approached him with a sly grin that seemed to scream, "I'm here to rob you." He wasted no time in stating, "Brother, we all know how tough life is in these times. We're just looking for a place to rest. If you could kindly open the door for us, it would be mutually beneficial." Pu Su smirked inwardly, but feigned a troubled expression. "There are only 2 of us living here. With 6 of you, it's simply one to accommodate. I see there are plenty of houses in the village. Why not seek shelter elsewhere? This place is not particularly spacious, and I'm sure there are many larger houses with vacant rooms available." The burly man, observing Pu Su's youthful face, felt no need for caution as he would with Su Nua. His comrades had made their intentions clear, and Pu Su's naive response only served to amuse him. Confident in their superiority, he pressed on, "Little brother, we just want to rest in your comfortable home. If you feel there ist enough space, perhaps you should just move to one of the vacant houses." Hearing the man's condescending term, Pu Su's expression darkened. "Little brother? You and your entire family are little brothers. I'm in my 20s, thank you very much." However, his scowl only appeared as a typical reaction to someone unwilling to part with their home. Prompting the burly man to add, "I suggest you move aside willingly, or I might have to take matters into my own hands, and you wouldn't want that." Pu Su chuckled, "But what can I say? I have no intention of letting you stay here, and my big brother has promised to protect me. I trust him." As he spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Su Nua, curious about the extent of his abilities and eager to witness his prowess, thus diverting attention towards Su Nua. The gang surrounding Su Nua had been keeping an eye on Pu Su's actions, and upon hearing his words, they became even more convinced that the true strength of this household resided within the young man they had encircled. Su Nua, noticing the gleam in Pu Su's eyes, understood his intentions. Moreover, Pu Su's demeanor suggested he was a classic case of a pig eating a tiger, and Su Nua had no intention of revealing his abilities. However, his lack of supernatural powers did not equate to a lack of combat prowess. In fact, as soon as he stepped outside and spotted the intruding men scaling the wall, he had already retrieved a stack of talismans from his ring. Preparing for battle, the leading thug coldly addressed Su Nua, "You have two choices. Either your brother opens the door for us, and I'll allow you until tomorrow morning to leave, or we take your supplies, and you can come back later. Alternatively, I can let you feed the zombies, and I'll break down the door myself. Choose." Su Nua smirked, "You're mistaken. I have another option." The thug instinctively asked, "What option?" Su Nua raised his finger slightly, a few talismans pinched between his fingertips, and coldly declared, "I can send you to feed the zombies." Chapter 41. Su Nua takes action. The leading thug had yet to fully grasp Su Nua's words when, in a blink, he found himself immobilized, unable to move. Panic set in as he glanced towards Su Nua. "Why can't I move?" Around him, his companions were equally frozen, their faces contorted with fear, mirroring his own state of panic. At that moment, the thug realized the gravity of his mistake. He had not even seen Su Nua's attack coming before being subdued, a clear indication of the latter's superior strength. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had chosen this household when there were countless other targets outside. He hoped desperately to escape with his life and to confront the one who had incited him to rob this place. Su Nua regarded him with a cold gaze, finally unleashing his powers. The men who had surrounded them began to move stiffly towards the exit, leaving the leading thug utterly astonished. He realized with horror that he was powerless to control his own body. And he stammered, "What have you done to me? Why can't I control myself? Where are you taking me?" Regrettably, his inquiries would not yield the promised responses. They formed a line, one by one, crashing against the security door of Pu Su's residence. They were fully aware that such collisions would inflict considerable pain, yet none could restrain their advance. Among them, a few who struck particularly hard even lost consciousness on the spot. Ironically, despite their timely fainting, they did not collapse to the ground but remained rigidly upright, eyes shut, awaiting the next round of collisions. Listening to the sound of bodies colliding with his meticulously installed security door, an investment made to safeguard against zombies. Not to serve as a lesson for these ruffians, Pu Su felt a pang of sympathy. However, upon witnessing the leader, blood streaming from his nose yet incapacitated by his enhanced physique, Pu Su couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. He allowed Su Nua to continue disciplining them, as he had questions to pose shortly. It would be challenging to elicit answers without first allowing them to endure some discomfort. Moreover, he intended to use this door for just a month. Once he departed from this place, the door would merely serve to benefit those who came after him. Since Su Nua had granted him a glimpse of his wicked sense of humor, he decided to let him have his fun. However, he had sensed a fluctuation in Su Nua's abilities, leading him to surmise that the current predicament of that group was undoubtedly linked to Su Nua's powers. Boldly, he speculated that perhaps Su Nua possessed the ability to manipulate. Yet, whether this was indeed the case would require further inquiry with Su Nua, who, having chosen to reveal his powers before him, would likely be willing to share them openly. What he did not anticipate was that while he was merely observing the spectacle, a brawny man, who had been chatting with him moments before, suddenly turned hostile. He lunged forward, seizing Pu Su in his arms. Drawing a dagger from his boot and pressing it against Pu Su's neck, he shouted at Su Nuo, demanding he cease, threatening, "Release my brother, or I shall kill yours." Su Nuo turned his gaze toward the two, his eyes glinting with coldness. The burly man shivered at the sight of Su Nuo's gaze, which seemed devoid of emotion. An unsettling aura about him. Yet, the continuous sound of collisions emboldened him. He thought, regardless of the situation, having captured Pu Su meant that Su Nuo would have to exercise caution should he wish to retaliate. In Chapter 42, the trouble that arises. Pu Su had never encountered the Taoist named Su Nuo, and thus he had never associated those around him with that individual, despite their names being identical. Perhaps it was because Su Nuo appeared exceedingly youthful. Although he had indeed witnessed Su Nuo's talismans, he always assumed that those charms were crafted by a master behind him, never contemplating any connection to himself. Therefore, when he observed Su Nuo waste those talismans moments ago, he felt a pang of sympathy, for in his view, these matters could easily be resolved by himself. Why waste such resources on these individuals? In truth, he could have intervened, but it must be said that Su Nuo's talismans were indeed remarkable. He couldn't help but feel envious. However, the more pressing concern at hand was to deal with the two individuals before him. Noticing Su Nuo's icy demeanor, it was evident he would not speak up. Thus the task of interrogating these two fell squarely upon Pu Su. He crouched down to face the burly man with blood still trickling from his leg. Wearing a broad smile as he inquired, "Pray tell, why did so many choose to come to my home?" After a moment's thought, he added, "And do refrain from saying it was merely because our lights shone brighter. My home is quite secluded, and I desire the truth. Otherwise, I would not mind adding another hole to your leg." The burly man gazed at Pu Su's sunny smile, yet felt no inclination to regard him as a simple character. Having endured pain moments prior, he found Pu Su's grin somewhat terrifying. Moreover, he felt no obligation to defend the woman who had led them here, suspecting that their current misfortune was a result of her misguided influence. Thus, he confessed, "We encountered a woman at the village entrance. It was she who informed us of the ample supplies here, and that there were only two individuals, easily dealt with. Had we known you were capable of abilities, we would never have targeted you." A woman? Pu Su furrowed his brows upon hearing this revelation. In truth, he had already heard a woman's voice earlier but had not seen her present. Initially, he assumed she was merely an accessory to them, not realizing she was the root cause of it all. This left him puzzled, but he could surmise that this woman was likely from the village, for only someone residing there would know that he and Su Nuo were the only inhabitants. What intrigued him was why she had led them directly to him. Was it simply because he was not originally from this village, prompting her to target him deliberately? He had thought that after adequately dealing with Ming Hu, he had sufficiently admonished the villagers, yet they remained so ungrateful. This left Pu Su's expression somewhat grim. Although the individuals they had attracted were not formidable opponents, who could say whether there would be a second or third occurrence? And would these newcomers not grow increasingly powerful? They could not always rely on a position of guaranteed victory. Pu Su rubbed his temples. He intended to stay here for another month, and the incessant arrival of such troublesome individuals was far from pleasant. Every day spent exterminating zombies was already enough to vex him. Perhaps he should not have cleared the surrounding undead so thoroughly, enticing them to target him, Su Nuo, being the least equipped to handle such matters. Merely observed Pu Su's evident frustration and approached the burly man, asking, "Where is she now?" The burly man felt a greater fear towards Su Nuo than towards Pu as he saw him approaching. He trembled slightly, scarcely daring to speak, and quickly replied, "She is just outside. She won't scale the wall, so she remains out there." Su Nuo narrowed his eyes and stood, making his way toward the door. Even Pu Su, standing beside him, sensed the malevolent aura surrounding him and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm, asking, "What are you planning to do?" Su Nuo raised an eyebrow, responding, "Kill her." Pu Su was momentarily taken aback by Su Nuo's nonchalant demeanor. He thought to himself, "Must you sound so resolute? This is murder." He held on to Su Nuo, saying, "Is it truly wise to act so rashly? Even if you eliminate her, others will inevitably follow if you kill her. Those outside might perceive us as deliberately persecuting them, potentially escalating their attacks." Chapter 43. The woman in hiding. Su Nuo, displeased by Pu Su's words, retorted, "Then what do you propose? Aren't you the one who despises the trouble she has caused?" Pu Su instinctively nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I find her quite detestable for leading these people here. It even disrupted my dinner. Su Nua raised an eyebrow. Then what is the issue? A lesson must be taught. Pu Su was at a loss for words. Momentarily stunned in that instant, Su Nua turned and exited the door. Pu Su opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from calling out to him, instead following him outside. Upon opening the security door, he beheld several military trucks and a Hummer SUV. Clearly driven by the individuals who came. The trucks were laden with numerous boxes, evidently filled with supplies. Although Pu Su was unaware of their contents, the sight of these materials diminished his prior disdain for the woman. After all, without her, others would eventually come knocking, albeit perhaps not with such a generous supply. In Pu Su's eyes, these individuals appeared rather unimpressive, merely a group with one capable of abilities among them, enabling them to breach this place. Given his understanding of the apocalypse, he recognized the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Carrying so many supplies into this perilous landscape was akin to a plump sheep wandering into a wolf's den. Even if they managed to fend off some initial attackers, those supplies would inevitably be seized by others. Ironically, it was the woman's approach that had them come here to confront him, resulting in a windfall of supplies for him. However, his own stockpile was substantial, and with only himself and Su Nua on his current team, they could not transport such quantities. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret. Just as he was contemplating whether he should seek a space ability user as a teammate, Su Nua had already moved to the front of the lone SUV. He knocked on the vehicle's door, prompting movement inside, yet no one opened it. Naturally, those individuals were under the impression that they could assist the woman in eliminating the two youths, thereby acquiring a bounty of supplies and ensuring her continued shelter. They had not anticipated that it would be these two boys who emerged instead. This realization filled her with trepidation, and she regretted not accompanying them inside. In her view, it was not the men who had faltered before the two youths. Rather, she suspected the youths had something persuasive that swayed the group to join their ranks, leading them here to settle the score with her. She clenched her teeth, thinking that had she entered with them, she would not have allowed them this opportunity to emerge unscathed. Cooperation? She loathed these two, especially the one named Pu Su. Were it not for him, she would not find herself in such a predicament. Reduced to a mere pawn among these men, forced to ingratiate herself just to secure a meal. As she pondered this, she peered through the windshield at the seemingly innocent youth, her eyes glinting with resentment. Had he not killed Ming Hu, she would still be a woman free from worry about her next meal. In her eyes, they were the ones who had taken Ming Hu's home and refused to relinquish it. Yet they had the audacity to kill him, severing her only support, leaving her to endure days of hunger while the sounds of zombies relentlessly battered her door. Her animosity towards Pu Su only deepened. She had been living with Ming Hu for some time. Although he was a rogue, he had treated her decently. In the early days of the apocalypse, his presence had brought her a sense of security. On that day, he had claimed he would reclaim the house his mother sold, assuring her it was for her comfort, and he had even remarked that Pu Su appeared to be a weakling. So there was no need for concern. She should await his return for a comfortable life. She had always believed in Ming Hu's strength. Moreover, she had caught a glimpse of the youth named Pu Su, who indeed seemed frail. She had never anticipated that he would prove to be Ming Hu's downfall. Instead of welcoming her back to the home renovated by Pu Su, she received news of Ming Hu's demise. When she first heard the news, she could scarcely believe her ears. Even after confirming the details twice with the messenger, she refused to accept it. How could Ming Hu lose? And to such a youth? No less, with no body left behind for her to mourn. She had inquired about the specifics of that day. She realized that Park Su must possess some extraordinary abilities. Although she did not fully understand, she was acutely aware that she was no match for him. Yet, she could not resign herself to letting Park Su go unchallenged, for in her eyes, he could have spared Ming Hu's life. Chapter 44. Ming Hu's girlfriend, Dezhangqiu Jiji. However, the other party callously discarded the injured Ming Hu outside, ultimately leaving him to be devoured by zombies, with not even a corpse to return. Despite the absence of formal acknowledgement in their relationship over the years, Ming Hu had indeed treated her well. Particularly in light of the days that had followed Ming Hu's death, her resentment towards the youth named Park Su intensified. Nonetheless, she was self-aware enough to recognize that mere words would not grant her the power to exact revenge. Thus, she harbored this grudge deep within her heart, biding her time. When she laid eyes on the approaching convoy, She could tell from a distance that its members possessed a certain prowess. Upon closer inspection, seeing their robust physiques only fueled her desire to align herself with them. After all, she considered herself reasonably attractive. Despite her advancing age, she had maintained a commendable figure. She took the initiative to engage them, flattering them, and indeed, they appeared to take an interest in her, expressing a willingness to include her. Simultaneously, she gleaned that they were in need of supplies, and among them were even those who had awakened abilities. Upon learning that there were awakened abilities among them, she felt an opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. She had been keeping tabs on Park Soo and knew he had procured a substantial amount of supplies. Truth be told, she had long coveted what he had amassed, but lacking the capability to seize it, she had been forced to merely observe. Now, this group was in dire need of resources and seemed genuinely capable. More importantly, they were numerous, while Park Soo's residence housed only him and an injured man, making them seemingly easy prey. Thus, this presented not only a chance for revenge, but also an opportunity to prove herself within this convoy. Naturally, she would not let such a fortuitous opportunity slip away, and she promptly reported this information to the leader of the convoy. As expected, they agreed to accompany her in confronting Park Soo, and she eagerly anticipated witnessing Park Soo begging for mercy. However, to her astonishment, the individuals who came to retrieve her were neither the convoy leader nor anyone else but Park Soo and the injured man. As she observed the cold, unyielding demeanor of the man as he knocked on her car door, an instinctive sense of danger washed over her. She could clearly sense that should she open that door, her chances of survival would dwindle by the moment. Consequently, she curled up in her seat, unwilling to comply, hoping that by simply remaining there, they would refrain from taking any action against her. Perhaps they would spare her due to her being a woman? Unfortunately, Soo Nuo was not known for his patience. After knocking on the car door for the third time without receiving a response, he furrowed his brow and directly employed his abilities. The woman soon discovered, in a panic, that she could not control her own hand, which pressed the button to open the door. Soo Nuo wasted no words. He yanked open the car door, prompting the woman to exit of her own accord. It was not that she wished to comply, but rather she realized she had no authority to refuse. Terrified, she looked at Soo Nuo and said, "What do you intend to do with me? I am the leader of this convoy's woman. You must not harm me lightly." Park Soo felt a sense of helplessness at her words. Did she not realize that if they truly cared for the people in that convoy, they would not have come to her to settle accounts so brazenly? Soo Nuo, more direct still, raised his hand and affixed a talisman to the woman before turning to Park Soo and saying, "You can handle this. Alternatively, I could simply eliminate her to prevent future troubles that I in truth." Soo Nuo had no qualms about doing so. However, from Park Soo's earlier remarks, he sensed that Park Soo did not wish to resort to outright murder. Thus, he posed the question. He found interpersonal relationships to be overly cumbersome. Previously, he would avoid contact with those he deemed difficult to deal with. Yet, in certain situations, for the sake of his own sustenance, he could still endure and engage. In a post-apocalyptic world like the present, there was even less reason to associate with such individuals, for the only justification for doing so seemed to have vanished. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, his provisions were already secured by Park Soo, so anyone wishing to harm him should be dealt with directly. No need for convoluted schemes. Nonetheless, out of gratitude for Park Soo's provision of sustenance, he had indeed expressed those words. He intended to inquire about Park Soo's opinion, as he already had the woman restrained, and it was now up to Park Soo to decide the next steps. Park Soo had initially assumed Soo Nuo would swiftly execute the woman, and he contemplated whether he should intervene with a word of persuasion. To his surprise, the decision was handed over to him, which left him somewhat astonished. However, he quickly responded, "Then let us bring her inside. I noticed the commotion and the significant spillage of blood. The zombie you could have easily spared him, so why did you force him into a corner, leaving no trace behind?" Upon hearing the woman's accusation, Park Soo couldn't help but chuckle. "I am an extraordinary being. You ask me to let him go. But if I were not endowed with such powers, do you truly believe that Ming Hu would show me mercy? I fear I would have already been driven from my own home, left with nowhere to reside, perhaps devoured by those very zombies. Since he approached me with the mindset of a predator, he must be prepared to face the consequences." Park Soo gazed at the woman and continued, "I understand your grievances, yet I do not require your approval. As you can see, This world has devolved into one where the strong prey upon the weak. You have wronged me and harbored resentment. If I do not end your life, who is to say you won't seize the opportunity to strike back? The woman, upon hearing Park Sue's pause, felt her heart race, and in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I promise never to act so foolishly again. I was merely acting out of anger. I truly won't do it anymore." Park Sue observed how her previously twisted visage of envy had transformed into one of sheer terror, marveling at her rapid change of expression. However, he remained somewhat hesitant. Initially, he believed the woman sought him out due to the villagers' mistrust of his frequent excursions for supplies, leading her to lure others into confrontation. Naturally, he thought a reprimand would suffice. Yet, given her animosity towards him, he would not be foolish enough to release her, for a person harboring hatred is akin to a ticking time bomb in this post-apocalyptic world. One cannot predict the circumstances she might encounter. Perhaps, shortly after departing, she would fall prey to the zombies, or conversely, she could stumble upon an opportunity that might bring him significant trouble. Though Park Sue was not inherently cruel, after enduring such a long period in this harsh reality, he would not naively assume the role of a saint. Thus, he ignored the woman's pleas and stood, addressing Su Nua, "You are right. Perhaps we should make an example of her. Handle her as you see fit. I shall wash the dishes." Su Nua frowned, slightly disapproving of Park Sue's somewhat lenient nature. However, he reflected that were it not for Park Sue's disposition, he might have been abandoned on the roadside that day. It was a relief that Park Sue, despite his softness, retained a degree of clarity in certain matters. In confronting this woman, he wished to avoid direct involvement, but entrusted her fate to Su Nua, ensuring no future complications arose rather than foolishly letting a predator roam free. Yet, such leniency was insufficient for survival in this unforgiving society. Su Nua felt that Park Sue's gentleness needed tempering. He believed that experiencing a few setbacks would sharpen his awareness, for he too had learned the harsh realities of human nature through his own trials. The current world was drastically different from the past. Unyielding compassion could lead to perilous consequences. That Su Nua sighed inwardly. Perceiving Park Sue as a man of contradictions in the face of zombies, he acted decisively and swiftly. Yet when confronted with humanity, he occasionally hesitated to deliver the final blow. Having witnessed the darker aspects of human nature, Su Nua believed that sometimes, humanity could be more terrifying than demons. It was precisely this naivety in Park Sue that stirred a desire to lend a helping hand, especially since Park Sue had shown him kindness. Once inside the room, Park Sue began washing the dishes, aware that Su Nua would handle this situation with far greater efficiency, in both his past and present lives. He had not taken many lives himself. He understood that if he did not eliminate the zombies, they would certainly eliminate him. Survival necessitated action against them. The zombies, having long since belonged to the realm of the dead, felt no pain and acted only on instinct. However, humans were different. Each individual was a distinct entity with thoughts and breath. Park Sue believed that in such a world, survival was a challenge for everyone. Thus, he was reluctant to take another's life lightly. Given his abilities from his previous life, he could only exert his influence over ordinary individuals. Against another extraordinary being, he feared he would not stand a chance. Generally, extraordinary beings did not seek to antagonize a support-type ability user like him, for defeating such a weak opponent would be considered disgraceful, and they could provide sustenance for ordinary people. As long as extraordinary beings did not provoke them, they would not initiate conflict either. In his previous life, aside from encountering exceptionally cunning and malicious individuals, he would not resort to lethal measures. Even when faced with such threats, his lack of power often compelled him to evade rather than confront. Fortunately, during the past 6 years, though he had lived cautiously, he had not seriously offended anyone. His luck had held, and his amiable nature had shielded him from significant losses, save for the one instance when the person he trusted most betrayed him, leading to his demise. Thus, while he recognized the need for decisiveness and ruthlessness in this apocalypse, he often found himself unable to act. However, the current situation clearly indicated that eliminating this woman was indeed the most prudent course of action. Even if he spared her, she would harbor no gratitude, only deepening her resentment and potentially seeking revenge when the opportunity arose. As for his earlier concerns about offending the villagers and increasing the number of informants, he had devised a solution. Since this woman was Menghu's lover, her standing among the villagers was likely not very high. Killing her would serve as a far more effective warning than allowing her to live. Moreover, with an abundance of resources available outside, he could not possibly carry them all away or consume them all. Distributing some to the villagers would help win their favor, especially considering the scale of his recent scavenging activities. He was well aware that the commotion outside had not gone unnoticed. Many had been watching him. Jealousy was a potent motivator, and if they saw him accumulating more supplies, it would undoubtedly stir greed in them, leading to more individuals like this woman. Although after witnessing Shuna gazed at the man, whose face resembled that of a grotesquely beaten pig, weeping profusely at a certain discomfort stirred within her, yet considering the considerable provisions he had brought them, she found herself willing to grant him a reprieve, provided he ceased to harass them. After all, one would assume that he had learned his lesson and would not act so irrationally again. Moreover, in Shunua's estimation, dealing with them was not particularly arduous, especially since most of them were still in a stupor. If she wished to eliminate them, it would be as effortless as slicing through melons. However, the aftermath of disposing of the bodies would pose a significant challenge, as she had no talismans prepared for such a task. Leaving the corpses in the courtyard would undoubtedly attract more zombies, drawn by the pungent scent of blood. Additionally, her goal was to set an example, not to instill a demonic image in the minds of the villagers. Should she take a life, especially that of someone harboring resentment towards her, others might merely regard her with caution. However, if she were to slaughter a group before their eyes, they would inevitably fear that they might be next, which could lead them to create a multitude of troubles for her. Furthermore, this burly man was, after all, an awakened ability user of considerable strength. Though Shunua did not regard him highly after their exchange, she recognized that having more individuals with such abilities in this world might allow for the slaying of additional zombies, potentially hastening their escape from this grim reality. After weighing her options, Shunua resolved to grant him a chance at redemption. She addressed the leader, saying, "In that case, hand over the keys to those vehicles outside." Upon hearing this, the leader felt a pang of regret, for he had invested considerable effort into acquiring the supplies outside. Yet, he understood that before him stood a formidable force, not a benevolent soul. Given her demands, it was evident that she was willing to provide him with a lifeline. Chapter 47. The emergence of first-order crystal cores. As for the supplies, as long as he could preserve his life, he could always acquire more in other ways. However, if he lost his life, he would truly possess nothing. Thus, despite his reluctance, he obediently fished the keys from his pockets and those of a few trusted confidants, then looked at Shunua with hopeful anticipation. "The keys are here, but could this noble hero spare us a vehicle? You see, there are only 2 of you, and we can provide you with the supplies. But without a vehicle, we may find it challenging to set out. Would you agree?" Shunua had no intention of forging an enmity with them, so she replied directly, "You may take the keys to that van. And you can also drive away with a pickup truck, which contains supplies you may take with you. This is my utmost concession, so choose your pickup wisely." The leader understood the warning in her tone and nodded gratefully, rising unsteadily to leave, only to be halted by Shunua's voice. "Move swiftly. You must take your comrades away from my property before the zombies arrive, and please hang this woman's corpse from the tree opposite my house. But do so at a height that will be visible to the villagers." With that, she tucked the keys left by the leader into her pocket and strode back into the house. Upon entering, Pusu noticed Shunua placing the last bowl into the cupboard without lifting his head. "What, so quickly resolved?" he inquired. Shunua merely hummed in agreement and ascended the stairs. The events of the day led her to believe she ought to prepare more talismans, particularly those she had previously deemed unnecessary but now might find vital, such as corpse-burning talismans, purification talismans, and talismans for group attacks, among others. Reflecting on this, she realized she had not had a proper rest in quite some time. However, this interval had allowed her to focus too much on the sudden influx of spiritual energy within her body, inadvertently neglecting the practice of her Taoist arts. Moreover, the recent confrontation revealed that her own spiritual power could indeed be harnessed in conjunction with her newly manifested abilities. Otherwise, she would not have been able to control so many for such an extended period. Crafting talismans not only enhanced her combat prowess, but also allowed her spiritual energy to be cultivated. Thus, it became evident that her immediate task was to draw talismans. With this thought in mind, she returned to her room, promptly retrieving a stack of talisman paper from her spatial ring and carefully laying it on the table alongside her carefully prepared cinnabar. After meticulously washing her hands, she took up the brush she typically used for drawing talismans and began her work. Meanwhile, after completing his chores, Pusu stealthily observed Xunua's approach to the situation with satisfaction. He felt that he had indeed grasped her intentions. However, he found her demeanor excessively cold. She did not engage him in conversation before retreating to her room. He had initially intended to follow her. As Xunua had demonstrated her abilities before him, clearly indicating her awareness of his own powers while no longer concealing them. This was the first time he had encountered someone with the ability to manipulate others, and he was genuinely intrigued by such powers. More importantly, he needed to ascertain the extent of her abilities. Their offensive capacity, the number of individuals she could control, whether she could also manipulate zombies, or if her influence was limited to living beings, and the range of her control, among other inquiries. The prospect of further research into her abilities ignited a spark of excitement within him, compelling him to rush to her room. Additionally, he had noted that Xunua, this Taoist, was indeed quite skilled, especially with those talismans. Although he was unaware of their origin, he observed that she wielded them without hesitation and to great effect. This brought to mind the spatial ring she possessed, leading him to wonder just how many such talismans she had and what level her Taoist skills had reached. He even contemplated that, having known Xunua for quite some time, and with the challenges they would inevitably face together in the future, perhaps he could persuade her to part with a few defensive talismans for his use, or even teach him some methods for self-preservation. However, before he could ascend the stairs, he was met with a pungent stench of decay. Frowning, he realized that the presence of so much blood in his courtyard, combined with the addition of a fresh corpse outside, would inevitably attract more zombies. Initially, when Green Radish had assessed the situation for him, the information had left him regretting his decision to let the leader of the convoy go so easily. He now understood that a horde of 50 or 60 zombies had arrived, and even though he had awakened his abilities to the second level, his offensive strength was still insufficient to handle such a multitude. He feared that engaging them might draw even more zombies to him. Had he retained the convoy leader, at least he would have had some assistance in alleviating his burden. Now, faced with this swarm alone, it felt rather overwhelming. He considered seeking Xunua's help, but he believed her awakening had occurred only a few days prior. The fact that she could control so many individuals to the point of storming the door suggested that exerting her abilities for such an extended duration would surely be taxing. Otherwise, why would she resort to using talismans? Thus, in Pusu's eyes, Xunua's retreat to her room after resolving the situation seemed merely a display of bravado, an attempt to conceal the heavy toll of her abilities. Little did he know that her use of Taoist techniques was simply due to her greater comfort with them. Resigned to the notion that Xunua could offer no assistance, Pusu sighed and ventured out to confront the situation alone. It seemed evident that the door would not hold for much longer, and perhaps he needed to expedite his departure. Fortunately, the convoy had provided him with a commendable means of transportation, and according to his calculations, the zombies should now possess first-order crystal cores. He knew he could not remain in one place, waiting for trouble to find him. While zombies continued to appear sporadically, occasionally in groups, they were still manageable for the time being. However, Pusu understood that large-scale hordes must have already begun to form within the city, albeit lacking organization due to their low levels. Their actions were driven solely by instinct. Yet, it would not be long before these zombies began to evolve. Once higher-tier zombies emerged among them, the potential for a coordinated horde would arise, and Pusu had witnessed firsthand the devastation such hordes could wreak. He was not foolish enough to believe that these two reinforced doors, along with the combined powers of himself and Xunua, would suffice to withstand them. Now that the man had been set free and the zombies were approaching, he could only face the challenge himself. He cautiously released Green Radish, instructing him to lie in wait beside the woman's corpse. Perched upon the wall of his own abode, he began to quietly accumulate his innate wood-based abilities. Although there were no mutated plants in his vicinity, this did not hinder his capacity to transform ordinary flora into entities of aggression. Despite his intention to depart from this place prematurely, he was not keen on allowing the meticulously prepared anti-theft door to be rendered useless after just one night. Soon, he caught sight of a horde of zombies, their movements surprisingly swift, and their appearances no longer pristine as they had been at the onset of the apocalypse. Some were missing limbs, while others were drenched in blood, and a few even displayed their decaying innards. Their objective was clear. They were drawn by the fresh corpse bound to a tree. knowing that confronting such a multitude of zombies head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Pusu opted for stealthy ambushes. Fortunately, his chosen location was on the outskirts, surrounded by ample vegetation, and his years of experience in controlling plants allowed him to silently ensnare and eliminate 6 or 7 zombies. As anticipated, when he pierced a zombie's skull with wooden spikes, he discovered a crystal core within, which relieved him greatly, as it signified the emergence of a vital energy source for his future cultivation. He was aware that first-tier zombies were relatively easy to deal with, and he intended to seize this opportunity to collect a few first-tier crystal cores, hoping to expedite his progression. He was also curious whether ascending to a higher tier would affect the green vine he nurtured, and whether the additional spiritual energy in his dantian would yield any unusual phenomena after his advancement. Regardless of the potential anomalies, he reasoned that any increase in strength would enhance his chances of survival in this post-apocalyptic world. With these thoughts coursing through him, he felt a surge of fervor, causing his wood-based abilities to flourish even more. In a mere 15 minutes, he had dispatched another 10 zombies and directed the plants to encapsulate the crystal cores within their skulls. However, the zombies were not sluggish. Within that brief span, they had nearly encroached upon the attack range of the green vine. Pusu knew he must fight alongside it, so as dusk fell, he refrained from experimenting and instead informed the vine of the zombies' vulnerabilities, their brains. He also conveyed that the cores within their heads could augment its strength, but cautioned against consuming too many at once, reminding it to collect the cores while engaging in combat. The green vine, having placed unwavering trust in Pusu, sprang into action as the zombies stepped into its tendrils, swiftly launching its leaf blades towards their heads. The zombies, sensitive to the scent of human blood yet oblivious to the threat posed by plants, were caught completely off guard. In an instant, 3 zombie heads fell to the ground. The green vine wasted no time, sending a tendril to shred those heads, successfully locating 2 crystal cores. Upon contact, it immediately sensed the potent energy contained within. Instinctively consuming it. To Pusu's surprise, he felt a surge of spiritual energy in his dantian after the vine absorbed the cores, albeit modest in quantity, yet distinctly perceptible. This revelation startled him. Could it be that the energy the vine absorbed could also be transferred to him, directly replenishing his dantian? Such speculation ignited a flicker of excitement within him, for if true, it would mean acquiring a valuable aid for his cultivation. Meanwhile, the green vine remained oblivious to its master's thoughts, only aware that its own wood-based energy had been significantly replenished after absorbing the cores. Having consumed 2 cores without receiving any disapproval from Pusu, it felt emboldened, perceiving the first-tier zombies as mere food sources, given their minimal threat and lack of proactive aggression. Thus, while Pusu was momentarily lost in thought, the green vine claimed another 3 zombies, yielding 3 more crystal cores, which it eagerly devoured once again. Pusu, in turn, felt an even more pronounced influx of foreign spiritual energy. Although he was elated, he did not neglect to investigate whether this influx would bear any adverse effects. Therefore, he refrained from stopping the green vine from consuming the cores, believing that only by allowing this energy to flow into his body could he better understand the nature of this newfound ability. However, as he focused on exploring this sudden power, the green vine, engaged in both slaying zombies and collecting cores, began to slow in its movements. The zombies, numerous and instinctively aggressive, showed no signs of fear or retreat, and several took advantage of the distraction to leap onto the tree, attempting to drag down the corpse suspended from its branches. Despite their efforts, the knots binding the body were securely tied, and their attempts yielded no success, leaving them increasingly agitated. As more zombies gathered beneath the woman's body, their collective strength intensified, ultimately tearing her lower half from her torso, her entrails spilling forth in a gruesome display of violence. The sight was so sanguinary that even Pusu, having regained his senses, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, the scent of fresh blood only heightened the zombies' frenzy, driving them to pull and bite with greater ferocity. In mere moments, the woman's corpse was reduced to nothing more than the hands still bound by the knots. Witnessing the gruesome scene before him, Pusu's complexion paled, and he momentarily recalled the excruciating pain he had felt when thrust into a horde of zombies, realizing it was not unlike the woman's fate. She was dead, while he had endured the torment alive. Hatred surged within him as he pondered whether he too had met a similar end, leaving no trace behind. since the onset of the apocalypse. He had long since ceased to remember that person's name. Yet, the bloody scene before him rekindled memories of someone he had once deeply cherished, Sun Muyang. He had thought that by avoiding thoughts of him, perhaps time would dull the edges of his hatred, given that he had once loved this man dearly, and they had shared moments of mutual reliance. He even entertained the notion that Sun Muyang might have perished in the apocalypse. Having saved him from that company, however, today, as he witnessed the gruesome dismemberment of the woman, he realized that he was far from the benevolent soul he had envisioned, harboring deeper animosity than he had admitted. The pain of being torn apart lingered deeply within his soul, rendering his attempts at forgetting little more than a cruel jest. Those regrets, those agonies, and those disappointments had long since morphed into hatred. He had been too stunned by his rebirth and preoccupied with preparing for the apocalypse to recognize this truth, leading him to believe he could remain indifferent. After all, Sun Muyang had only survived because of him. He needed Pu Su's care as an ordinary person. Pu Su had willingly provided that care. He had even considered whether his insistence had been too overwhelming or whether, without the apocalypse, Sun Muyang would have ever been with him. Perhaps it was only after awakening his abilities that Sun Muyang had acted against him. Yet, today, Pu Su realized that no matter how many excuses he concocted for Sun Muyang, his hatred for that man far exceeded what he had imagined. He could not simply let it go. After all, that man had depended on him for survival. If he had truly wished to sever their bond, he would not have allowed himself to become emotionally invested. Sun Muyang had chosen to accept his feelings, and while Pu Su had once questioned whether it was mere utilitarianism, he had been an excellent actor. They had spent 6 years together, during which Pu Su had believed Sun Muyang merely maintained a cool demeanor, never suspecting that he harbored a desire to kill him. Yet, in his naivety, Pu Su had sacrificed everything, only to have the man he loved extinguish his life without hesitation when he was no longer of use. How could he not harbor hatred? If Sun Muyang felt nothing for him, why had he initially accepted his affections? Even if his initial intention was merely to exploit himself, once he had outlived his usefulness, he could have easily discarded him. Why resort to such a cruel method of murder? Was it truly so difficult for him to accept the reality of their relationship? Despite the countless times he had refrained from eating, unwilling to let him go hungry, and despite his willingness to abandon his own mother to stay by his side, he had always harbored deep affection for him, exhausting all efforts to treat him well. Why, oh why, must he be subjected to such treatment? As Pu Su gazed upon the gruesome scene before him, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and he found himself ensnared in a web of negative emotions, unable to break free. Just then, a refreshing aura surged from behind him, flooding his entire being and jolting his mind awake, allowing him to swiftly shake off the earlier despair. He then noticed Shunhua standing beside him with a cold expression, which took him by surprise, prompting him to whisper, "How did you come out? Weren't you resting?" Shunhua shot him a glance and replied, "If I hadn't come out soon, your mental state would have been compromised. Do not rush your cultivation. Maintain your composure." He then turned, raised his hand, and cast 3 talismans into the air, which swiftly flew to 3 corners of the courtyard. Shunhua silently recited an incantation, while Pu Su squatted beside him, sensing an enigmatic depth in the man's Taoist practices. Before long, he witnessed the true extent of Shunhua's profound abilities. As Shunhua opened his eyes and swiftly transformed his hands into a fixed gesture while uttering a transformative incantation. Pu Su felt the pungent stench of blood that had pervaded his courtyard vanish entirely. When he looked at Shunhua again, the man seemed even more imposing, and Pu Su couldn't help but wonder if this Shunhua was indeed the illustrious Taoist master he had heard of in his past life. After accomplishing his task, Shunhua glanced down to find Pu Su staring at him with wide, gleaming almond-shaped eyes, which stirred an inexplicable feeling within him. Though this sensation was fleeting, it was enough to elude his grasp before he could ponder it further. He had previously used his abilities to discipline a group of travelers, and without much rest, he returned to his room to draw talismans. Halfway through, he heard commotion below and descended with the intention of dispelling the blood aura in the courtyard. To prevent attracting more zombies, to his astonishment, he found Pu Su ensnared by his inner demons. He had assumed that such a unique cultivation practice would shield him from encountering such mental afflictions. Yet he realized that there were indeed thresholds to be crossed. Seeing Pusu's expression twisted with pain, Shunua furrowed his brow, likely deciding to use a calming talisman along with his own spiritual energy to help dispel the inner demons. As he made contact with Pusu's body, he understood why this individual had suddenly fallen prey to his inner demons. It was entirely due to his hasty cultivation and the chaotic energy swirling within him. However, as he gazed into Pusu's round almond eyes, he could not help but feel curious about what kind of suffering could inflict such torment upon this youth. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from asking directly. Although they had shared a living space for quite some time, they had never delved into their innermost thoughts, leaving an air of unfamiliarity between them. Furthermore, Shunua, being somewhat socially inept, understood that whatever had caused Pusu to display such a countenance was likely not a trivial matter. Ultimately, he merely regarded Pusu and said, "I have expended considerable energy. Do not linger in battle. It is best to return now. Without the blood aura, they will not continue to target this place." Although Pusu had regained his clarity, he remained affected by the earlier negative emotions. He had thought he could bury the matter, believing that as long as he did not dwell on it, it would not cause any turmoil. Yet at this moment, he realized the truth. This issue had always been a latent pain in his heart. He had lost everything to those who had caused his demise, and tragically, it was his own beloved who had orchestrated it. If he could so easily forget and let go, how saintly he would have to be. It seemed he needed to seek out the whereabouts of Sun Mu Yang. Some matters could only be resolved by confronting them head-on. Such evasion was but self-deception, and he could not afford to risk losing his life again because of this. Nevertheless, he understood that now was not the time to focus on this matter. Not to mention, he currently had no leads on Sun Mu Yang's fate, nor did he know whether the person was alive or dead. Right at his doorstep, a horde of zombies awaited his attention, and that insatiable green vine continued to consume crystal cores, causing the spiritual energy within him to surge uncontrollably. Having learned from his earlier experience, he would not allow it to continue this ravenous consumption. He issued a command, instructing it to collect but not to devour. Though the vine was displeased with the order, it dared not oppose Pusu. If it were not permitted to return to his dantian, it could not retain its absorbed crystal cores in the external world for long. Pusu had already experimented with this, fearing that if the vine ever became more powerful than himself, it might rebel. Thus, he had been seeking ways to restrain it. However, he soon discovered that the vine was bound by the confines of his dantian from the moment it entered. If it remained outside his dantian for more than 3 days, its life force would begin to wane. More importantly, while Pusu could summon it back to his dantian at will, it could not return without his consent. This meant that if Pusu were to perish, the vine would also perish, and if he wished for the vine to die, he merely needed to leave it outside his dantian. After realizing this limitation, Pusu felt a sense of relief regarding the vine. Indeed, any creature prioritizes its own life above all else. That time he had left the vine outside for 4 days had frightened it immensely, effectively erasing any remaining defiance it had harbored. Thus, when Pusu commanded it now, it complied obediently, though it drooled at the sight of the crystal cores ensnared within its grasp. Yet, it dared not consume any further, harboring some resentment instead, which manifested in its increasingly violent actions against the zombies. With the time saved from not consuming crystal cores, its efficiency skyrocketed, and within a mere 15 minutes, a multitude of zombies lay defeated around them. Having regained his composure, Pusu no longer hesitated. Although Shunua had informed him that the blood aura in the courtyard had been cleared, reducing the likelihood of attracting more zombies, any excessive noise could still draw them in. After all, there were numerous wandering zombies in the vicinity, and Pusu knew that their numbers would only swell. Today, both he and Shunua had expended significant energy, and he wished to avoid further complications. Therefore, he unleashed his second-tier wood-based powers, emanating a faint green glow, while the wood's spiritual energy within his dantian began to circulate rapidly. Under Pusu's control, the surrounding plants came to life, extending their branches to firmly bind the zombies. In the instant the zombies lost their freedom, Pusu swiftly pierced them with wooden spikes, each striking directly into their skulls, some even dislodging the crystal cores within a mere half-hour. Nearly 60 zombies that had surged forth were thoroughly eliminated by Pusu and his pet vine. However, surveying the ground littered with corpses, Pusu furrowed his brow. Although the blood aura in the courtyard had been eradicated, Would the sheer number of bodies truly not attract more zombies? The blood aura here was likely even more potent than before. He cast a glance at the room where Su Nuo was resting, pondering whether he should go up and inquire if Su Nuo had any more talismans to dispel the lingering malevolence. If this situation remained unresolved, it would likely lead to an endless night. However, the mere thought of approaching Su Nuo about it made him sigh. Although the man possessed an appealing appearance, his demeanor was exceedingly aloof, rendering communication quite challenging. It remained uncertain whether he would even be willing to part with a talisman. Pu Su first summoned the green vine back, instructing it to gather all the crystal cores from the surrounding plants before returning. Upon a rough count, there were nearly 40 cores, in addition to those previously absorbed by the green vine. It appeared that the probability of zombies generating crystal cores in their brains had significantly increased. After washing his hands clean in the yard, he proceeded to the second floor and knocked on Su Nuo's door. Su Nuo had crafted numerous talismans earlier, and the exertion had taken its toll, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Yet, he anticipated Pu Su's visit, especially with so many zombie corpses at the entrance, which would undoubtedly weigh on his mind. However, he loathed revealing his vulnerability to others. Thus, when Pu Su knocked, he lazily remarked, "I know why you've come. Consider those talismans yours, though I doubt you'll know how to use them. Rest assured, I've already set up an array talisman at the main entrance. Even if those zombies reach our doorstep, they will perceive it merely as a regular wall, unaware of our presence within. So, sleep soundly. Any matters can wait until tomorrow morning." Hearing that languorous voice from within, Pu Su couldn't help but frown. He thought to himself, "Here I am, battling zombies outside, and he is already asleep? How utterly unreliable." Moreover, Su Nuo's claim that the talismans would be of no use to him irked him. How could he presume to know that? A little guidance would suffice, and with his intelligence, he would surely grasp it quickly. Must he always speak in such a condescending manner? Yet, he only dared to voice these grievances internally, for he could not fathom why he felt inferior in Su Nuo's presence. Was it truly because Su Nuo was his creditor? Muttering to himself, Pu Su turned to leave. Since Su Nuo had made his stance clear, he decided to let it be. If the zombies came later, he would hold Su Nuo accountable then. With that thought, he returned to his room for a quick shower to wash away his fatigue, before lying on his bed and secretly reveling in the crystal cores he had gathered. This was the first batch he had collected in this lifetime. Although he had previously been blindly greedy and absorbed excessive crystal energy, nearly falling victim to the allure of his inner demons, he was now somewhat apprehensive. He had never encountered such a phenomenon in his past life. Even when he reached the 4th tier of cultivation, it seemed that Sun Mu Yang had indeed dealt him a heavy blow. Perhaps he ought to find an opportunity to confront this inner demon. With a resigned sigh, Pu Su resolved to exercise caution in his future cultivation. However, he was certain that the green vine, when absorbing crystal cores, would provide him with purer wood-type energy. He had just inspected the green vine within his dantian and noticed that its abilities had indeed improved after absorbing the cores. He was well aware that although he had previously absorbed crystal energy, the energy derived from the green vine was not only more abundant but also devoid of impurities, requiring less effort to expel. He wondered if, given his current altered abilities, absorbing a crystal core now would yield better results than before. Yet, recalling how the excessive energy absorption had nearly triggered his inner demon, he decided against it for the time being. After all, there was ample time. He could explore this avenue tomorrow. Perhaps haste was not a virtue in this case. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of gratitude for Su Nuo, who had helped him disperse his inner demons. This individual, despite his cold exterior, had a warm heart. Seeing him in distress, he had reached out to assist. Pu Su resolved that he must learn something from him during their time together, even if it were just a few techniques. Every little bit could serve as a means of self-preservation. Chapter 51. Midnight Snack for Branch. Especially today, the memories of his past life's agonies resurfaced, heightening his desire for more methods of survival. He sighed. Lying back on his bed, Su Nuo must have expended considerable energy today, dealing with so many corpses and subsequently setting up formations for purification. Just thinking about it made Pu Su feel exhausted on his behalf. Reflecting on Su Nuo's languorous voice from earlier, he suddenly considered that perhaps Su Nuo had been too fatigued to engage properly, while he had perceived him as overly indifferent. In retrospect, it seemed he had been the one lacking in concern for his companion. With this realization, Pu Su found it difficult to remain still on his bed. However, knowing Su Nua's personality, he feared that if he sought him out again, he might not answer the door. Remembering their interrupted meal, he surmised that Su Nua had likely not eaten enough, given his usual appetite. Thus, he went downstairs to fetch some lean meat porridge and brought it back upstairs. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked on the door. Soon, Su Nua's slightly impatient voice came from within. "What now?" Upon hearing that tone, Su couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Were it not for the fact that you rescued me from my inner demons, I wouldn't bother with you." Nevertheless, he tried to maintain a neutral tone, saying, "I've prepared a midnight snack for you. Would you like to eat?" The room fell silent. Just as Su thought Su Nua wouldn't come out, he heard the door creak open. Turning, he saw Su Nua standing in the doorway, clad in loose attire and sporting tousled hair. It was Su's first time witnessing him in such a disheveled state. While it might have appeared untidy on others, Su Nua's demeanor lent him an air of lazy charisma, causing Su to inwardly lament his own lack of a similarly impressive physique. "What are you doing?" Su Nua inquired, extending his hand to accept the food, oblivious to Su's internal musings. Snapping back to reality, Su noticed the faint signs of fatigue on Su Nua's face. Confirming his earlier assumption that the man was indeed worn out, he felt somewhat guilty for his previous misunderstanding. It was fortunate he had kept his complaints to himself, as Su Nua was likely unaware of them. Yet, observing Su Nua's drowsy expression made Su question whether bringing the midnight snack had been a miscalculation. Perhaps he should have waited until Su Nua woke up before presenting it. Su Nua, standing there for a while without receiving the food, furrowed his brows and asked, "Isn't this for me?" Realizing his oversight, Su felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were already asleep. I could just leave the food downstairs and heat it up for you when you wake." Although Su Nua was slightly annoyed at being disturbed from his slumber, that irritation vanished as soon as he caught a whiff of the food Su had prepared. It would be absurd to tell him to wait until he woke up to eat. That would be a complete joke. Had it not been for Su's sheepish demeanor, Su Nua might have suspected he was here to mock him. Raising an eyebrow, he looked at Su as if he were mad, saying, "Do you really think I could sleep through the aroma of the food you made? My stomach is already rumbling. How could I possibly fall back asleep now?" Su was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of Su Nua's words. Quickly realizing how foolish his earlier thoughts had been, of course, if Su Nua had gotten up, it was because he was genuinely hungry. His previous comment had been rather silly. Feeling a bit awkward, he chuckled nervously and squeezed past Su Nua into his room, saying, "Well, I actually have something to discuss with you, so it works out perfectly to talk while you eat. I won't disturb your rest." Su Nua felt a bit uncomfortable with Su pushing into his space, but he merely frowned slightly without stopping him. He could tell that Su was embarrassed about his earlier words. And whether his actions were an attempt to mask his awkwardness or if he truly had something to discuss, Su Nua decided to let it slide, especially in light of the midnight snack. Moreover, since this room was originally assigned to Su, and there was nothing of concern inside, he saw no reason to prevent him from entering. Initially, Su had focused on alleviating his earlier embarrassment, but as he prepared to place the food on the table, he noticed a clutter of talisman papers and a brush resting at the edge. He paused, and a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. Turning to Su Nua, he asked, "Were you drawing talismans here earlier?" Chapter 52. The Defective Product? Seeking Gigi, Su Nua found himself somewhat perplexed by Su's astonished expression, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Is it so strange for me to draw talismans here? Otherwise, how do you think I came by those talismans?" Su opened his mouth, genuinely wanting to say that he had always believed those talismans were bestowed upon Su Nua by some esteemed master, or perhaps Su Nua's own teacher. He had never imagined that someone of Su Nua's age could conjure such a multitude of talismans. Moreover, if he were to follow his line of thought, he couldn't help but wonder, "You can't be telling me that the talisman you just used to purify the blood energy in our yard was freshly drawn by you?" Su Nua did not comprehend the incredibility of his ability to draw talismans that elicited such a reaction, yet he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at his collaborator's lack of trust in his capabilities. Thus, he raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Or do you think, why did I only just perform the purification? And why am I so exhausted now?" Although Su was momentarily silenced by his words, he felt no trace of displeasure. Rather, he was even more astonished. He truly believed that Su Nua possessed exceptional skills. After all, why would the former shopkeeper have shown such deference upon meeting Su Nuwa? However, he had never contemplated that Su Nuwa could be so formidable, especially since he had witnessed the efficacy of those talismans firsthand and could attest to their effectiveness. Thus, when Su Nuwa asserted that he had created them, Park Su couldn't help but be astounded. "You wouldn't tell me that those talismans you used earlier were all drawn by you, would you?" Park Su couldn't help but recall the talismans he had been coveting and asked. Su Nuwa felt a bit irked at the incredulity and skepticism reflected in Park Su's eyes. Did he truly appear so unreliable? Raising an eyebrow, he replied, "Of course they are my creations. Not only are those talismans drawn by me, but even the spatial ring you are currently wearing was a product of my leisure research. That's so hard to believe." Upon hearing this, Park Su swallowed hard. "You just said that the spatial ring I have on my hand was also made by you? Surely, you must be joking." Su Nuwa found amusement in Park Su's incredulous demeanor. Previously, he had looked down upon those who flaunted their abilities. Now he realized that occasionally showcasing his talents wasn't such a bad thing. He raised his hand, allowing Park Su to see the spatial ring he wore. "What you don't know is that the ring you hold is merely a defective product to me. The largest spatial ring I have developed so far measures 40 square meters, this very one on my hand. Moreover, only I can perceive and utilize the space within it. As for the kind of spatial ring you are using, I have grown too lazy to make any more. However, I still have a few on hand for emergencies, though I find them rather useless. Would you care to take a look?" Although Park Su found Su Nuwa's claims hard to believe, the mere mention of the spatial ring instinctively made him nod. After all, acquiring such a ring in the apocalypse was no small feat. He had once considered himself exceedingly fortunate to have obtained one, yet now, to learn that his cohabitant was the very creator of spatial rings left him utterly astonished. However, recalling Su Nuwa's nonchalant demeanor when he had given him the ring, he suddenly began to think that perhaps his words held truth, since the other party offered to show him those spatial rings. Park Su, driven by the notion that he might devise a way to acquire another ring, quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing Park Su's foolish expression only added to Su Nuwa's amusement. Without further ado, he retrieved 5 spatial rings from his own ring and placed them on the table. "These are all defective products I created during my research on spatial rings. They range from 6 to 8 square meters in size, with the largest being around 15 square meters. Unfortunately, they can be used by anyone, which makes them somewhat unreliable. Therefore, I intend to sell them, as I already possess one for my own use if necessary. I can always create a more personalized one, rendering these defective products unnecessary." Of course, he wouldn't admit that he had never considered carrying these failed products with him before. However, after encountering Park Su, he suddenly felt that perhaps having these spatial rings nearby could prove beneficial in the future, and he might even earn a profit from them. Hence, after returning from that trip, he decided to keep these spatial rings in his own ring. As Park Su observed Su Nuwa's actions of tossing the rings, he felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. He hurriedly thrust the plate he was holding into Su Nuwa's hands to grab the rings, examining them from all angles to ensure they hadn't been damaged, before anxiously checking if they were indeed spatial rings. Chapter 53. Master Su Nuwa. Seeking Chapter Gigi. The outcome of his inspection left Park Su utterly disheartened. Not only were the rings Su Nuwa had carelessly tossed on the table all spatial rings, but each one possessed a far larger capacity than his own. Park Su distinctly remembered the rumors he had heard in his previous life, claiming that spatial rings were exceedingly rare, with most circulating among the populace measuring only 4 to 5 square meters. It was precisely for this reason that he had deemed his 6 square meter spatial ring immensely valuable, feeling he had scored a tremendous bargain by purchasing it for 2 million. However, now he found himself questioning whether the world he had been reborn into was truly the same as his previous life. Why did it all feel so surreal? Su Nuwa observed the person who had fallen into a trance since acquiring the ring and reached out to take it from him. "So, do you believe me now?" Park Su snapped back to reality, perplexed as he asked, "Aside from you, are there any others capable of crafting these spatial rings?" Although Su Nuwa was unsure why Park Su posed such a question, he furrowed his brow and replied, "I developed this myself. I don't know if anyone else has researched this, but as far as I am aware, I am the only one. Why is it so hard for you to accept that I created this?" Park Su felt somewhat embarrassed. "Well, that's not quite it," he sighed internally, suddenly realizing that perhaps the Su Nuwa he had come across was indeed the renowned Master Su Nuwa from his previous life. This realization left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He simply could not fathom that the extraordinary, aloof, and elusive Master Su Nuo, who could single-handedly face 100 foes, was standing before him in the form of this young man, who appeared to be only a few years his senior. Moreover, the fact that this very person had previously extracted a hefty sum from him made it hard for him to associate him with the master he had heard so much about. However, the extraordinary abilities he had displayed, coupled with his current proficiency in Taoist arts, compelled Park Su to entertain the thought. Was it possible that another person named Su Nuo existed, possessing even greater mastery of the Taoist arts than the one before him? It seemed increasingly unlikely, for given Su Nuo's current level of skill, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable force in the apocalypse, thereby gaining notoriety. Yet, Park Su had never heard of two individuals named Su Nuo who both practiced Taoist arts and were equally impressive. Although Park Su's understanding of the previous Su Nuo was largely derived from hearsay, the current circumstances suggested an undeniable truth. This Su Nuo before him was very likely the Master Su Nuo of his previous life. Regardless of how youthful and inexperienced he appeared, he was undoubtedly a substantial ally, one that many would aspire to ally with but find difficult to approach. After Park Su finished speaking, Su Nuo retreated into his own thoughts. Seemingly lost in contemplation, he frowned and remarked, "Your late-night snack has been delivered. If there's nothing else, the door is over there." Park Su found himself momentarily stunned by the unmistakable dismissal, but, given the greater shock he had just experienced, he paid little heed to it. Instead, he scrutinized Su Nuo once more. Previously, he had merely thought Su Nuo possessed a pleasant appearance and a commendable physique, but now he suddenly perceived a master's demeanor in his perpetually disdainful expression. Reflecting on the fact that the man he had never had a chance to meet in his previous life now sat before him, enjoying the night snack he had prepared, he couldn't help but feel incredulous. Was this truly the Master Su Nuo? Could it be so? Su Nuo felt somewhat uneasy under Park Su's scrutinizing gaze. He had always believed he had never concealed anything from Park Su. His abilities in Taoist arts and his supernatural powers were all well known to him at times. He even puzzled over why he felt such trust when facing Park Su. After all, his mentor had always instructed him to maintain a degree of caution in his interactions with others, a principle he had adhered to quite well over the years. Perhaps it was because Park Su had chosen to save him in his moment of peril, rather than abandon him, or perhaps it was because, during that trial, he had seen through Park Su's essence, a person who was somewhat foolish yet inherently kind-hearted. Or perhaps because this young man appeared to share a similar sense of loneliness. Su Nuo contemplated the notion that sometimes an individual feels an inexplicable desire to be kind to another. Thus, it may be that his inclination to extend greater trust towards Park Su is equally without reason. Perhaps it is simply the trustworthy visage of the boy that inspires such feelings. After all, Park Su's youthful face bears little semblance of danger, and he has indeed never posed a threat to himself. The only secret that Park Su remains unaware of is the creation of the space ring. Yet Su Nuo did not anticipate that this revelation would elicit such a gaze from him, one of surprise, disbelief, and ultimately, admiration. In truth, Su Nuo had perceived a myriad of emotions reflected in Park Su's eyes, ranging from initial astonishment to later delight, with moments of hesitation and even disdain. However, none of these expressions could compare to the profound sense of achievement he felt from the current gaze directed at him. It is worth noting that he had encountered similar looks from others, yet only Park Su's regard filled him with such joy, igniting an impulsive desire to showcase his other capabilities before the youth. This sensation was utterly bewildering, so contrary to his usual demeanor. Suddenly regaining his composure, he placed the late-night snack upon the table and reached out to grasp the collar of Park Su's shirt. "Do not look at me with such peculiar eyes. If you have something to say, do so plainly, or else take your leave." With this, he exerted a gentle force, propelling Park Su towards the door, indicating that he was free to go. Had Park Su been treated thus in the past, he would have certainly erupted in anger. However, he now surmised that this young man, Su Nuo, was likely the powerful ally he had known in his previous life. All the frustrations that had accumulated dissipated in an instant, as he gazed at Su Nuo with sparkling eyes, vowing to himself that he must cling to this formidable figure. Reflecting upon the rumors he had heard in his past life, he increasingly felt that his previous grievances paled in comparison. Securing a bond with this individual would undoubtedly enhance his chances of survival. Moreover, If he could cultivate a sufficiently strong rapport, he might even wield some influence himself. Even if that proved elusive, merely being friends with the illustrious Master Su Nuo, who had garnered widespread admiration in his previous life, was exhilarating enough to foster a sense of pride, and should he manage to acquire even a fraction of Su Nuo's skills, then if the latter ever deemed him unworthy, he could still feel justified in having aided such a remarkable person. Wait a moment. Park Su suddenly recalled that he had saved Su Nuo's life once before. Did that mean he had, in this lifetime, rescued the esteemed Master Su Nuo? The thought left him a bit exhilarated. Of course, he conveniently ignored the fact that Su Nuo would have thrived regardless of his intervention. Earning his renown in the post-apocalyptic world, Su Nuo's intention in acting thus was to dissuade Park Su from regarding him with such odd eyes. Yet he was taken aback to find that the boy had not only failed to temper his gaze, but had intensified it. Raising an eyebrow, he closed the door with a decisive thud. Upon hearing the door slam, Park Su realized he had been unceremoniously cast out and was now locked outside. He raised his hand to knock, but hesitated, retracting it instead. This was Su Nuo, Master Su Nuo. He could not afford to anger him. Having resolved to attach himself to this powerful individual, he knew he must treat him with greater care. After all, there was no need to rush. It would be wiser to return to his room and devise a thoughtful plan to secure his position. With this in mind, Park Su refrained from uttering another word and turned to retreat to his chamber. Though the excitement bubbling within him was impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, inside, Su Nuo found himself puzzled by Park Su's sudden departure. Given the boy's previous temperament, had he treated him in such a manner, the reaction would have been explosive. Yet today, he seemed inexplicably docile. Could it be that Su Nuo's ability to craft the space ring held such significance for him, inspiring such reverence? Recalling the lengths Park Su had gone to for that 6-square-meter ring, including signing inequitable agreements and cherishing the failed prototype as if it were a treasure, Su Nuo began to question whether he had perhaps been a tad excessive in his actions. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon the few rings he had flaunted before Park Su. Though all were flawed, their spatial dimensions far surpassed that of Park Su's creation. Unbeknownst to Park Su, the materials used for his ring were of the highest quality, and it was the only one he had crafted entirely by himself. The others were mere experiments, hastily procured for trial. In fact, he had used that particular ring for an extended period, until he had a sudden change of heart and decided to create a duplicate to wear. However, this ring had been his most satisfactory creation, which was why he had been reluctant to part with it. When he saw how desperately Park Su desired a space ring, he thought that if he gifted it, the boy would treasure it deeply. Coupled with the price Park Su had offered, it felt justifiable to part with it. Thus, while the ring remained a failure, it held a unique significance for Su Nuo. Nevertheless, he would not share this sentiment with Park Su. He merely regarded the boy as someone with the innocent demeanor of a child, albeit with a child's temperament. Grateful that the late-night snack had turned out well, he finished eating and promptly retired to bed. Awakened by excitement, Park Su rose early the following morning, having abandoned his previous vegetarian habits to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Su Nuo. After a night of contemplation, he had come to a realization. Since Su Nuo chose to remain by his side to cook, he should make the meals increasingly palatable. After all, relationships are nurtured through shared experiences, and if he intended to make requests, he must first elevate his standing in Su Nuo's eyes. He also weighed his options. If Su Nuo truly was the illustrious Master Su Nuo, bringing him to the base would significantly enhance his own chances of survival. Conversely, if his assumptions were incorrect, he had already observed Su Nuo's remarkable abilities. He doubted that even he, as a second-tier wood element ability user, could catch him off guard. Therefore, he concluded that if he could bolster Su Nuo's fondness for him, there was no way the master would remain indifferent in times of peril, thus providing him with an additional ally, protector, or even enforcer. Thus, it was imperative to foster a favorable relationship with Su Nuo, eschewing the previous ambivalence. Had Park Su known Su Nuo originally intended to serve as his aide, he would surely have felt disheartened. If he had foreseen this, he would not have gone to such lengths to prepare various dishes for Su Nuo during their time together. Nonetheless, oblivious to this, Park Su was determined to win Su Nuo's favor. After a restful night, Su Nuo opened his door to be greeted by a delightful aroma. Raising an eyebrow, he peered over the banister from the second floor and spotted Park Su bustling about at the dining table. Seeing Park Su clad in an adorable cartoon apron, diligently preparing breakfast, filled Su Nuo with warmth, and no one had ever devoted such thoughtfulness to him. Though his mentor had imparted much wisdom, he had always been somewhat negligent in the domestic realm, displaying little inclination to cook, let alone invest such effort for his sake. Occasionally, while undertaking tasks, Su Nuo would witness similar heartwarming scenes in other households. Although he did not voice it aloud, deep down he felt a tinge of envy. He had often contemplated how wonderful it would be if he could one day experience such a warm family atmosphere. However, he had always been somewhat inarticulate and struggled with communication. On top of that, his father frequently proclaimed, "Women are like tigers. One must be extremely cautious in their dealings, lest one finds themselves in peril without even comprehending how they came to such a fate." Additionally, he had suffered losses in business on 2 occasions, both at the hands of women, which led him to keep a respectful distance from the female gender thereafter. As he gradually interacted more with the outside world, he realized that the issue was not with women per se, but rather that human emotions and intentions were far too intricate. To avoid being taken advantage of, one must engage in thoughtful consideration and calculation, just as others do. He had little ambition in life, and thus was unwilling to seek out tasks for himself, believing it wiser to invest his energies in honing his skills in the arcane arts. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and plots are rendered insignificant. Coincidentally, his father was acquainted with the shopkeeper, and since he did not require a lavish lifestyle, he opted to sell goods solely in front of the shopkeeper, limiting his interactions with the outside world. He was indifferent to how much the shopkeeper profited from him. In his heart, he felt that if there were tasks he was unwilling to undertake and others assisted him, it was only fair that they should reap some reward. Furthermore, the more the shopkeeper earned from him, the less indebted he felt, allowing him to navigate situations without feeling beholden to the other party. In truth, had he not sensed the shift in the ambient energy, he would not have considered that last business deal. Having invested much for that family, he was ultimately cast aside during the pivotal moment of his awakening. Though he did not articulate it and displayed no outward signs, he alone understood that this experience had deepened his aversion to human interaction. After all, if others were unwilling to invest in him, why should he burden himself with emotions for them? Moreover, he believed that in the current climate, human nature had grown increasingly callous. Chapter 55. An uneasy promise to Su Jiji now. Although he recognized that Pu Su's act of cooking for him was likely tied to the issue of debt, he did not concern himself with it. After all, while he cherished the spatial ring, it had become a mere token of failure, holding sentimental rather than practical value. To him, selling that ring for over $1 million was already a profit, and the matter of the IO was simply a jest aimed at teasing Pu Su. Never expecting the youth to take it so seriously, as practitioners of arcane arts, they believed in the principle of cause and effect. Thus, he felt that Pu Su had never truly owed him anything. Instead, it was he who owed Pu Su for saving him once. Though he might have survived that incident without Pu Su's assistance, it certainly would not have been as comfortable. Despite feeling somewhat disoriented, he could still discern Pu Su's care during that period, and in truth, he felt indebted to him. This sense of obligation was precisely why he made such a request, seeking a legitimate way to repay the kindness. Over the days they had spent together, he felt he had not misjudged Pu Su at all. The youth was indeed more innocent than he had anticipated. However, he sensed that Pu Su's heart was perhaps too soft. In this harsh world, one often needed to be ruthless to survive. Pu Su was undeniably swift and decisive when confronting zombies, yet he hesitated excessively when dealing with humans. To Su Nuo, such indecision seemed entirely unnecessary. After all, he believed that humans could be far more terrifying than the undead. With zombies, defeat merely indicated a lack of strength. As long as one possessed sufficient ability, the undead posed no threat. Conversely, humans could harbor hidden agendas, and one could never be sure who might conspire against them for personal gain. Human nature, in such times, only revealed its ugliest aspects. The avarice and schemes that lay dormant in peaceful times would inevitably resurface in this era. Of course, he did not deny the existence of good people in the world, but how could one ascertain that the individual they encountered was indeed virtuous? Moreover, he believed that if good people remained as saintly as during peaceful times, they would likely not survive for long. In his view, a good person merely held a few more moral principles and friendships, striving for their own interests without undermining others. Yet, he could not be certain whether such bonds were strong enough to resist the allure of self-interest. It was precisely this mindset that made him reluctant to engage with outsiders, especially considering that someone like Pu Su, if left to fend for himself, would undoubtedly suffer greatly, perhaps even lose his life. Since Pu Su was neither a saint nor devoid of friendship, yet possessed a gentle heart and culinary skills, he saw no harm in assisting him. After all, he had little else to occupy his time. And Pu Su appeared quite knowledgeable about the current state of affairs, which could spare him from considerable trouble. Although he was unaware of how Su Nua had come to learn about those bases, after all. The apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior when Su Nua had rescued him. He understood that the government would not be able to establish such bases in such a short time. This realization hinted that Pu Su must harbor some secrets. Nevertheless, Su Nua was unconcerned with such matters. He was solely interested in the bases Pu Su mentioned, knowing that power struggles would inevitably ensue there. Once such elements were in play, human greed would only intensify, and he doubted Pu Su's temperament would allow him to keep his secrets hidden. Moreover, he found it peculiar how Pu Su had reacted upon witnessing his ability to draw talismans and craft spatial rings. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to probe further. Standing at the stairway, Su Nua's mind was abuzz with thoughts, while Pu Su, preparing breakfast downstairs, soon caught sight of him. After all, as a second-tier wood-type ability user, he could hardly remain oblivious to the sudden gaze directed at him. However, upon realizing that this individual was likely Master Su Nua, and given his desire to ingratiate himself, Pu Su feigned ignorance. Continuing to diligently prepare breakfast, his intention was to showcase the effort involved in cooking, hoping to greet Su Nua with a smile once he descended, thereby fostering a sense of closeness between them. Unexpectedly, Su Nua stood at the top of the staircase, staring at him unblinkingly. Chapter 56. The potential of a good wife. If Su Nua had merely gazed at him for a minute or two, Pu Su would have tolerated it. However, as he placed the final dishes on the table, Su Nua's unwavering stare began to irritate him. What could it possibly mean? Unable to maintain his facade any longer, Pu Su met Su Nua's gaze and forced a polite smile, saying, "Now that you're up, come and have breakfast. Afterward, I need to go out and deal with some zombies." Su Nua snapped back to reality at Pu Su's call, wholly oblivious to the impoliteness of his earlier scrutiny. Instead, he found Pu Su's smile somewhat displeasing, perhaps because it seemed overly courteous and lacked warmth. Yet, witnessing the scene of Pu Su addressing him in such a manner warmed Su Nua's heart, further solidifying his impression that Pu Su had considerable potential as a devoted partner. Of course, had Pu Su been aware of Su Nua's thoughts, he would not have felt particularly pleased, as no man relishes being labeled as having qualities of a good wife. While Su Nua entertained such notions, he maintained a stoic expression, quickly descending the stairs to take his seat. Pu Su, observing that Su Nua exhibited no signs of discontent, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He reflected on how foolish he had appeared the previous night in front of Su Nua. Even if he was astounded by Su Nua's identity, it was inappropriate to display such emotions merely based on speculation. Furthermore, he realized that he had failed to respond adequately to Su Nua's inquiries, lost in his own thoughts. The more he reflected, the more he cringed at his own behavior. Pu Su wished he were a mental-type ability user, capable of erasing Su Nua's memories of their encounter. The more embarrassed he felt, the faster he ate, yet he still needed to seek Su Nua's favor, leaving him uncertain how to initiate conversation. Understanding Su Nua's reserved nature, he concluded that he could only broach the topic of the previous day's events. Consequently, his ears flushed with embarrassment as he hastened to finish his porridge. Just as he swallowed a mouthful and steadied himself to speak, he heard Su Nua's cool voice from across the table. "Are you not afraid of burning yourself drinking so quickly? Or do wood-type ability users possess immunity to heat?" As the words nearly escaped his lips, they were abruptly stifled by the inquiry posed to him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally responded, "Isn't it imperative to eat swiftly and prepare ourselves to combat the zombies? Given the events of yesterday, I believe we cannot linger here for too long. I wish to make additional preparations, for it seems we shall embark on our journey in the coming days. You will accompany me, won't you?" Su Nua, delighting in the thin meat porridge accompanied by the side dishes prepared by Pu Su, remarked, "I see your culinary skills have notably improved of late. I fear I may never tire of your cooking in the near future." Pu Su's heart swelled with joy at Su Nua's words, and although he did not explicitly state it, his intentions to journey together were clear. A more genuine smile blossomed on his face as he replied, "Very well. Do let me know what items you wish to bring along. With your numerous spatial rings, you should be able to carry quite a bit. Of course, if you find yourself unable to utilize all of them, you might consider sharing a couple with me. I don't mean as a gift or a sale. Rather, since you won't be taking much, and considering we are traveling together, it would enhance our living standards. Wouldn't it? Su Nua chuckled at Pu Su's eager demeanor, teasingly inquiring, "Is your 6 square meter ring insufficient?" Pu Su, slightly miffed, retorted, "A 6 square meter ring amounts to merely 216 cubic meters. While that sounds substantial, it is only the size of the smallest bathroom in this house. How much do you think we can fit in there?" Not one to back down, Su Nua playfully challenged. "As long as we can fit the kitchen items, wouldn't that suffice? After all, I am primarily concerned with your cooking." Pu Su felt a surge of irritation at this remark but, observing Su Nua's expression, found himself unable to respond with anger. After all, based on Pu Su's demonstrated capabilities from the previous day, he suspected he might not stand a chance against him. Moreover, having resolved to cling to Su Nua's support, he realized that losing his temper might jeopardize their rapport. Taking a deep breath, Pu Su gathered his belongings. Deciding not to engage further, Su Nua, amused by Pu Su's antics, noted the shift in his demeanor. Had it been any other time, Pu Su would have likely exploded at such treatment, but now he seemed to tolerate it. Su Nua raised an eyebrow, pondering the reason for this change. Could it truly be due to witnessing his strength, or was there something else at play? Regardless of Pu Su's motivations, Su Nua found himself preferring the unreserved version of him. Curiosity piqued by Pu Su's sudden restraint, Su Nua hastily finished his porridge and, as Pu Su prepared to leave, called out, "Why not wash and tidy up my things while you're at it?" "You about to head out?" After all. Pu Su paused. Taken aback, he was accustomed to their unspoken agreement where he cooked, and Su Nua handled the cleaning. Though he had intended to please Su Nua today, the request felt like an overreach. After all, Su Nua had clearly indicated his reluctance to share even a single spatial ring, opting instead to fill Pu Su's with kitchen supplies. If he were to comply with this request, it would feel as if he was being maneuvered. However, mindful of the need to maintain their alliance, Pu Su turned towards him, a slight smile gracing his lips as he said, "Apologies, but I'm pressed for time. I need to venture outside to gather supplies. You see, I am currently shouldering the responsibility of sustaining 2 lives." Su Nua perceived Pu Su's childish defiance, but paid it little mind. It appeared he possessed something Su Nua deemed worthy of concern. Perhaps the method for crafting spatial rings, given Pu Su's apparent fascination with them. Nevertheless, Su Nua considered it more likely that it related to Pu Su's own secrets. Regardless, he believed that, with time, he would uncover the truth. As he observed Pu Su's frustrated demeanor, Su Nua, unexpectedly, stood up and suggested, "How about this? You assist me in gathering these items, and today I shall accompany you to confront the zombies." Yesterday's haul was quite fruitful. Surely, it would not hurt to delay our departure a bit? Pu Su's eyes sparkled with excitement at Su Nua's words. "You mean you are willing to venture out with me to battle the zombies?" Su Nua raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you reluctant?" "On the contrary, I am most eager," Pu Su exclaimed, promptly springing into action to tidy up the table. He looked at Su Nua with gleaming eyes. "All right, let us proceed." Despite their lengthy acquaintance, this was a first. Su Nua had previously remained indoors for his recovery and then for research. Thus, Pu Su had been left to not only prepare meals but also gather supplies. This arrangement had left him somewhat discontented, as he could have ventured out alone to gather food and resources more efficiently. While the previous day's encounter had indeed brought them some supplies, he felt the need to be cautious to avoid becoming a target. Furthermore, with the recent emergence of zombie cores, he wished to stockpile them for future needs. With the base still under construction, he saw an opportunity to enhance his abilities, thus improving his chances of survival. Knowing Su Nua possessed ample space in his rings, he intended to accumulate more resources, as for Su Nua's refusal to share. He would address that later. Pu Su was determined to persuade him to allow some items into those rings. After all, this was essential for his future stability in B City. He had no desire to relive the hardships he endured with Sun Mu Yang at S-Base. Given this second chance at life, he was resolved to ensure a better existence for himself and his mother amidst the apocalypse. Achieving this would require either formidable strength or ample resources, along with a means to conceal them. Chapter 57. Can it be resolved? If he could learn the method of crafting spatial rings from Su Nua, that would be ideal, though he understood that such knowledge was unlikely to be readily shared. Each ring had already incurred a debt of countless meals, and he could only wonder how long he would need to support Sunua. Should he ever gain the knowledge to create rings, he would need to contemplate what he could offer in return. However, if Sunua were genuinely willing to teach him, Pusu believed he would not hesitate to barter whatever he could. After all, the market value of spatial rings in the apocalypse was exceedingly high, and Pusu understood that Sunua likely would not divulge such a skill lightly. Sunua had no items to collect, as everything he required was already safely stored in his spatial ring. Thus, he followed Pusu outside empty-handed. As soon as they opened the door, the sounds of zombies outside reached their ears. It dawned on Pusu that the remnants of yesterday's battle had left a lingering scent of blood in the yard, along with the remains of the fallen, likely attracting more zombies, especially as their numbers continued to grow and encroach into suburban areas. What surprised him, however, was the absence of any zombies attempting to breach their gate. The yard was eerily quiet, leading him to forget the earlier chaos. He turned to Sunua, recalling the previous night's conversation. "Is this what you meant by your arrangements?" Sunua raised an eyebrow. "I have unwavering confidence in the talismans I crafted. Rest assured. While they may roam outside, they will not detect our presence in the yard, unless you make excessive noise." Upon hearing this, Park Su's heart skipped a beat. If such a remarkable object truly existed in this world, it was likely that every base would covet a couple of them. One must consider that when the horde of zombies descends upon us, possessing such a talisman could alleviate a considerable amount of trouble for the base. No wonder Sunua was so well received by the major bases during the apocalypse. Should I devise a way to acquire a few for self-defense? Observing the excitement and contemplation etched on his face, Sunua shattered his daydream, stating, however, that the spiritual energy of this talisman was likely on the verge of dissipating. It would be prudent for you to handle the situation outside the yard. Otherwise, once its spiritual essence vanishes and they discover this door, we could find ourselves in an even more perilous predicament, given the sheer number outside. Moreover, I am uncertain how many zombies my talisman can withstand. These zombies seem more formidable than those I encountered at the supermarket entrance. While it may still be effective now, I wonder if it will still serve its purpose in isolation should they continue to grow stronger. Understanding Sunua's implication, Park Su realized that this talisman could likely only repel lower-tier zombies. If they were of a higher tier, it might not suffice. He couldn't help but grumble. Why didn't you mention this sooner? However, if you were to elevate your own level and infuse more spiritual energy into the talisman, would it not serve to ward off higher-tier zombies? Park Su merely speculated, as he had no real understanding of Taoism. While he spoke, he sent out tendrils from his pothose to survey the situation outside. The sight that met his eyes was startling. The number of zombies gathered outside far exceeded his expectations. Some were feasting on the remains of yesterday's zombies, while others wandered about, seemingly in search of food. A rough estimate indicated that the number of zombies present was significantly greater than those that had besieged him the previous night. Furthermore, some zombies had already begun battering the doors of other residences. Despite the isolation measures they had taken, the neighboring households had not done the same. Zombies, especially those with crystal cores, could easily discern the presence of living beings through sound and scent. He had every reason to believe that during the time he had spent sleeping, villagers had likely already perished at the hands of the zombies. He swallowed hard and turned to Sunua, asking, "Are you certain that the current situation is better than last night? Do you have any idea how many zombies are out there? From my rough calculations, it seems to have surpassed 70. Are you convinced we can handle this?" Sunua dismissed his concerns, stating, "Who says these zombies are solely our responsibility to deal with? What purpose do these villagers serve if they merely calculate our resources instead of taking action against the zombies? You should know well that you cannot control them indefinitely, and they are unlikely to express gratitude for your efforts in dispatching the surrounding zombies." Chapter 58. Teaching them a lesson. Park Su fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Sunua continued, "You must also be aware that many were secretly observing our situation yesterday. They know the resources we currently possess. Since last night, a considerable amount of time has passed. These zombies did not arrive in hordes, but likely one by one. Even if they came in larger groups, they still had the ability to gather resources if they truly desired these supplies. It would not be difficult for them to eliminate a few zombies and take what they want. Yet, when the zombies arrived, they did nothing but allow them to linger at your doorstep. Do you not grasp their intentions?" At this, Park Su's gaze darkened. Even without Sunua's words, he understood their motives. They clearly expected him and Su Nua to deal with the zombies. The best outcome for them would be if these zombies killed them, leaving the resources unclaimed. Given what they had witnessed of Park Su's abilities last night, they believed that he could handle most of the zombies, and any remaining could be dealt with cooperatively, allowing them to claim all of Park Su's resources. In truth, they were likely hoping to benefit from their efforts. Moreover, even if Park Su and Su Nua managed to eliminate all the zombies, the sheer number would certainly deplete their strength. They could very well seize this opportunity to eliminate the two of them and lay claim to their home and resources. Park Su could not help but smile bitterly at the nature of humanity, particularly how it manifested during the apocalypse. He turned to Su Nua and asked, "So what do you propose we do? We cannot simply ignore them, can we? Did you not just say that the spiritual energy of this talisman is nearly gone? We also need to venture out to gather resources, do we not? Besides, it is ultimately my failure to secure the area that has drawn so many zombies." Su Nua raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by Park Su's tendency to shoulder the blame. "I never said we should do nothing. After all this time without intervention, it serves as a lesson for them. However, we must first address the situation at our doorstep. As for those villagers, we cannot rescue them for free. Since they wish to exploit us, we must ensure they pay a corresponding price. Otherwise, they will continue to see us as easy targets, will they not?" Park Su opened his mouth to voice an objection, but the image of the woman he had saved at the supermarket flooded his mind, silencing his protest. He understood all too well that Su Nua was correct, as someone who had survived in the apocalypse for so long. He recognized that some individuals were worth saving, as their gratitude would manifest in due time. Others, however, would not appreciate your help and might even resent you for not arriving sooner, eventually turning their grievances into a dagger aimed at your back. Sun Muyang was a prime example of such an individual. Having suffered greatly before, he knew he should learn from this experience. Su Nua had initially anticipated that Park Su would voice his dissent, but was surprised when he merely opened his mouth in acquiescence that a smirk crept onto his lips. Indeed, while Park Su could be overly soft-hearted and easily deceived at times, he was not without discernment. With that thought, Su Nua coldly remarked, "Let us proceed. We still have those people to save. If we delay further, the number of zombies here will only continue to grow. We must act before we find ourselves unable to cope." With that, he raised his hand to open the door. Startled, Park Su realized he was unprepared, hastily gathering his wood-based abilities in his palm while sending out his pothos to prepare for battle. Su Nua was well aware of Park Su's actions behind him. Having witnessed Park Su's capabilities the previous night, he recognized that he was suited for stealthy tactics. Turning to Park Su, he reassured him, "Do not worry too much. You should have faith in my abilities. All you need to do is stay behind me and strike when the opportunity arises." As he spoke, he raised his hand and tore down the talisman affixed to the door. Chapter 59. Su Nua takes action, seeking branches. Pu Su barely had time to glance at the legendary talisman used to isolate low-level zombies before witnessing it ignite into flames at Su Nua's fingertips. Almost instantaneously, as the talisman was consumed by the fire, the zombies outside began to stir, clearly indicating that the isolation effect had dissipated. After absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from the talisman, Su Nua's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. It had indeed been a long time since he had moved his muscles. Ever since the world had changed, he seemed to have been preoccupied with his own affairs. Aside from initially intervening to aid a troublesome family, he had since remained idle, allowing Pu Su to sustain him, which had truly fostered a sense of lethargy within him. However, his inactivity did not equate to weakness. Given the current situation, if he refrained from intervening, it would not be an easy task for Pu Su to handle everything alone. Having resolved to partner with Pu Su, he naturally felt compelled to demonstrate a fraction of his prowess, lest Pu Su continue to perceive him as merely a burden, although his recent behavior did indeed resemble that of someone who was simply coasting along. Contemplating this, a smirk crept across his lips. Before Pu Su could fully comprehend his intention, he had already dashed forward, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Pu Su, who had been poised to attack, was momentarily startled by Su Nua's sudden movement. Although he had just heard Su Nua's words and understood that he intended to take the offensive, he was also keenly aware that Su Nua was the grandmaster he had known in his previous life, and he was eager to witness Su Nua in action. After all, aside from the previous night, he had yet to see Su Nua engage in combat, and even then, most of the techniques employed had relied predominantly on his own abilities. leaving him largely unaware of Su Nua's prowess in Taoist arts, which had always left others in awe. However, he was taken aback by Su Nua's audacity. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the horde of zombies. Watching as the zombies rapidly surrounded him conjured memories of his past life when he had been overwhelmed and ultimately perished in a similar situation. His heart involuntarily tightened with despair, causing him to shudder. Simultaneously, his previously prepared abilities began to activate. He could not allow Su Nua to battle alone. He needed to trust that Su Nua was not as reckless as he appeared. His powers caused the nearby trees to grow wildly, thick trunks sweeping away some of the zombies while vines ensnared others, preventing them from advancing, thereby controlling the horde and drawing them towards Su Nua. He silently prayed that Su Nua would swiftly deal with the zombies surrounding him. Meanwhile, Lu Luo dutifully leaped into action. After all, she had scarcely utilized the crystal cores she had gathered the previous night, and she was uncertain if her master had withheld them due to insufficient personal supply. She reasoned that with so many zombies in sight, if she could eliminate a significant portion and collect their crystal cores for her master, perhaps he would reward her with a few to use herself. The sensation of absorbing the energy from the crystal cores had been exhilarating, and these smaller cores were far easier to assimilate than the energy stones she had previously encountered, making them seemingly tailor-made for enhancing her abilities. Naturally, such thoughts spurred her on. Yet, with Pu Su restraining her, she could not claim the cores for herself. Nevertheless, Lu Luo believed that if she performed admirably, Pu Su would not be stingy with his rewards. Thus, she exerted herself even more fervently, sharpening the leaf blades on her vines. Any zombie ensnared by her tendrils would meet its demise within mere moments, and their crystal cores would be swiftly collected by Lu Luo. Though Pu Su acted swiftly to alleviate Su Nua's burden, his heart brimmed with confidence in Su Nua. After all, the man was the grandmaster he suspected him to be. Legends spoke of his ability to single-handedly confront hordes, and he had longed to witness such a spectacle in his past life. He had never had the opportunity, nor the qualifications, but in this life, he found himself unexpectedly alongside Su Nua in battle, a notion he had never dared to dream of in his previous existence. Thus, throughout the conflict, he never diverted his attention from Su Nua. Moreover, Su Nua did not disappoint him. Indeed, he was astonished by Su Nua's movements. He had anticipated that Su Nua would combine his abilities with Taoist arts to maximize his effectiveness against the zombies. Yet it seemed he dealt little actual damage to them. Despite being encircled by the undead, they could not harm him in the slightest. He navigated through the throng with such speed and grace that Pu Su began to question whether Su Nua had awakened a speed ability rather than the control he had observed the previous day. However, Pu Su was puzzled. If Su Nua possessed such agility to weave through the zombies effortlessly, why did he not strike out at them instead of merely maneuvering among them? There were moments when Pu Su's heart nearly leaped into his throat as the zombies' hands came perilously close to tearing into Su Nua's flesh. He knew that Su Nua was merely a first-tier ability user and could not withstand the zombie virus present in those with crystal cores. If he were to be compromised, not only would they lose an ally, but they would gain a formidable enemy as well. The mere thought of such a possibility sent chills down Pu Su's spine, compelling him to hasten the output of his wood-based abilities, striving to obstruct the encroaching zombies with trees while utilizing wooden spikes to pierce their skulls directly for their cores. Even when he failed to extract the cores, he aimed for lethal strikes each time, hardly finding the time to collect those that fell to the ground, consumed instead by worry for Su Nua. Yet, in the next instant, he watched in disbelief as Su Nua, who had previously navigated the horde with ease, abruptly froze as if a switch had been flipped, standing still and motionless. While he remained static, the zombies did not cease their assault. In an instant, they lunged forward, overwhelming Su Nua and engulfing him entirely. Pu Su's eyes widened in horror, a cold shiver coursing through him as he seemed to hear the sound of flesh being torn apart. The scene was all too familiar, prompting him to open his mouth to scream, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him voiceless. He was unaware of what was happening, but watching this unfold felt as though he was witnessing a reflection of his own past, igniting a fury within him. As if he were the one being torn apart, he could not suppress the tumultuous energy surging within him. All he knew was that he must save Su Nua. He had to save him. As if doing so would grant him a form of redemption, it seemed that the trees around him sensed the shift in his abilities. The trunk suddenly thickened several-fold. With a gentle sweep, it effortlessly cleared away a portion of the zombies. Park Soo could only sense the lingering scent of blood belonging to Su Nua at the tip of his nose. He subtly raised his hand, instantly conjuring a wooden spike that shimmered with a green glow in his other hand. He grasped a dagger retrieved from his spatial ring and charged forward, swiftly dispatching several zombies that had approached him. He was uncertain of his own state. He simply did not wish for Su Nua to end up solitary, as he had in his past life, devoured by the undead. Deep down, however, he understood that, compared to being bitten and transformed into a zombie, being consumed was somewhat preferable for Su Nua. After all, an ability user like Su Nua would only become more difficult to manage if turned into one of the undead. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his impulses, as he witnessed an increasing number of zombies surging towards Su Nua's corpse. He felt, though he heard no cries, that the person must be enduring the same agonies he had once faced. He wished for Su Nua not to become the version of himself from his past life. Unable to leave even a corpse behind if Su Nua were to become a zombie, he would rather end his life with his own hands than allow the zombies to feast upon him. On another note, though he did not voice it, he was acutely aware of his regret. He should not have placed so much faith in Su Nua's abilities. He did not know if Su Nua was indeed the same Master Su Nua from his previous life. But he pondered that perhaps, without him, Su Nua would not have encountered such perilous circumstances. If he truly was Master Su Nua, he could have lived for a long time without ever meeting him. Yet now, having crossed paths with him, the situation had turned dire. The more Park Soo contemplated, the more ruthless his strikes became, drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies, who quickly encircled him, blocking his path. All he could see was the ever-expanding horde enveloping Su Nua's corpse, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not breach their ranks. Regret consumed him further, yet the more anxious he became, the less he could approach. His eyes began to redden with desperation. At that moment, he felt a tug on his arm, and just as he was about to retaliate, his body slipped from his control. Before he could react, he witnessed several zombies that had attacked him engulfed in a blaze of talismanic fire, instantly reduced to mere ashes, while he fell into a familiar embrace. A cool, recognizable voice echoed from above him, urging him to remain calm and questioning how he could so easily succumb to his inner demons. Park Soo was taken aback, lifting his gaze to behold Su Nua's familiar and striking visage. Causing his heart to leap, he then turned to the encirclement of zombies, incredulously exclaiming, "Aren't you trapped in that circle? How is this possible? I clearly saw you." Only when Park Soo looked up did Su Nua notice the hint of moisture in his eyes. Hearing Park Soo's question, a flicker of something unusual crossed Su Nua's gaze, but he quickly suppressed it, responding, "So, you assumed I was dead?" Chapter 60. The touch Su Nua seeks Gigi. Upon hearing this, Park Soo felt somewhat flustered, turning away awkwardly to shift the topic. "What exactly is your situation? Wasn't that you I just saw?" Su Nua could easily discern that Park Soo wished to avoid discussing the earlier incident. He had no intention of pressing further. After all, the truth was evident to anyone with eyes, and there was no need to make the atmosphere more awkward. Moreover, it was not just Park Soo who was concerned for him. In truth, witnessing Park Soo's frenzied assault on the zombies, as they nearly collided with him, had made Su Nua's heart race, as if he were on the verge of losing something precious. That was why he had acted without hesitation. Disregarding his own safety, it was worth noting that he had never experienced such feelings before. Even the old man had remarked on his emotional detachment, suggesting that he might live his life in a state of plainness, rendering him quite suited for the cultivation of Taoist arts. Thus, whether it was worrying for others or being worried about, it was a novel experience for him. Naturally, during his time with the old man, there was no need to mention it. That man was carefree and had never considered worrying for himself, and Su Nua believed him to be sufficiently powerful that concern was unwarranted. Once he mastered his Taoist skills, his capabilities surged, placing him in a constant position of protecting others, which he did for work, leaving little room for emotional investment. Consequently, others ceased to worry about him as well. It was precisely for this reason that when he devised those zombies, he never contemplated that someone would be concerned for him, let alone that Park Soo might almost be harmed by them, and thus he did not proactively inform Park Soo. Therefore, only he was aware of how deeply moved he felt when he embraced Park Soo, realizing that Park Soo's frantic actions stemmed from worry for his safety. However, true to Su Nua's character, He was not adept at expressing such sentiments. He quietly tucked that feeling away in his heart and followed Park Su's lead, explaining, "That was my puppet, a common method in Taoist arts used to ward off calamities or to act in place of oneself. I had set up a formation there and placed my puppet talisman within it. What you saw being torn to shreds by the zombies was not my true self, but a substitute talisman. When the formation activated, I had already emerged, and the talisman possesses a confounding effect. Unless one's Taoist skills surpass mine, they cannot discern that the individual is a fake. Moreover, my blood was embedded within that substitute talisman, which is why when it was shredded, it released a thick aura of blood. However, that blood aura is merely a deceptive illusion and does not signify that I lost any substantial blood. Thus, I sustained no actual harm. You need not worry. For now, just stand by and enjoy the spectacle. I believe this formation should be able to eliminate most of the zombies here." After a moment of contemplation, Su Nuo reached out and gently patted Park Su's fluffy head, adding, "Do not fret too much about me. My Taoist skills are more formidable than you might imagine, and I rarely sustain injuries. However, I will be sure to inform you next time I employ such a puppet technique." Park Su felt a warm hand glide over the top of his head, and he couldn't help but feel his cheeks flush at the explanations being offered. Coupled with his earlier astonishment, he had not noticed that he had been held by Su Nuo, who had yet to release him. Now, as he processed the situation, he found their posture rather awkward, especially considering that the other party was gently stroking his head, explaining and reassuring him with such tenderness that it left Park Su with a sense of disbelief, akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. Faced with such kindness from Su Nuo, he felt utterly incapable of further clarifying his earlier frantic behavior. It was not solely out of concern for him, but also because the scene created by Su Nuo had evoked memories of his past loneliness. Thus, his earlier words had indeed been a touch self-indulgent. He thought that perhaps he still harbored some concern for Su Nuo, and decided against elaborating any further. After all, he intended to rely on Su Nuo, so it mattered little if the latter held such misconceptions. Moreover, even though Su Nuo maintained a stoic demeanor, Park Su could sense that his mood was relatively pleasant. Why should he disrupt that? Of course, he would never admit that for a fleeting moment, his feelings towards Su Nuo had transcended mere concern and had veered into a desire for vengeance. After all, in this apocalyptic world, aside from his mother, Su Nuo was the only one he could consider family. Although Su Nuo did not view him as such, Park Su had to concede that at times, Su Nuo was indeed a pillar of support for his spirit. Upon realizing that Su Nuo might very well be the esteemed Master Su Nuo, this reliance transformed into the sturdy support of a leg to cling to, even representing a glimmer of hope for survival in this desolate world. Chapter 61. Why so annoying? Please collect. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Park Su felt increasingly embarrassed. He did not wish for Su Nuo to discern his inner thoughts. So he slightly turned his head and discreetly struggled to free himself from Su Nuo's embrace, directing his gaze towards the massive horde of zombies nearby in the mere 5 or 6 minutes of their conversation. The zombie circle had become densely populated, and upon a cursory glance, Park Su estimated that there were already over 30 of them, accounting for nearly half of the zombies present. Knowing that this was a trap set by Su Nuo, Park Su felt a surge of excitement rather than fear. He recalled Su Nuo mentioning that he could use this formation to eliminate more than half of the zombies in one fell swoop. Additionally, when Su Nuo had advised him not to underestimate his own abilities, Park Su had inexplicably found him exceedingly handsome in that moment, mentally equating Su Nuo with Master Su Nuo. Thus, his earlier worry transformed into exhilaration at the prospect of witnessing Master Su Nuo's spellcasting firsthand. What kind of formation could so swiftly dispatch these 30-plus zombies? Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered that he had seemingly been saved by Su Nuo, who had performed an extraordinary spell before his eyes. Unable to resist, he stole glances at Su Nuo, his emotions growing ever more complex. However, he had little time for further contemplation, as Su Nuo had already begun to act. Park Su instinctively focused all his attention on him, observing as he effortlessly formed several hand seals, seemingly murmuring something with slightly parted lips. Soon, he noticed 7 points of light illuminating around the zombie circle, which quickly connected, encasing the zombies within. Even Park Su, though not particularly astute, could sense that this was likely a genuine killing move, and he fixated his gaze on the formation. He then witnessed the zombies being engulfed in the luminous circle created by the 7 points. And contrary to his expectations of a bloody massacre, once the light dissipated, all that remained was a pile of ashes. As he gazed at the heap of ashes, Park Soo couldn't help but think back to the spell Su Nua had used to save him, which bore some resemblance to this one, albeit this one was evidently a large-scale destruction spell, yielding a far more astonishing and enviable result. He swallowed hard at the sight of the ashes. With such lethal power in a formation, he wondered how many times Su Nua could employ it in a single day. At least from his current observation, Su Nua's expenditure of energy did not seem excessive. If he were to eliminate that many zombies at once, he would not only face the drain of his abilities, but also the exhaustion of his physical strength. He could hardly maintain the calm demeanor that Su Nua exhibited. Reflecting on this, it was no wonder that Su Nua's reputation for slaughter had spread far and wide, and no base dared to provoke him. Yet Su Nua himself was not entirely satisfied with his results. The talismans had been hastily crafted, and the spiritual energy infused was insufficient, resulting in a formation that lacked the intended range. Consequently, the number of zombies eliminated was far fewer than he had anticipated. However, upon catching sight of Park Soo's astonished and somewhat admiring expression, his earlier dissatisfaction waned considerably. Well, at least half had been dealt with, and they should be able to handle the remainder, while also providing some assistance in rescuing others. If only other practitioners of Taoist arts knew of Park Soo's thoughts, they would likely curse him in frustration. After all, under such substantial spiritual energy consumption, the fact that Su Nua had managed to craft 7 low-level killing array talismans and 4 mid-level purification talismans was beyond their imagination. Indeed, a genius in the realm of Taoist arts was something extraordinary. Although Park Soo was unaware that such spells were not accessible to just anyone, it did not diminish his astonishment at the outcome. He turned, incredulous, and asked, "Is it really resolved?" Su Nua nodded, frowning as he replied, "Unfortunately, the attack power is somewhat lacking compared to my expectations. I had hoped it could eliminate at least 50 zombies and draw in the wandering ones. But evidently, the energy of this talisman was insufficient at most. It can only attract the zombies currently lingering around our house. Moreover, I realized that the circle I set up was too small to accommodate more zombies. Even if we attract them, we likely won't be able to eliminate them all. Some will escape with their vitality, which is not ideal. Instead, we might need to expend more effort to handle the ones outside. And you can take the opportunity to hone your skills while I deal with the unruly ones to ensure our stay remains comfortable." Park Soo regarded Su Nua, who had delivered his remarks with a poker face, internally grumbling at him. Was he doing this on purpose? How could someone so formidable still claim to be underperforming? He felt an urge to showcase his own abilities, which he believed were rather lacking, and a desire to give Su Nua a good beating. Chapter 62. Confessing the role of the crystal core, please collect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Greenvine had already begun to voice her grievances. She had initially thought that all these zombies would be her prey today, only to find that they had been swiftly snatched away by someone else. What frustrated her even more was the intense heat emitted by that formation, which filled her with fear. Her earlier instincts about Su Nua's dangerous nature had proven absolutely correct. He was indeed formidable. She hadn't even had the chance to attempt to seize anything. However, once the energy dissipated, Greenvine quickly sensed the residual crystal cores among the ashes. To her surprise, the cores had not vanished in the wake of such heat. Naturally, with her newfound obsession for the cores, Greenvine would not let this opportunity slip away. She had no notion of the human claim that the one who killed the zombies should be the one to collect the cores. Moreover, it appeared that Su Nua had no intention of stepping forward to claim the crystals, so how could she let this chance go to waste? After all, wasting such an opportunity would be shameful. Thus, she extended her vines into the pile of ashes, sweeping the cores directly out, her vigorous movements scattering the ashes everywhere, some even blowing in the direction of their current position. Park Soo found it impossible to conceal the situation. For Greenvine's actions were akin to a starving tiger pouncing on its prey, and the ashes were indeed drifting toward him. The mere thought of those human ashes being blown in his direction made it impossible for him to remain calm. Fortunately, the person standing beside him was equally averse to such things touching them, promptly placing a dust-repelling talisman on him, allowing the ashes to waft past without touching them at all. Park Soo secretly exhaled in relief. He knew he needed to explain Greenvine's behavior to Su Nua. After all, Su Nua had been with him long enough to understand that Greenvine was like an obedient little brother to him, always following orders. She would never act so foolishly without his permission. If it had been the old Park Su, he might have hesitated to mention the course. However, after witnessing Su Nua's formidable skills firsthand, he felt even more resolute in his intention to rely on him, making it crucial to earn Su Nua's trust. Therefore, without a second thought, he said, "I'm having Greenvine collect the crystal cores because they contain energy that can enhance our abilities. Currently, not many people are aware of this secret, and the zombies aren't too formidable, so we can take this opportunity to gather some. Once the zombies become stronger, collecting these cores will become increasingly difficult. Rest assured, while Greenvine is holding the cores you just defeated, I won't forget your share." Shiyue could only sense that there was a wealth of information concealed within Pusu's words. Rather than remain silent, she inquired, "How did you come to know that these crystal cores have an effect on supernatural abilities?" Suddenly recalling the events of the previous day, she pressed on, "Could it be that your entanglement with the arcane last night was connected to the energy you absorbed from these crystal cores?" Pusu, unsure of how to explain his knowledge of the crystal cores, seized upon Shu's mention of his earlier predicament. "It was indeed an unexpected discovery," he replied. After Lavluo dispatched several zombies, she absorbed the energy from a few crystal cores, and I felt a surge of energy course through her body into mine. Thus, I encouraged her to collect these crystal cores, believing they might aid us in cultivating our abilities. Shiyue felt a nagging curiosity about a question Pusu had not addressed. Why did the energy Lavluo absorbed transfer to him? She had always regarded Lavluo merely as Pusu's pet and found it hard to believe that a pet's absorbed energy could enter another's being. Clearly, Lavluo was more than just an ordinary companion. She cast a scrutinizing glance at Pusu. Though she had refrained from asking, she had always found Lavluo's presence to be quite extraordinary. Previously, she had assumed that Lavluo was contained within the spatial ring Pusu had purchased from her. However, upon reflection, she realized that living beings could not be housed within such a ring, a fact that the creator of it, Pusu, would undoubtedly understand better than anyone. It was evident that Lavluo possessed self-awareness, qualifying her as a living entity. Moreover, based on her recent observations, it appeared that Lavluo was somewhat bound by Pusu's influence, although she did not yet comprehend the nature of the force that restrained such a formidable creature. She suspected it was not harmful to Pusu. One thing was certain. The spatial ring could not accommodate Lavluo. This led her to ponder the origins of Lavluo's existence and whether Pusu possessed spatial abilities beyond the manifest wood-type powers he exhibited. Yet, this seemed improbable. If he truly had spatial abilities, he would not be so attached to his spatial ring. Indeed, Pusu's secrets were more intricate than she had anticipated. However, since they had become allies and Pusu seemed willing to reveal aspects of his capabilities, whether out of testing or other motives, Shiyue found solace in the fact that she did not need to pry into his secrets. He would gradually disclose what he deemed appropriate. Shiyue appreciated this, for no one relished the notion of having their secrets probed, and she wished to preserve the fragile friendship they had established amidst the chaos of their world. After all, few individuals had captured her interest as Pusu had. Their time together had revealed a warmth in him that was unexpected and comforting. Even in the times of peace, no one had evoked such a sense of attachment in her, let alone in this apocalyptic reality. She recognized that finding another trustworthy companion, one with whom she could engage freely and who reciprocated her trust and care, would be arduous. Yet, after spending time with Pusu, she felt increasingly reluctant to return to a solitary existence. Thus, the adage rang true. Sometimes, one should not attempt to evade loneliness, for the return to solitude can render one even more desolate. She had lived alone for so long without perceiving it as a hardship, even deriving some enjoyment from her independence. However, the mere thought of reverting to a life of isolation now unsettled her. Perhaps this awareness clarified her stance. If it came to choosing between uncovering Pusu's secrets and maintaining his presence, she would prefer to remain in ignorance. Was there even a necessity to pursue the truth behind his secrets? Clearly, there was none. She understood that continuing her inquiries would inevitably jeopardize their bond. Time was abundant, and there was no need to rush. Surely, Pusu would reveal his secrets to her gradually, as the cracks in his facade were already apparent. Still, she found herself intrigued by the information Pusu had shared regarding the energy within the zombies' brains. as it seemed to correlate with their enhanced abilities. She had sensed a marked increase in the strength of the zombies she encountered, and their agility appeared superior to those she had faced previously. Pusu's mention of the crystal cores provided clarity on the source of the supernatural energies she had felt. If those cores could assist the zombies in absorbing the surging energy from the atmosphere, it implied that these undead beings could also gain power, potentially evolving to possess abilities akin to those of humans. Yet, the notion that Pusu could augment his own supernatural energy by absorbing the crystal cores from the zombies piqued her curiosity further. It raised questions about the implications of the ambient energy on both the remaining sentient humans and the animated corpses. Would these influences affect their survival? Pusu, anxiously awaiting Shiyue's response, felt a surge of tension as she seemed lost in thought. Unable to contain his nervousness, he swallowed hard multiple times and finally spoke up. Is something troubling you? If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I promise to share whatever I know. Your silence is rather unnerving. You realized in Pusu's mind. He doubted anyone would believe his secret, given the fantastical nature of reincarnation, something often found in novels but deemed impossible in reality. Thus, he had no intention of exposing himself to ridicule. As long as he maintained that he had merely stumbled upon the crystal cores, he would be fine. Regarding Luo, he felt no need to conceal the truth from Shiyue, as he recognized her formidable capabilities. If he wished to be her partner, revealing some of his cards was not only acceptable but necessary. After all, since Luo had entered his dantian, he had yet to fully comprehend her nature, and he remained uncertain about any additional functions his dantian might possess. If he were to disclose what he understood, it seemed reasonable to trade the revelation of Luo's uniqueness for Shiyue's trust. After all, she had already revealed her ability to create spatial rings, a significant revelation. Furthermore, given Shiyue's esteemed status as a master, he felt compelled to prove his worth if he appeared inept. Who knew if she might discard him for being too weak? Shiyue's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Pusu's touch on her shoulder. She turned to meet his almond-shaped eyes, startled by the intensity of his gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? If you have time to gawk, you might as well go slay more zombies. That aren't you eager to rescue those people? Why the hesitation? With that, she took the initiative, intent on studying the crystal cores. To do so, she needed to procure one and believed her own abilities rendered her more than capable of obtaining it without contesting with a plant for it. Feeling somewhat unsettled by Pusu's earlier scrutiny, she found that dispatching zombies served as the perfect distraction. Pusu watched as Shiyue moved away, contemplating that even if he wished to share his secret, she might not be inclined to hear it. Well, he thought, perhaps I'll just need to demonstrate my prowess in front of her more often, allowing her to recognize my combat capabilities. That should suffice. With such thoughts, Park Su naturally quickened his pace to keep up with Su Nuo. The zombies, having failed to breach the door, sensed the commotion and began to gather towards their direction. However, some of the zombies that already possessed crystal cores in their brains felt the powerful aura emanating from Park Su and Su Nuo. They hesitated to attack them and instead focused on relentlessly assaulting the doors of the residence. Su Nuo, faced with the enemies that had come to him, showed no mercy. After swiftly dispatching a few, he finally acquired several white zombie crystal cores. He quickly stored these cores in his spatial ring, intending to study them later once he had dealt with the current situation. Unbeknownst to him, Park Su, trailing behind, felt somewhat disheartened. He had witnessed the might of Su Nuo's formations and had been saved by him, leading him to equate Su Nuo with the great master he once knew, thereby elevating his perception of him. Yet, despite this admiration, he had not anticipated the sheer lethality Su Nuo possessed. He followed closely behind, barely a few steps away, yet found himself without a single opportunity to strike. The ease with which Su Nuo dispatched the lower-tier zombies was akin to picking cabbages during peacetime. Remarkably, he even had time to swiftly collect the crystal cores from the zombies' brains while eliminating them. Moreover, Park Su keenly observed that the brain matter and bloodstains that should have been present on the cores had vanished entirely, leaving him perplexed about Su Nuo's method. Even more astonishing was the fact that not all of Su Nuo's techniques involved the fiery annihilation of the entire zombie body. Yet each strike resulted in a swift kill, with the ground littered only with the fallen corpses of the zombies. Such methods should have been deemed brutal, yet there was a conspicuous absence of bloodshed in his wake. Unlike the pool of blood that accompanied Park Su's own kills, which had drawn so many new zombies, as had happened the previous day. Chapter 65. Interfering this phenomenon piqued Park Su's curiosity. prompting him to lean in closer to examine the fallen zombies. He discovered that their bodies were intact, with only their heads or necks missing. Even more peculiarly, the points of dismemberment exhibited no excess blood, the wounds appearing remarkably clean, as if they were meant to be that way from the start. Any ordinary person witnessing such a sight would likely be terrified beyond measure. Even the boldest would at least harbor feelings of awe or fear towards Su Nuo. However, after 6 years of struggling to survive in the apocalypse, Park Su, though somewhat soft-hearted, had grown exceptionally resolute in the face of zombies. Over the years, he had encountered increasingly bizarre zombies and an overwhelming plethora of gruesome scenes. Not to mention, he himself had once been torn apart by a horde of zombies, which only fueled his hatred towards them more than that of an average person. While ordinary individuals might hesitate at the thought that a zombie was once human, or falter when faced with a loved one turned zombie, Park Su was resolute. As long as one was a zombie and posed a threat, they must die. This mindset had become his survival motto ever since he had been torn apart by zombies. Thus, upon witnessing such a scene, Park Su felt not fear but a deeper admiration for Su Nuo. If only he could possess such power, he would not have suffered in his previous state. Even if betrayed, he would not have met such a grim fate. Moreover, even if Sun Muyang were to take action, he would likely think twice before acting so recklessly. Ultimately, all schemes and plots would amount to nothing in the face of absolute strength. Park Su understood that since his betrayal, he had harbored suspicion towards everyone, and it had become increasingly difficult to trust others as he once did. Even now, his willingness to reveal his secrets to Su Nuo stemmed from his recognition that Su Nuo was indeed the master he once knew. In his view, a master of Su Nuo's caliber would hardly deign to deal with someone as inconsequential as himself. Furthermore, he surmised that if he did not reveal a modicum of his secrets to foster trust, Su Nuo would likely be reluctant to extend his trust to him. However, it was also impossible for him to fully open his heart to Su Nuo. For now, Su Nuo was the only one he could rely on, making his presence profoundly significant. After observing the state of the zombies, he followed Su Nuo with wide-eyed admiration as they advanced, swiftly dealing with the zombies in front of the nearest house to his own. Seeing Su Nuo's rapid efficiency, Park Su initially assumed that after dispatching these zombies, he would move on to the next house. To his surprise, Su Nuo halted at the door of that family and raised his hand to knock. Given that the family had not opened the door despite the relentless banging from the zombies, they were unlikely to easily grant Su Nuo entry. Ultimately, after Su Nuo casually warned, "If you don't open the door soon, I won't hesitate to destroy it. However, if more zombies come, you might not even be able to protect this sanctuary. Consider your options. You have 3 seconds. 1, 2 indeed." Before he could finish counting to 3, the door swung open, revealing a burly man with a rather unhealthy, waxen complexion. His expression towards Park Su and Su Nuo was far from amiable, and his tone was equally unfriendly. "What do you want?" Su Nuo stood at the threshold, his demeanor calm. "What we want? That's quite the jest that we've just helped you resolve a crisis. Shouldn't you express some gratitude?" The burly man, seeming to find this preposterous, raised an eyebrow. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's no crisis here. You're just trying to take advantage of us. I won't let you, Meng Chong, be fooled into giving you anything." Su Nuo was not taken aback by Meng Chong's response. He narrowed his eyes, his expression still cold and indifferent. "Oh, is that so? Then it seems I was indeed meddling in affairs that do not concern me. If you can handle the zombies at your door, I'll remember this for next time that I want to interfere again." After saying this, he did not leave, but turned to face the other houses, raising his hand to ignite an amplification talisman. "Is there anyone else who believes they can handle the zombies at their doorstep without my assistance? Speak up now, so we can resolve this all at once. I have no desire to work for free. Since you're unwilling to offer compensation for my help, I'd rather not intervene. I could use the time to take a nap instead. I have no intention of encountering another situation like this, where I aid someone only to be met with ingratitude." Chapter 66. The strongman Meng Chong seeks collection. Su Nuo's words were grounded in the knowledge that since they had set out, numerous households had been observing their actions. Although these individuals were somewhat distant and may not have heard the conversation between Su Nuo and Meng Chong, it was likely that they were waiting for their rescue after witnessing Su Nuo's intervention for the family. People tend to think that if someone is strong enough to help others, they ought to help themselves as well. Thus, Su Nuo's remarks were a clear severance of their lifeline. explicitly conveying that the family's behavior had made them less inclined to assist others. Simultaneously, it was an unequivocal declaration that while they were open to providing assistance, they required a corresponding degree of sincerity in return. Park Soo watched Su Nua's actions unfold without a hint of resentment. Particularly after the burly man's earlier remarks, he felt increasingly justified in not saving these people for free. After all, nobody enjoys helping others, only to have their efforts dismissed with an air of entitlement, especially when the other party had clearly intended to take advantage of them from the outset. Su Nua, of course, paid no heed to Meng Chang's thoughts. After delivering his remarks, he merely cast a cold glance at Meng Chang before turning away, stating as he walked, "Rest assured, should your family encounter such a situation again, I will absolutely refrain from lending my assistance. I won't make the foolish mistake of meddling in your affairs again. Given your imposing stature, I believe handling these zombies should pose no challenge for you." As Park Soo observed Su Nua preparing to depart, he hastily fell in step behind him, showing little concern for the grim expression of the burly man trailing behind. After all, this so-called neighbor had not once exhibited the qualities expected of one since his arrival, and thus there was no semblance of neighborly camaraderie. Moreover, Park Soo had a certain recollection of this large man. After all, he had aligned himself with Ming Hu against Park Soo on that fateful day, so there was no reason for Park Soo to extend a helping hand and invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. While they chose to ignore Meng Chang, it was evident that Meng Chang did not wish to ignore them. After all, Park Soo had previously ventured out to combat the undead without their presence. And although Meng Chang had witnessed Park Soo's prowess once, that instance had involved the actions of the Green Vine, which led him to underestimate Park Soo's combat capabilities. To his surprise, however, Su Nua's formidable strength had proven to be astonishingly potent. The events of yesterday and today had unfolded closest to their home, granting them a clear view of Su Nua's iron-fisted methods and unyielding demeanor, which had profoundly reshaped Meng Chang's understanding of the world. Last night, he had discussed with his wife the need to capitalize on the strengths of their new neighbors, especially since they had benefited greatly from Park Soo's presence. Every time Park Soo ventured out, he would eradicate the zombies surrounding their home, thus shielding them from the threats that Meng Hu had claimed they faced daily. It was only during the latter part of last night that Meng Chang had first experienced the paralyzing fear of sleeplessness. Yet, they held on to hope, believing that if their neighbor awoke refreshed in the morning, he would assist them in ridding their vicinity of the undead. Clearly, their assumptions had proven accurate. As Meng Chang reveled in his expectations. He was taken aback when Su Nua approached them with a rather daunting proposition. Su Nua was a man whom many villagers had only encountered the day prior, while Meng Chang had already met him thrice. The first time had been when Su Nua appeared quite feeble, leaning against Park Soo. Thus, in Meng Chang's eyes, even if Su Nua possessed remarkable abilities, Park Soo should inherently hold more sway in their interactions. Especially since he had saved Su Nuo. It was evident that Park Soo was the more amenable of the two. The burly man was acutely aware that he had dispatched a few zombies during this period as well. Despite his robust stature, he had found the task of eliminating the undead far more challenging than he had anticipated. He could not fathom why someone as seemingly frail as Park Soo could so effortlessly slay the zombies. Was it merely due to the presence of the Green Vine? He had indeed considered making a move on Park Soo's Green Vine, but its lethal capabilities deterred him from acting. After witnessing the events of yesterday, he had observed that the Green Vine seemed wholly obedient to Park Soo's commands. He even entertained the thought that if Park Soo were to sustain an injury, he might seize the opportunity to capture the Green Vine for himself. With the Green Vine at his disposal, he believed he could easily dispatch hordes of zombies that he had never encountered mutated plants, and in his mind, the Green Vine was akin to a rare treasure that Park Soo had fortuitously discovered. If that frail boy could wield such power, surely he could as well. In his estimation, he was in no way inferior to Park Soo, and perhaps even surpassed him in strength. Thus, one might argue that a person's blind confidence could sometimes lead to folly. However, the scene before him was vastly different from his expectations. Setting aside his astonishment at witnessing Su Nua effortlessly dispatching the majority of the zombies, it was clear from Park Soo's demeanor that Su Nua indeed held the upper hand. Particularly after Su Nua's pronouncement, Park Soo offered no objections and obediently followed him, which filled Meng Chang with anxiety. It was evident that such statements implied they would no longer concern themselves with the well-being of Meng Chang's family or the villagers. Furthermore, they would attribute the responsibility of their neglect to Meng Chang's household. This could potentially incite the villagers to ostracize him. He understood that venturing out alone to confront the undead while gathering supplies was nearly impossible. He had always relied on Park Su's support alongside the village's strong men when hunting zombies for resources. He had no desire to lose a crucial ally while gaining a multitude of adversaries, prompting him to exclaim, "You cannot leave. You must clarify your intentions." Su Nuwa, however, chose to disregard his words entirely, while Park Su, observing Su Nuwa's demeanor, had no inclination to engage Meng Chang in conversation, particularly since he recognized that Meng Chang's tone would likely yield little more than disparagement. He saw no reason to subject himself to further frustration or to provoke Su Nuwa's ire. He certainly had no desire for self-inflicted torment. As Meng Chang watched the two men dismiss him, they appeared poised to depart, escalating his urgency. Just as he was about to step forward to stop them, a woman suddenly emerged from behind him, directing a sharp outcry at Su Nuwa. "How can you simply walk away? You must clarify what you mean by saying you will no longer care for us. Since you have settled here and possess such strength, what difficulty is there in assisting everyone? It is merely something you could easily accomplish. Why must you speak so resolutely? You clearly do not wish to help, so why shift the blame onto us?" The woman's voice was piercing, causing Park Su to wince at the sound. He glanced at Su Nuwa, only to find him entirely unfazed, which evoked a sense of admiration within him. They continued on their path to the center of the courtyard, where Su Nuwa efficiently dealt with numerous zombies along the way, leaving Park Su with little to do and allowing him to feel somewhat relaxed while simultaneously deepening his respect for Su Nuwa's prowess. Finally, Su Nuwa raised his hand and declared through an amplification charm, "I had initially intended to refrain from intervening. However, since we have shared the same village for several days, in light of this camaraderie, it is not out of the question for us to assist you. Nevertheless, let me be clear. I cannot provide assistance without compensation. If you are willing to pay 10 kilograms of grain per person for our help, we are amenable to it. Of course, if grain is insufficient, other equivalent items may be exchanged. From this moment on, you have 10 minutes to deliberate. After 10 minutes, if you wish for our assistance, please hang a sheet from your window, and we will come to the aid of those who signal us." After finishing his statement, he turned and walked back toward their courtyard, leaving the villagers to ponder his words. The woman, who happened to be Meng Chang's wife, felt a surge of anger at Su Nuwa's declaration. She perceived his words as excessively callous, clearly aimed at her family. Even as Park Su and Su Nuwa entered their courtyard, she could still be heard cursing outside. As Park Su listened to her tirade, he could not help but smirk. Did she not realize that her loud voice would soon attract back the very zombies they had just cleared? Did she not see that there were still numerous undead lingering nearby? With some staggering closer, did she truly believe that Su Nuwa and he would come to their aid again? From Park Su's perspective, he suspected that even if Meng Chang's family were to be devoured by the zombies in front of the villagers, Su Nuwa would likely refrain from intervening. As for himself, he had no desire to be insulted for no reason and then proceed to offer assistance. That would truly be madness. Such sentiments stirred a tempest within the hearts of the villagers. Many had already developed a sense of dependency, recalling how Park Su had previously intervened to assist them whenever danger loomed. Initially, they had felt gratitude for his efforts, but as they witnessed Park Su's impressive abilities, venturing out alone to gather supplies, jealousy soon overshadowed their appreciation. They quickly came to view his willingness to help as a matter of course, even believing it unreasonable that he could secure such resources independently while they were left wanting. Yet, unbeknownst to them, many among them shared Meng Chang's belief that once morning arrived, Park Su and Su Nuwa would undoubtedly rescue them. Indeed, many harbored thoughts akin to Su Nuwa's suspicions, hoping to benefit from the situation. However, they were unprepared for the unexpected turn of events, as Park Su and Su Nuwa proposed that assistance would only be granted for remuneration. This revelation incited a barrage of invective directed at Park Su and Su Nuwa from within their homes. In their eyes, Park Su and Su Nuwa were undeniably capable and could easily offer their aid. Given Su Nuwa's demonstrated abilities, it seemed only logical that he would assist them without hesitation. After all, had they not amassed a significant amount of supplies? Just yesterday, had they not received several carts of resources without effort? If that were the case, why should they begrudge them their meager remaining rations? They incessantly complain, yet fail to realize that their lives pale in comparison to a mere 10 pounds of grain. Moreover, regardless of others' prowess, no one is under any obligation to come to their rescue. Consequently, those who incessantly grumble miss the opportunity to hang up the sheets. They even believed that Pu Su and Su Nuo were merely trying to intimidate them, thinking they would not act so decisively. However, there were some who, out of fear of death or the imminent threat of zombies breaking through the door, upon hearing a glimmer of hope for survival, hastily hung sheets from the windows without a moment's hesitation. Others, under Meng Shan's leadership, stealthily dealt with a portion of the nearby zombies. Yet, unlike Su Nuo, they could not directly erase the malevolent essence from the zombies, and after eliminating a few, it wasn't long before more zombies gathered around. This was also a test of their physical endurance, but fortunately, Meng Shan was a person of intellect and had already awakened his speed ability, making him well aware of the principle of retreating when outmatched. Thus, he often served as a shield, covering others' retreat back to their homes while being the last to leave. Though this guerrilla tactic was arduous, it nonetheless eliminated a fair number of zombies, fostering a greater sense of unity among the young men in their vicinity. After Su Nuo had dispatched the majority of the zombies, they finally exhaled in relief, able to rest for a while. As for Su Nuo's earlier words, they did not go unheard. Yet, they understood well that relying on Pu Su and Su Nuo for salvation was merely a temporary measure. Although they could provide momentary rescue, they could not ensure lifelong safety. Thus, to survive, they needed to enhance their own abilities. Given that they could contend with zombies to such an extent, even if one could not reach that level. At the very least, they should strive to preserve their own lives. Since the pressure had lessened with the zombies now fewer around them, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to improve their combat prowess. In the past 10 days, Meng Shan had come to a profound realization. The world as they knew it was irretrievably lost. To navigate this harsh reality, they had no idea how long they would need to endure. So to survive, they must learn to be ruthless. Thus, he saw no fault in Su Nuo's demands. Over these days, he had been morally coerced by numerous former acquaintances to assist them, which not only wasted his energy but also led them to feel entitled without any gratitude. Just yesterday, those same individuals had been shouting for him to save them, and while surrounded by zombies, they expressed no concern, instead lamenting their own inadequacies and cursing him for not being quick enough. This truly vexed him, so letting them suffer a little was not entirely unwelcome. On the other hand, after witnessing Pu Su's strength and Su Nuo's ruthlessness once more, he could not deny that he felt a certain yearning, even admiration, for such power, rather than wishing for them to rescue him. He found himself more inclined to learn from them. However, seeing that both of them bore an air of distance, he wondered if he would ever have the chance to approach them. Only individuals of such caliber could brazenly demand compensation for their aid, disregarding the curses of their fellow villagers. Meanwhile, Pu Su returned to his own dwelling alongside Su Nuo, feeling a sense of relief. Yet also experiencing a slight pang of disappointment, Su Nuo turned to him, noticing his expression, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you think my actions were excessive?" Pu Su sighed, clarifying that he did not believe Su Nuo had overstepped, but rather that human nature was exceedingly greedy. He had likely idealized others far too much in the past. Su Nuo had not anticipated Pu Su would come to terms so swiftly. Nevertheless, he continued to jab at Pu Su's heart, assuring him, "Rest assured, today I will unveil an even uglier side of humanity." Thus, he advised Pu Su to brace himself and not be so naive in his dealings with others. In times of peace, such an attitude might only result in minor losses, but in this unforgiving world, failure to adapt would inevitably lead to his downfall. Indeed, Su Nuo's words struck a chord deep within Pu Su. In his past life, it was his excessive trust in others that led to his demise at the hands of his beloved. Though he understood the need for vigilance in this life, he could not bring himself to harm those with whom he bore no animosity. Moreover, witnessing others in peril made it impossible for him to stand idly by. He always felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Thus, when he once rescued a girl in a supermarket, he had faced a similar situation. However, after that initial experience, he had grown wary and had not suffered such a significant loss again. Additionally, as long as the other party did not overstep, he would not harbor too much resentment towards them. Yet now, after Su Nuo's admonition, Pu Su suddenly realized that perhaps his past misfortunes stemmed from his repeated indifference towards others. Many situations he initially disregarded only led others to become increasingly outrageous. He felt that if he wished to alter his fate, he He might indeed need to pay closer attention to his circumstances. As Su Nua remarked, not everyone was worth saving, nor was everyone deserving of trust. After all, villains do not always wear their malevolence on their sleeves. Take Sun Muyang, for instance. Despite his kindness towards him, Pu Su had never imagined that Sun Muyang harbored murderous thoughts against him. Reflecting on this, Pu Su felt a pang of sorrow. He looked up at Su Nua, pondering why he was so reluctant to trust others. He knew that Su Nua, having suffered betrayal himself, found it even more challenging to place faith in others. Given Su Nua's reputation for solitary endeavors, he had no fixed partners. Had he also been betrayed or harmed by humanity? If so, did that not make them kindred spirits in their plight? Would his desire to draw near and cling to Su Nua's side ever come to fruition? As Pu Su was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his forehead, evidently struck by the man across from him. With resentment in his eyes, he exclaimed, "What was that for?" Su Nua raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Shouldn't I be asking why you are looking at me like that?" He had expected Pu Su to be angered by his earlier remarks, yet was taken aback to find him looking not only unperturbed but also somewhat forlorn. Moreover, the gaze directed at him was no longer filled with light. Instead, it bore a hint of worry and disappointment. This pitiable expression made Pu Su appear like a neglected puppy, a sight Su Nua had never encountered before. Stirring a ripple of tenderness within him, he felt an urge to reach out and touch Pu Su's soft, short hair, but as his hand neared, he ultimately withdrew it, tapping his forehead lightly with his fingertip. To his surprise, this action unveiled a different side of Pu Su, amplifying that initial ripple of emotion within him. Nonetheless, he concealed his feelings and merely uttered, "What a pity." Unfortunately, Pu Su failed to perceive any abnormality in Su Nua's demeanor. Upon hearing his words, he merely turned away, mumbling, "What other look could I have but admiration?" Regrettably, although his words were uttered in a low voice, they did not escape the attentive ears of Su Nua. He had long been aware that after Park Su discovered he was the creator of the spatial ring, the way she looked at him today was imbued with a certain radiance. Yet, hearing Park Su express her admiration for him caught him off guard, even as a flicker of delight stirred within him. However, he also understood that continuing to dwell on this topic would likely provoke Park Su's ire. Moreover, this was neither the time nor place for their banter. He resolved to tease her once all matters were settled. Unfortunately, Park Su was oblivious to his thoughts of mischief. Had she known that Su Nua was already contemplating ways to playfully provoke her, she would likely have been incensed. Yet, because she was unaware, she remained ignorant of the fact that Su Nua had heard her murmured words. Chapter 70. Park Su's advice at this moment, he was intently awaiting Su Nua's next move. After a 10-minute pause, during which Su Nua displayed no hesitation, he stepped outside, with Park Su naturally following closely behind, hastening to catch up as he observed Su Nua stride ahead. He glanced upward and noticed several windows in the distance adorned with bed sheets, indicating those who had consented to their proposal and sought their assistance. Yet, Su Nua did not lead him to the nearest household. Instead, he veered toward another. Park Su could discern that Su Nua seemed to have a specific destination in mind. So he refrained from questioning him further and continued to follow. Upon arriving at the chosen house, Park Su discovered that the front door had been forcefully breached by a zombie. Inside, a young woman was valiantly battling to protect her child, displaying no signs of fear despite her disadvantage. When Su Nua arrived, he witnessed the zombie striking aside the solid wooden chair she had used as a shield, lunging toward her neck. Despair flickered in the woman's eyes. Yet she refused to surrender. From behind her, she produced a fruit knife and lunged at the zombie. Deep down, she understood that even if she miraculously managed to slay the creature, her chances of being injured were nearly guaranteed, leaving her with an almost certain fate of becoming a zombie herself. Nevertheless, she felt she had no choice. This was her only means to safeguard her child. She hoped that after defeating the zombie, the two boys would be willing to assist her in caring for her child, even if it meant relinquishing all the supplies in her home. Though she was acutely aware that her meager possessions might not attract their interest, she believed it was perhaps her son's only chance for survival. All she could do was hope to endure long enough for the boys to arrive, even if she sustained injuries. To her astonishment, the pain she anticipated never came. Instead, she witnessed the sudden disappearance of the zombie before her eyes. When she saw the creature vanish, her gaze fell upon the two boys standing behind it. It felt as if all her strength had been drained, leaving her utterly limp, saved. She looked at them, her mouth forming a silent thank you. However, Su Nuwa did not acknowledge her gratitude, merely coldly stating, "Remember to deliver your payment to our doorstep before tomorrow morning." Before departing, he paused to affix a talisman to both her door and window. With these talismans, the zombies would be deterred from invading her home for the time being. However, this area was no longer safe, and she ought to consider her escape route as for the safety of her child. Since it was solely her own ability that had protected him, he would not count that as a life saved. She need only provide 10 pounds of grain. With that, he disregarded the woman's reaction and leaped out of the window, heading toward another household displaying a bed sheet. Park Soo, watching Su Nuwa's retreating figure, couldn't help but smirk, recognizing the softness beneath his tough exterior. Yet, he was undeniably moved by the scene within that room that he pondered that if his own mother were faced with a similar situation, she would likely stand before him, determined to protect him, even knowing her own limitations. Perhaps this was the true essence of a mother's love. Reflecting on this, he realized that despite his mother's arduous life at Base B, she still awaited his return, perhaps hoping to see him once more, driven by the fear of not surviving without her children. Yet, if he had lost his resolve and severed the last thread of hope for his son out of a moment's anger, it was a grave disservice to her. Regrettably, he had been remiss, having not considered seeking her out in the 6 long years, all for the sake of a love that now seemed laughable. Gazing at the woman slumped on the floor and the trembling boy cowering in the corner, he felt compelled to remind her, the world has changed irreversibly, and its future remains uncertain. You cannot continue to shield him at all costs. Such an approach may inadvertently harm him. It is time for him to learn to face the present bravely, for he is no longer a child. He must learn to protect his mother instead of relying solely on her protection. Especially since he is a boy, is he not? Having said this, he did not wait for the woman's response, but promptly followed Su Nuwa, jumping out of the window to make his way to the next household. Ultimately, there was little more he could do. Their fates lay in their own hands. After Park Soo accompanied Su Nuwa in dispatching zombies at 2 more households, he finally discerned a pattern in Su Nuwa's actions. Each household he targeted was perilous, and the sequence in which he approached them was evidently determined by the level of danger they currently faced. Upon reflection, perhaps in her previous life, Mother endured considerable hardship at Base B, yet still awaited my arrival, presumably hoping for a reunion. It is likely that her concern stemmed from the fear of being unable to survive without their protection. However, if he too found himself without support, it might be that in a moment of rashness, he severed his son's last avenue of escape. Regrettably, I have been unfilial, having not contemplated seeking her in B City for 6 years, and the reason was rooted in such a ludicrous notion of love. Now, gazing at the woman collapsed on the ground and the boy cowering in the corner, he felt compelled to remind her that the world has changed irreversibly, and one cannot continue to shield him unconditionally. As it too constitutes a form of harm, it is time for him to learn to face the current circumstances with courage, for it is essential for their survival. After all, he is no longer a child and ought to protect his mother, rather than rely solely on her for protection, especially since he is a boy, is he not? Having said this, he did not wait for her response. He simply followed Su Nuwa and jumped from the window, heading towards another household. Ultimately, there was little more he could do. Beyond that, he could not assist further. The paths of others' destinies are theirs to forge. As he accompanied Su Nuwa in dealing with the zombies from 2 households, Pusu finally discerned a pattern in Su Nuwa's actions. Each household he addressed was fraught with peril, and the order in which he approached them was distinctly determined by the level of danger they presently faced. Chapter 71. Meng Shan's thoughts. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. He had been following Su Nuwa closely, yet had never truly considered how he came to know the circumstances of these families. It seemed that today's revelations had overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of surprise. It appeared that whatever actions this man undertook were deemed entirely natural, while he himself felt somewhat overdramatic. When he followed Su Nuwa to confront the zombies in those households, he realized he had little opportunity to intervene, and thus he could only watch as Su Nuwa collected the cores from the defeated zombies. Continuing to follow Su Nuwa in this manner seemed devoid of purpose. Therefore, upon seeing Meng Shan and his group preparing to tackle the zombies below, he halted and joined their skirmish, simultaneously collecting zombie cores and seeking to affirm his presence. After assisting Meng Shan and his group in dispatching the attacking zombies, he turned and indeed found Meng Shan gazing at him with envy. A sense of pride welled within him. It was evident that his own prowess was not lacking, but rather that Su Nua was extraordinarily formidable. Upon witnessing Pu Su's success against the zombies, Meng Shan recalled Su Nua's earlier words and felt a wave of embarrassment as he addressed Pu Su, expressing gratitude for his assistance. However, we may not have surplus food to offer you. As we are preparing to leave this place, it was not my intention to request your help. I merely intervened. Pu Su had come seeking affirmation and had no expectations of receiving food in return. Yet, upon hearing Meng Shan's final remark, he raised an eyebrow. He remembered how, during Meng Hu's attempt to intimidate him, Meng Shan had been the first to defend him, demonstrating keen insight. Now, Meng Shan's intention to depart intrigued him, prompting a tentative inquiry. Why leave? Is it not quite agreeable here? I see you have organized a team. You must be collecting ample supplies each day. Remaining here could afford a comfortable existence. Meng Shan, however, was unable to perceive Pu Su's probing nature. Having witnessed Pu Su's strength, he regarded him with considerable respect. Moreover, the boy living with Pu Su, who had exhibited both cruelty towards Meng Hu's woman and remarkable prowess in killing zombies, instilled a sense of caution in Meng Shan, while simultaneously igniting a desire to become their ally. If he could persuade Pu Su to leave with the boy and himself, it would signify an additional glimmer of hope for survival on their journey. In Meng Shan's view, Pu Su's inquiry was entirely reasonable. Despite the growing dangers, this location had been their home for quite some time. Unless they were left with no choice, they would naturally prefer to remain. After all, once they set out, the unknown dangers of the road awaited them. Thus, after Pu Su posed his question, Meng Shan did not hesitate to share his thoughts. Although we reside in the outskirts of S City, the flow of people is not insignificant, just less than in the city center. However, we are not far from it. The events that transpired yesterday made it clear that many have begun to flee S City. Those who escape from such places likely possess considerable strength. They attempted to rob you, and since you are powerful, they were forced to retreat after suffering significant losses. Yet, should they choose us as their target, I fear no one would be able to safeguard their own provisions, and we might even lose our lives. Without food, who could persist here? We cannot continually rely on your protection. After all, there are only two of you. Are there not? Moreover, since last night, I have scarcely had a moment of rest, as the surrounding zombies have not relented. Although having that corpse hanging outside serves as bait, I do not wish to place blame on you for it. I merely wish to convey that there have been fatalities here in the past. At the very least. Did you not kill Meng Hu and leave him bloodied at your doorstep? That incident attracted countless zombies. And now, how many have appeared? This only signifies that the number of zombies surrounding our village is increasing, and staying here amounts to a passive waiting game. A few days ago, while I was out exterminating zombies, I heard that the government has started constructing refuge bases. He concluded with a glance at the man who had been pondering his words, taking a moment before continuing. I have heard that the base is not too distant from S City. It could be considered a small satellite city within our vicinity. Under normal circumstances, it would only take 3 to 4 hours to reach by highway. However, given the current state of affairs, with zombies lurking everywhere, the highway may not be passable. Thus, I am gathering those willing to accompany me to head there in the coming days. If fortune favors us and we arrive at the base, even if it is not yet fully established, we can at least contribute our efforts. The base will naturally be more inclined to accept us. Even if the government does not permit us to assist, remaining in the vicinity will allow us to quickly relocate once the base is completed. I aspire to be among the first to move in, as that is typically the easiest time. Otherwise, when the base is completed and people flock to it, the regulations will likely multiply. Park Su had not anticipated that his casual probing would lead the other party to divulge both his thoughts and the location of their base. He refrained from inquiring about the base's details simply because he possessed memories from a past life, which afforded him a clear understanding of the approximate area designated by the government for the base and its projected completion timeline. Thus, when Meng Shan spoke of these matters, he was well aware that the information provided was entirely accurate. However, what astonished him was Meng Shan's analysis. He had been considering a journey to Base S a month later, as that base was not expected to be fully operational until a month after the apocalypse commenced. Moreover, the smaller bases situated between Base S and Base B would gradually emerge only after the successful establishment of Base S. Since he had no intention of lingering in these bases, it was only prudent to wait for their completion before setting out, ensuring that he would have places to rest and resupply along the way. Yet, in recent times, he had begun to feel that this location was increasingly unsuitable for continued habitation. As Ming Shan had pointed out, the number of zombies in the vicinity was on the rise, and incidents akin to what transpired last night were likely to become more frequent. Although he had a master at home, he could not rely on him for every issue. Thus, since yesterday, he had been contemplating whether he should depart sooner rather than later. After all, his aim was the base in City B, which was relatively distant, and the journey would be fraught with peril. He had been preoccupied with the need for supplies along the way, neglecting the fact that the zombies he faced now were much easier to handle than those he would encounter later. Nevertheless, Meng Shan's remarks sparked a sudden realization within him. He understood that if he were to head directly to Base B, he would likely be looked down upon by the Park family, merely seen as another dependent. After all, Base B was the largest base in the entire apocalypse, teeming with numerous superpowered individuals. As a wood-type superpowered person, he would be just one among thousands. Unless he possessed overwhelming strength to surpass others of his kind, he would not garner much attention, nor could he provide a comfortable life for his mother. Rather than go there and continue to rely on the Park family's influence at Base B, where he and his mother would have to live humbly, subjected to the disdain of the Park family and others, he would be better off finding a way to curry favor with Su Nuwa, seeking to learn some genuine skills from him, and then locating a place akin to Base S to establish himself. As Meng Shan indicated, those bases that had yet to be built or were just coming into existence were in dire need of talent. If he could become one of the first superpowered individuals to settle in a base, he would naturally be in a prime position to benefit from favorable policies. Of course, individuals with Su Nuwa's caliber were coveted by all major bases, irrespective of the stage of the apocalypse. Even if he could not reach such heights, he at least needed to gain a modicum of recognition, ensuring that the Park family regarded him with respect. This way, he could extricate his mother from the Park family and lead a more comfortable life. After all, even if he managed to transport all the supplies he had stored, his current abilities might not suffice to ensure their safety in City B. Ultimately, he would merely be able to improve their living conditions in secret. He had not returned to life to endure such a furtive existence. Ideally, if he could persuade Su Nuwa to compete for power and establish their own faction or base, it would be even more perfect. After all, he had witnessed Su Nuwa's strength, and he had heard of his potential future development from his past life, as his loyal subordinate. It seemed unlikely that he would suffer greatly. Perhaps it would be wise to find ways to make Su Nuwa owe him a bit more during their upcoming interactions. Thus, securing his position as a loyal supporter, he genuinely wished to avoid living as he had in his previous life, where he felt stifled, despite the enhancement provided by the energy stones. He was merely a second-tier wood-type superpowered individual. While second-tier superpowered individuals were not uncommon in the current apocalypse, the nature of his wood abilities confined him to a supportive role. This type of power was adequate in the early days of the apocalypse. But by the third year, as the zombies grew increasingly formidable, his limitations in combat effectiveness would become starkly apparent. Chapter 72. The Space Ring. Although he could utilize the wooden spikes and vines he had learned from his past life to slay a few zombies, achieving the mass extermination that Su Nuwa was capable of remained a formidable challenge. While he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he had been quietly exploring whether he could discover a more potent means of attack. Thus, upon witnessing the lethality of the green vine, he became even more eager to research the relationship between himself and the plant, eager to see if the sudden emergence of spiritual energy in his dantian would yield any surprises. Naturally, if he could swiftly cultivate into a high-tier wood-type superpowered individual and command 2 high-tier mutated plants to assist him in combat, it would effectively resolve his deficiencies in battle. After Meng Shan had expressed his opinion, he noticed that Park Su was lost in thought, failing to respond, which left him somewhat disheartened. It seemed he would not find such a powerful ally to accompany them. Nevertheless, he had not held high hopes from the outset. So he merely forced a smile and said, "I'm rather tired. I think I'll head back to rest. I hope you don't mind." Park Su snapped back to reality, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your candor. Please, go ahead and rest." He turned away, contemplating that he needed to discuss this matter with Su Nuwa shortly. Perhaps they should set out sooner, given that safety was increasingly compromised here, and it would be wiser to seek opportunities elsewhere. Although he understood that Su Nuo might not require such opportunities, he certainly did if Su Nuo wished to accompany him, then before he grew weary of him. He ought to enhance their rapport, hoping to become the most reliable ally to support Su Nuo. This way, he could have greater confidence in his promising future. Of course, he had already discerned that. While Su Nuo was not particularly fond of speaking or engaging with others, he was undoubtedly much brighter than himself. Thus, he never considered attempting to manipulate him. Ultimately, it was up to Su Nuo to make his own choices. Deceiving one's support was akin to playing with fire. After all, what he did not expect upon returning home was to find Su Nuo already seated in the hall, waiting for him. Slightly embarrassed, he glanced at Su Nuo and said, "I thought you might not need my assistance, so I went to attend to other matters." Su Nuo regarded him with a half-smile, engaging in another endeavor without compensation. "I see." Park Su felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words and could only laugh awkwardly. However, he soon realized that this could be an opportune moment to persuade Su Nuo, so he did not leave but instead approached him. While he had not received any tangible benefits, he had gleaned a useful piece of information. Upon hearing this, Su Nuo understood that Park Su wished to share this information, so he remained silent, merely signaling for him to continue. Park Su, receptive to the cue, promptly stated, "I heard that Base S is preparing for construction, and given that this area is becoming increasingly unsafe, what do you think about us setting off for Base S earlier? If we can become one of the first groups to enter the base, we might secure some favorable policies." Though he presented this suggestion with enthusiasm, he felt uncertain inside, based on his understanding of Su Nuo from his past life. He feared that Su Nuo would scoff at the preferential policies offered by the bases. As anticipated, upon hearing this news, Su Nuo did not even raise an eyebrow, merely looking directly at him and asking, "Are you no longer interested in going to Base B? Do you not wish to wait another month?" Park Su could not confess that, while his original goal had indeed been Base B, waiting a month was merely to ensure he could gather supplies from various bases along the way and to collect more crystal cores as reserves for cultivation. However, it was evident that his reasoning was flawed. How could he be certain that Base B and Base S would have numerous bases established? How could he know that Base S would only be completed a month later? If he aimed to collect crystal cores, why could he not do so on the journey instead of restricting himself to gathering them here? Nonetheless, he considered that if he were to establish his own faction, he might still need this man by his side. Even though he had spent around 10 days with Su Nuo, their relationship had only slightly improved over the past 2 days and could hardly be deemed strong. Furthermore, Su Nuo's perpetually stoic demeanor made it difficult for Park Su to feel any connection. Were it not for Su Nuo's striking appearance, he might have wished to avoid him altogether. Thus, whether it was intimate words or his true feelings, he found it challenging to express everything candidly. He could only delicately convey his thoughts. "I certainly intend to go to Base B. My mother is there. However, I also do not want the day to come when I bring her to my side or when I go to her, only to find that her life is less favorable than it is now. Therefore, I need to ensure I have a place to survive or sufficient strength to protect her and provide her with a better life before seeking her out. I believe that would be the better course." Upon hearing the words, Su Nuo generally understood his intentions but chose not to elaborate further, as this was indeed a personal matter. Ultimately, the decision lay with him. He only needed to depart once he felt he had sufficiently repaid his life-saving debt. Thus, he nodded and inquired, "When do you plan to set off?" Park Su, upon hearing Su Nuo's words, recognized the potential for success. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Su Nuo and asked, "Are you suggesting that you are willing to accompany me?" Su Nuo couldn't help but chuckle at the hopeful expression on his face. He raised his hand and playfully tapped his forehead, saying, "Don't forget, you still have debts to settle. You can't just shake me off like that." Immediately, Park Su broke into a smile. "All right then, I will ensure to prepare some delicious food for you. As for our departure, I believe it should be in the next few days. Is there anything else you need to prepare?" Su Nuo pondered for a moment, realizing that he indeed needed to diversify his talismans. One could never predict the dangers that might arise on their journey. It was better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. "Hence," he replied, "then grant me 5 more days. I need to organize a few things." Park Su had no objections. For him, Su Nuo's willingness to embark on this journey without any additional demands was a delightful surprise. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Nuo for the debt he had mentioned. He promptly nodded, "All right, I will also gather more supplies in the next couple of days." At this juncture, He hesitated and glanced at Su Nua. By the way, those empty spatial rings of yours are just sitting there. How about lending them to me for storing supplies? After all, the food and necessities we require will be shared between us. If I prepare a bit more, won't our quality of life improve on the road? Seeing his cautious demeanor, Su Nua couldn't help but laugh. He had never truly intended to withhold the spatial rings from him. Since he had already revealed this secret, it was only natural to make practical use of it. Just as Park Su had suggested, it was far better to utilize the rings for gathering supplies than to leave them empty, thereby enhancing their living conditions. Without further ado, he retrieved several small spatial rings from his own and placed them on the dining table. Since you are borrowing my rings, be sure to utilize them well. Remember to store ample meat. I have no desire to eat vegetarian meals every day. Park Su had anticipated a lengthy negotiation filled with coaxing and pleading. But he was taken aback by Su Nua's straightforwardness. He was momentarily speechless, and it wasn't until Su Nua was about to ascend the stairs that he exclaimed in surprise, "You really gave them all to me?" Su Nua, disinterested in further explanations, merely left him with a parting glance that it's a loan, not a gift. Don't forget, you still owe me a significant debt, and it's not settled yet, so stop overthinking it and hurry to prepare dinner. I am waiting to eat. With that, he turned and retreated to his room. After all, if he was to accompany Park Su, he needed to ensure he was well prepared with talismans for protection. It was indeed a good opportunity to refine his skills, as he had grown somewhat lax in his practice recently. Once Park Su saw Su Nua's door close, he excitedly clutched the spatial rings and frolicked in the living room, generously preparing a sumptuous dinner for Su Nua, which he personally delivered upstairs. After finishing their meal, Park Su returned to his room. Elated, he stored the empty spatial rings before beginning to absorb the energy from the crystal nuclei. He had noticed that the energy he absorbed contained a fair amount of impurities. In his previous life, he could have converted this energy for his own use, but it would have required extra effort. However, that effort paled in comparison to solely relying on the wood elemental energy in the air for cultivation. Yet, he had unexpectedly discovered a more convenient method and was determined not to waste this opportunity. Thus, he summoned the green vine to assist him in absorbing the crystal nuclei. The green vine was naturally thrilled and immediately began to absorb the energy with great vigor. Park Su quickly realized that the wood elemental energy he absorbed from the green vine was far purer, although it appeared that he was receiving less energy due to the green vine's absorption. The overall quality was significantly enhanced. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to let the green vine absorb the crystal energy while he drew upon the wood elemental abilities through her. The green vine was delighted, firstly because absorbing the energy from the crystal nuclei felt incredibly comfortable, and secondly, after absorbing the energy, she experienced no discomfort when Park Su subsequently drew upon her. Unlike the previous time when she had excessively absorbed energy from the energy stones and suffered pain from the overload, this situation was entirely different. Additionally, she had longed to handle the crystal nuclei herself, and now that she had the opportunity, she was eager to begin. Thus, both Park Su and the green vine found the experience of cultivation exceptionally enjoyable. They spent the entire night in the room, engrossed in their practice, completely oblivious to the rapid consumption of the crystal nuclei around them. More importantly, a faint green glow enveloped them, a manifestation of the life energy belonging to the wood elemental abilities. Chapter 73. The initial worry. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Su Nua, engaged in drawing talismans, sensed a wave of life energy manifesting around him. This energy grew increasingly potent, and he soon discerned that the source of this rich vitality was Park Su's room. Su Nua surmised that Park Su was engaged in cultivation. He wondered if other elemental practitioners experienced similar significant fluctuations in spiritual energy during their training. However, if his memory served him correctly, he had never felt such a pronounced change in spiritual energy while studying the unique abilities within himself. More importantly, as Su Nua found himself enveloped in this abundant life energy, he felt his previous fatigue dissipate entirely, leaving him invigorated. Thus, instead of resting as he had planned, he picked up his vermilion brush and resumed his work on the talismans. The following day, Park Su, who had not slept a wink throughout the night, felt entirely refreshed, devoid of any sense of fatigue, a sensation he had never experienced during his previous cultivations. He looked at the green vine, which was also radiating a green glow, and felt a surge of joy at the realization that her abilities had increased while he, too, was brimming with wood elemental energy. This exhilaration stemmed from his previous encounters, where excessive energy absorption from the green vine had nearly led to interference from his inner demons. He had initially thought he could not absorb all the crystal nuclei at once, but to his astonishment, he had thoroughly absorbed nearly 60 zombie nuclei he had collected over the past 2 days within just one night. Now, he felt clear-headed and entirely at ease, without any signs of succumbing to madness. This realization thrilled him, especially as he sensed his dantian brimming with energy, prompting a desire to see what capabilities this abundance could yield. Most importantly, he believed that this substantial absorption of zombie nuclei might present him with an opportunity for another breakthrough. With that in mind, he quickly prepared breakfast and knocked on Su Nua's door to inform him that breakfast was on the table before rushing out to hunt zombies for supplies and nuclei. Eager to accelerate his breakthrough and eager to test his combat prowess in this optimal state, Park Su did not return by noon. It was only then that he realized his dantian was nearly equivalent to his previous third-tier wood elemental energy. To better familiarize himself with his current condition, he planned to kill more zombies while in peak form to collect nuclei, which would aid his breakthrough, all while maximizing his time. After all, he had only 5 days until their departure, and he was uncertain how many more supplies he could gather along the way. He also wondered how soon others would discover the secret of the zombie nucleide, as for Su Nua. He had prepared an ample breakfast, so he would manage on his own during lunch. Now, achieving a breakthrough had become his utmost priority. The apocalypse had only just begun 2 weeks prior, and yet he already sensed the possibility of advancing to a third-tier ability user, which thrilled Park Su immensely. Meanwhile, Su Nua, upon realizing that Park Su had not returned for lunch, felt a cloud of gloom settle over him. This marked the first time in their time together that Park Su had not returned for a midday meal. It reminded him of the rich life energy that had emanated from Park Su's room the previous evening. He knew that Park Su was cultivating, and such a strong life force suggested that his training results must have been significant. Today, he was undoubtedly excited to venture out and gather supplies, especially after having received so many spatial rings from Su Nua. Yet, a twinge of worry gnawed at Su Nua. He feared that Park Su might be overestimating his own capabilities. After all, the situation outside was unpredictable. Who could say whether he might encounter any unforeseen dangers? The longer time passed, the more anxious he became, his restlessness intensifying. Despite the fact that he noticed an abundance of food prepared on the table, far more than usual, which likely hinted that he would not be returning for lunch, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Pu Su. That boy always struck him as too easily deceived. Such feelings of worry for another was something Su Nua had never experienced before, and it was at that moment he realized that Pu Su seemed to hold a significance in his life that surpassed his initial expectations. The notion that he could harbor concern for someone else surprised Su Nua. After all, he had always been scolded by the old man for being cold-hearted and indifferent, accused of never showing any care for others. While he had once claimed that such a person was more suited to the path of cultivation, he also recognized that such individuals often led lonely lives. To his astonishment, he found himself genuinely concerned for Pu Su, a feeling that was quite novel for him. However, he quickly attributed this sentiment to 2 reasons. Firstly, he believed Pu Su lacked the necessary skills, making him vulnerable in the city. Secondly, he still owed Pu Su a life-saving debt and wished for him not to meet an untimely and unclear end. Yet, from the very start, he had no idea which direction Pu Su had ventured off to, as he had not provided any notice of his absence at noon, let alone the possibility of seeking him out now. After pacing around his room twice, he could no longer contain himself. He retrieved 5 ancient copper coins and a turtle shell from his spatial ring to perform a divination regarding Pu Su's outing. Only after the auspicious result appeared did he finally breathe a sigh of relief, completely forgetting that it had been quite some time since he last engaged in such practices. Nevertheless, the remainder of the afternoon found him somewhat unsettled. Resorting to continuously drawing talismans to alleviate his inner turmoil, after all, the act of drawing talismans required his complete concentration, allowing him to momentarily forget about Pu Su. Meanwhile, Pu Su was busy outside. Completely unaware of Su Nua's worries at home, he was in high spirits, having slain twice as many zombies as usual, and he could distinctly sense an increasing synergy with his green vine companion. Thus, the supplies he gathered were significantly more abundant than normal. More importantly, after a day of exertion, the spiritual energy within his dantian remained intact, and each use seemed to invigorate the energy within, continuously absorbing the wood-type spiritual energy from the air, enhancing his abilities. Furthermore, due to his extensive usage today, he finally discerned a pattern in the operation of his dantian after repeated cycles, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to return and experiment with utilizing the dantian's operation to absorb the wood-type spiritual energy from the atmosphere. Observing his adept control over ordinary plants sparked thoughts in him. If it weren't for the scarcity of new mutant plants at the onset of the apocalypse, it would be intriguing to find a mutated plant to test the extent of his control. He glanced at the green vine aiding him in battle, but regrettably, it had completely submitted to his command, leaving him with no opportunity to experiment. After such a day, he could feel his abilities growing noticeably. At this rate, he might even break through to the 3rd tier before he set out, and just thinking about it filled him with excitement. Thus, when he returned, he was radiating with vitality, but upon seeing a certain someone standing at the window, emanating an aura of coldness, all his excitement dissipated instantly. After all, he had not informed Su Nua that he would not be home to prepare lunch, and it was likely the first time in days that Su Nua would have to eat leftovers. In the past, he might have been able to muster a retort, asserting that Su Nua was merely someone he had saved, and providing him with food was already a favor, so he had no right to be picky. However, now that the other party had become someone he desperately wanted to cling to, he couldn't afford to be negligent. At the very least, he needed to maintain the other's favorable impression of him. Thus, upon witnessing Su Nua's expression, he felt a twinge of trepidation, hastily forcing a smile as he rushed back home, avoiding any further scrutiny of Su Nua's demeanor. Su Nua's day of vexation significantly eased upon perceiving Pu Su's returning silhouette through his spiritual sense. Though he attributed his lingering discontent to the cold leftovers he had consumed for lunch, unable to resist, he positioned himself by the window, yearning to catch the first glimpse of Pu Su's return. However, when their eyes met, revealing Pu Su's somewhat guilty yet endearing expression, the last remnants of his annoyance faded entirely. In that moment, he began to realize that perhaps his earlier discontent was not entirely related to the cold meal. Though he ultimately refrained from voicing this insight, he turned back to his desk, gazing at the stack of talismans, and inwardly sighed. He truly seemed to care too much for this boy, uncertain whether this was a good or bad thing. But the feeling itself was rather pleasant. Aware that he had overstepped, Pu Su naturally decided to showcase his culinary skills that evening, preparing a generous amount of meat dishes before nervously ascending the stairs to call Su Nua for dinner. Su Nua had anticipated that Pu Su would elevate the quality of the evening's meal to curry favor with him, yet he couldn't help but smile upon seeing the spread before him. Especially when he caught sight of Pu Su's expectant and somewhat pleading expression, it struck him as amusing that he raised his chopsticks, asking, "Are you certain the supplies you gathered today are sufficient to cover this feast? Or have you already planned to wait until your supplies run out, prompting me to venture out and assist you in gathering more?" Initially, Pu Su had been somewhat anxious about whether Su Nua would be upset with him for leaving him cold leftovers for lunch. However, upon hearing Su Nua's remarks, he was taken aback but also relieved. Having spent considerable time with Su Nua, he recognized that although Su Nua's expression remained tense, the coldness in his eyes had vanished since he had stood by the window. Realizing Su Nua had calmed down, Pu Su's confidence grew. Moreover, given that he had intended to enlist Su Nua's help in gathering supplies, he decided to take advantage of this opening, regardless of whether Su Nua was joking or had some deeper intention behind his words. Chapter 74. An impulsive embrace. Thus, Pu Su quickly blurted out, "With my limited ability to gather supplies, it indeed isn't enough to sustain meals like this every day. However, after witnessing your remarkable skills, I believe that if you also participated in gathering supplies, we could certainly enjoy such splendid meals daily even in these trying times. So, the choice is yours. Do you wish to continue enjoying these meals? Or revert to the sparse fare we had just a few days ago?" If anyone else attempted such tricks in front of Su Nua, he would likely find it exceedingly distasteful. His inherent skepticism of human nature led him to distrust others. Rather than believing in the goodness of humanity, he leaned towards the belief in its inherent malevolence. Thus, once he sensed someone attempting to manipulate him or play clever games, he would gradually distance himself from them, often choosing not to engage in conversation unless absolutely necessary. Yet, despite knowing that Pu Su was being somewhat crafty with him, he felt no displeasure. Rather, he found Pu Su's antics rather endearing. However, he chose not to immediately respond to Pu Su's proposition, opting to let him stew in his thoughts a bit longer. After all, those little expressions Pu Su wore while scheming to manipulate him into doing what he had already intended to do were simply too adorable. He was genuinely curious about how Pu Su would react if he discovered that the very things he was striving for were what Su Nu had already wanted to do for him. Pu Su had not anticipated Su Nua's leniency, so when he made his proposal and Su Nua remained silent, he felt no surprise. However, what did it mean that Su Nua was staring at him so intently? Did he not realize that his expression, paired with such a gaze, made one feel quite uncomfortable? He hastily cleared his throat, awkwardly shifting the conversation. As you know, we are soon to embark on our journey to Base S. Therefore, I thought it prudent to prepare a bit more, ensuring our lives on the road aren't overly strained. Furthermore, given that we are in the early days of the apocalypse, resources are relatively plentiful, and the zombies aren't too formidable, we ought to seize this opportunity to gather as much as we can. I have already scouted the nearby supermarkets and markets, so I plan to venture further into the city to collect more supplies and also seek methods to enhance my abilities. As for lunch, I'll prepare it for you in the morning, and you can heat it up at noon. Upon hearing Pu Su mention seeking methods to enhance his abilities, Su Nua swallowed the words "I won't accompany you" that had almost escaped his lips. As they were all on the path of cultivation, they understood that sometimes the most perilous situations could unveil one's true potential, thereby facilitating breakthroughs. Yet, although Su Nua recognized that Pu Su's actions were not wrong, he found himself unwilling to let Pu Su venture alone. This emotion caused him to furrow his brows. He was well aware of Pu Su's capabilities, though he may not surpass his own. He was undoubtedly competent. As long as the zombies did not swarm in large numbers, he would undoubtedly be able to return unharmed. So why did he feel such an overwhelming sense of unease? In an effort to soothe his own feelings of agitation, he ultimately retrieved 5 talismans from his spatial ring and placed them directly before Park Su, stating, "Here, these 3 are defensive talismans, while these 2 are offensive lightning strike talismans. I have infused them with spiritual energy. Once thrown, they can be utilized. Should you encounter a challenge that you find insurmountable, do not hesitate to use them. There is no need for bravado." Park Su was rather taken aback by this generous offer. As he had been pondering how to request a few talismans for his own protection, especially after witnessing their efficacy, it was indeed difficult not to feel a twinge of desire for such precious items. However, he was acutely aware of Su Nua's notoriously difficult temperament, and thus, while he harbored thoughts of asking for them, he knew that doing so would require considerable effort and persuasive skill. He had even contemplated waiting for an opportune moment over the next few days to broach the subject. Yet, to his astonishment, without uttering a single word, these talismans were simply bestowed upon him. A wave of gratitude washed over him, and as he glanced at Su Nua's stern visage, he felt a sense of warmth that replaced the previous impression of emotional aloofness. More importantly, the fact that the other party was willing to gift him talismans suggested that the goodwill he had cultivated was not in vain. Furthermore, if he continued to nurture this rapport, might it not indicate that one day Su Nua would reveal the method of crafting spatial rings to him? Park Su felt a flicker of hope for the future, and with excitement, he carefully examined the talismans in his hands from every angle before reverently placing them into his spatial ring. Su Nua, noticing Park Su's reverence for the talismans he had gifted, felt an unusual sense of satisfaction swell within him. However, he also worried that Park Su might become overly attached to these talismans and ultimately hesitate to use them, rendering his thoughtful gesture futile. After some contemplation, he added, "Gifts are meant to be utilized. Do not be stingy. I will create more talismans in the coming days, and will set some aside for you." He also mused that perhaps he should craft a high spiritual energy peace talisman for Park Su to carry, as it might not avert grand disasters like those in times of peace, but it could help him avoid some perilous situations, provided he didn't bring misfortune upon himself. Oblivious to Su Nua's moment of contemplation, Park Su, who was accustomed to his reserved demeanor, was genuinely astonished to learn that Su Nua had prepared a share of talismans specifically for him. His heart swelled with emotion, realizing that apart from his mother, this was the first time someone had expressed genuine concern for him. Though Su Nua had not explicitly stated it, his actions spoke volumes. In the midst of this emotional swell, Park Su, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, unexpectedly threw his arms around Su Nua, nuzzling against him several times. Had it not been for Su Nua's rigid posture, he might have completely forgotten that he was in the presence of a significant figure with a rather peculiar disposition. Feeling a wave of embarrassment, he quickly withdrew his arms and turned away to gauge Su Nua's expression. Finding no discernible change, he sighed in relief and stammered, I'm just so happy I didn't expect you to be so kind to me. Please, don't take it to heart. It was just an impulsive moment. Thank you. After uttering these words, he promptly turned to tidy up the dishes, even though he was acutely aware that Su Nua sat just behind him. He dared not glance back, as a faint blush crept up his neck and cheeks. Unbeknownst to him, while he felt embarrassed, Su Nua was somewhat bewildered. It was the first time someone had initiated an embrace since he could remember. His master had always insisted on his independence and resilience, often reminding him that he wouldn't be there to support him for eternity, resulting in a lack of physical affection throughout his upbringing. After adopting a more reserved demeanor, he had not experienced any warmth from others, nor had anyone dared to breach such boundaries. Though he had witnessed affectionate exchanges between peers and their families during his school days, he had never felt envy. In fact, he often deemed such displays as overly sentimental. Yet, in this moment, he realized how much he actually cherished the warmth of an embrace. After a considerable time, he finally lifted his gaze to the busy figure in the kitchen, a delicate flush creeping up his neck as he caught a lingering scent of warmth and familiarity in the air that he swallowed hard, opting not to say anything further, and quietly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Park Soo, who had refrained from turning back, exhaled deeply upon hearing Su Nua's departure, reflecting on how overly impulsive he had been. He knew well that Su Nua was not one to enjoy close proximity with others. And yet he had acted so recklessly. He could sense Su Nua's stiffness earlier, pondering whether he had jeopardized their rapport. Sighing, he mused that Su Nua's expression was inscrutable. Nonetheless, he had to admit that the brief embrace had allowed him to appreciate Su Nua's physique even more than before. Although his earlier actions had been hasty, the muscular contours he had felt sparked a mixture of jealousy and admiration within him. Had it not been for the example set by Sun Mu Yang that had left him heartbroken, or if the world were not in such dire straits, he might have truly developed feelings for this master. However, he was acutely aware of his priorities and had no desire to repeat past mistakes of investing genuine feelings into someone without reciprocity. As that had been too painful, he did not consider himself particularly strong and wished to avoid experiencing such hurt again. Thus, he resolved to keep his emotions at bay. Park Soo quickly dismissed the fleeting thoughts he had entertained about Su Nua and focused entirely on the tasks of gathering supplies and seeking breakthroughs. With Su Nua's permission, he had taken to rising early each morning to prepare their meals, leaving notes for Su Nua before heading out, often returning later each evening. Su Nua had expressed his discontent with a stern demeanor. Yet Park Soo explained that the nearby areas were nearly devoid of resources, necessitating longer journeys to gather supplies. He also wished to confront more zombies in order to collect crystal cores for his cultivation. Chapter 75. Contemplating tuition fees. Observing Park Soo's enthusiastic demeanor, Su Nua ultimately refrained from voicing his protests, instead gifting him 2 more talismans he had crafted. After all, he had been benefiting from Park Soo's presence, significantly enhancing his spiritual energy and enabling him to produce more talismans than before. Since these talismans were made possible by Park Soo's influence, there was no reason not to share them. However, Park Soo was unaware that each day upon his return, Su Nua would position himself by the window, waiting until he could see Park Soo's silhouette before retreating to his room. Little did he know that after every departure, Su Nua would consult his divination, only feeling at ease to practice his talisman creation once he received a favorable omen. Thus, 5 days passed. While Park Soo had not managed to fill Su Nua's gifted spatial ring entirely, a quick assessment revealed that his recent acquisitions, combined with his prior preparations, would allow him to live quite comfortably for the next 2 to 3 years. Moreover, should the need arise to gather further supplies, it would necessitate venturing even farther afield. Rather than lingering, he preferred to set out early, hoping for some fruitful encounters along the way. Throughout these 5 days, another convoy had come to their village. Yet this time, the group appeared more astute. Unlike the previous brute force methods employed by others, they inquired whether villagers wished to accompany them, offering protection in exchange for supplies, of course. Meng Shan had ultimately decided to join them. However, before leaving, he had specifically sought out Park Soo at their home, asking if he would like to accompany him. Had Park Soo been alone in the past, he might not have minded joining such a group. For the resources taken from the robust youths following the convoy had not been excessive, and they had not demanded anything from the ability users, as long as one was willing to join them. They would be treated with great courtesy. Park Soo had not disclosed to Meng Shan that he had already met the convoy's leader, a middle-aged man who seemed quite amiable. Nonetheless, he recognized that such groups, often hastily assembled, might not provide the protection they promised in life-threatening situations. They might even use newcomers as human shields if danger arose. Yet, Park Soo understood that in the apocalypse, such dilemmas were often unavoidable unless one was in a position to garner favor. Thus, for Park Soo, it mattered little who he accompanied. After all, while they might see him as a shield, he too had learned to view them as potential shields in this harsh world. However, now that he is accompanied by Su Nuo, the previous plans have naturally been entirely altered. After witnessing Su Nuo's remarkable abilities, he has come to a profound realization. Having Su Nuo by his side is far more formidable than being accompanied by a fleet of robust youths or a dozen first-tier ability users. Moreover, the secrets he has already revealed to Su Nuo are numerous enough, indicating that if the two of them were to set out together, at least there would be no need for hesitance. Although Su Nuo possesses strong opinions on many matters, his insights are rarely incorrect, and he never forces himself into actions he is unwilling to undertake. Thus, he feels an undeniable comfort in Su Nuo's company. Of course, should Su Nuo choose to accompany them, he would have no objections. In his eyes, those people could merely serve as a shield. Yet, as he anticipated, upon hearing Meng Shan's suggestion, Su Nuo's expression turned cold. He shot a frosty remark at Park Soo, stating that if he truly preferred to be with them, he would accept that, but it would be best for him to keep his belongings close, lest his na-vet lead to misfortune, leaving him to lament later. Park Soo, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Su Nuo's demeanor and words were unmistakably clear. He was unwilling to accompany them. Park Soo himself was indifferent, so he promptly declined Meng Shan's proposal that in truth, Meng Shan had foreseen their refusal upon his arrival. He was merely reluctant to abandon hope, thinking perhaps a different answer might emerge. Upon receiving the anticipated response, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, as he departed, he cast one last glance at Park Soo and remarked, "I hope we have the opportunity to meet again." Although Park Soo did not harbor particularly favorable feelings towards Meng Shan, he certainly did not regard him unfavorably either. He understood that had it not been for Su Nuo, he would likely have agreed to accompany Meng Shan and gradually become acquainted with him. Meng Shan was quite insightful and not inherently bad, despite their initial encounter not fostering a deep bond. Thus, Park Soo responded politely with a nod, expressing his own hope of meeting again in the future. In such turbulent times, who could say whether they would survive the day? The chance for parting individuals to reunite was indeed a rare and precious fate. Unbeknownst to him, he chose not to inform the departing Meng Shan that in just 2 days, they too would be leaving this place, heading towards the same destination. He knew that if he broached this subject, it would effectively extend an invitation for Meng Shan to join them. After all, Meng Shan was an awakened ability user with speed powers. Even if he did not offer significant assistance, he would likely not pose any trouble. He was almost certain that had he spoken up, Meng Shan would have eagerly accepted the offer to travel together. Yet, he ultimately refrained from voicing such thoughts, so when the time came for departure, it was only Park Soo and Su Nuo. Perhaps he desired the opportunity for the two of them to travel alone, or perhaps he instinctively recognized that Su Nuo preferred not to grow too close to others, which led him to refrain from inviting anyone else to join. In reality, Su Nuo was quite pleased with Park Soo's choice. He had always disliked interacting with many people, and Park Soo was his sole exception. He attributed this exception to the fact that Park Soo had saved his life, which justified his willingness to protect him. Had he chosen to follow the larger group, he likely would have escorted Park Soo all the way to Base B, but it would have been somewhat inconvenient along the way. Now, with Park Soo opting to travel alone with him, it significantly eased Su Nuo's burden and brought him an indescribable sense of joy. On the day of their departure, Su Nuo produced a freshly crafted spatial jade pendant and promptly stored the 3 remaining military pickup trucks from their yard within it. This grand display left Park Soo wide-eyed in astonishment. "Did you not say that the largest spatial ring you possess is the one on you? How could you possibly store all 3 vehicles at once?" Su Nuo himself was unsure why he felt more inclined to showcase his abilities in front of Park Soo. Perhaps it was the sight of Park Soo's envious and admiring gaze that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Holding the newly made spatial jade pendant, he explained, "I just finished it. The area isn't particularly large, but it is sufficient to accommodate 5 vehicles. However, we need to leave one for driving and reserve some space for gathering supplies. So 3 should suffice." Park Soo, observing Su Nua's nonchalant demeanor, couldn't help but feel envious. He revealed the longing in his eyes, despite knowing it was unlikely to come to fruition. "How about you teach me how to create a spatial ring or a spatial jade pendant? I don't ask for much. I won't expect you to produce something of such vast dimensions. Just being able to craft something that can hold the size of one vehicle would suffice." Initially, he spoke playfully, not expecting much. However, to his surprise, after he finished speaking, Su Nua regarded him with a meaningful gaze, causing him to feel uneasy today as he prepared to clarify that he was merely joking. Su Nua interrupted, saying, "When I have time, I will attempt to teach you. But with your intellect, I'm afraid you might not grasp it." Had Su Nua declined, Park Soo had already devised a plan to act cute and feign indifference in order to press on. However, he found himself taken aback by Su Nua's unexpected willingness to teach. "What did you say? You really want to teach me?" Su Nua, amused by Park Soo's astonishment, lightly patted his head and replied, "Did you not ask me to teach you? Why the sudden surprise? I must warn you, I cannot guarantee that your spiritual energy will be compatible with my techniques. I can only attempt to teach you. But I won't promise that you'll succeed. Additionally, I am quite strict when it comes to teaching, so you better be prepared. Lastly, think carefully about what price you are willing to pay that could match the tuition for this lesson." Park Soo was already elated to receive Su Nua's promise and did not mind the minor details. The fact that Su Nua was willing to teach was a considerable opportunity, and whether he could learn was ultimately a matter of fate. He believed that even if he couldn't master the principles, dedicating some effort to it would still be worthwhile. Even if his ability did not extend to crafting, he would not hesitate to start from scratch and delve into the study of techniques. His expectations were not set too high. He did not need to be as exceptional as Su Nua. Just being able to create a spatial ring would suffice. However, the mention of tuition left him feeling somewhat conflicted, as he was uncertain what benefits he could offer Su Nua that would equate to such costs. After all, a single spatial ring had already relegated him to the role of an uncertain chef. If he were to learn this technique, would he not be selling himself into servitude? Fortunately, Su Nua did not press him to reveal the tuition immediately, allowing him time to contemplate. "Perhaps you could consider being my little brother for 10 years? Would that be too obvious of an advantage?" Su Nua, observing Park Soo's fluctuating expressions of excitement and distress, felt that agreeing to this proposal was not a significant error. However, mindful of Park Soo's somewhat muddled nature, he added, "I am indeed willing to teach you, but remember, revealing certain things can lead to trouble. Therefore, I hope that when this ring is discovered by others, you will claim it was purchased from someone else. And never say it was crafted by you or me. Do you understand?" Park Soo certainly grasped the implications involved, and recognizing Su Nua's kind reminder, he promptly nodded, assuring him, "I understand. You can rest assured that I will never disclose this, nor will I showcase my ability to craft spatial rings in front of anyone other than you, and I will never claim that you made this ring." Su Nua was exceedingly satisfied with Park Soo's response, nodding in approval before assisting him in gathering the belongings they could or must take with them. The two of them had entirely forgotten about the possibility of whether Park Soo could indeed learn this skill. Meanwhile, Park Soo, having received Su Nua's assurance, was filled with joy, particularly as he felt Su Nua's concern for him. He increasingly felt that he had firmly grasped Su Nua's metaphorical leg, hoping that their relationship would continue to improve. After all, Su Nua was not nearly as difficult to get along with as he had initially imagined. In just a few days of acquaintance, Su Nua had already expressed his willingness to teach him the method of crafting spatial rings. If their relationship were to deepen further, would Su Nua also be inclined to teach him how to create protective talismans? However, his generosity towards himself made it seem rather unbecoming for me to continue preparing vegetarian meals for him as I did before. It appears I ought to treat him with a bit more kindness. With Su Nua's promised assistance, his pace in packing up naturally quickened considerably. In just a single morning, he managed to tidy up the place where he had resided for over a month, leaving it spotless as he prepared to leave. Casting a final glance at the house, now stripped of its furnishings, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Although he initially chose this abode primarily for refuge, prolonged stays inevitably foster a sense of attachment. Moreover, in the wake of his rebirth, He had invested considerable effort into preparing for the impending apocalypse within these walls. He had intended to remain here for at least a month, if not longer, yet alas, plans often falter in the face of reality. Had he not been acutely aware that this place was not a suitable long-term residence, he might have wished to linger a while longer for a better life. Observing his indecisive demeanor, Su Nuwa clapped him lightly on the shoulder and suggested, "Why not stay a couple more days?" To Su Nuwa, the notion of Pu Su being concerned about the so-called advantage was entirely irrelevant. As long as one possessed strength, the location and timing would never pose an issue. Thus, he saw no fault in Pu Su deciding to extend his stay. Startled by the sudden gesture, Pu Su snapped back to attention and flashed Su Nuwa a grin. "That won't do. It's only been 3 days since the last convoy, and we've already encountered a new group. Who knows what the situation will be next? I certainly don't want to become a free enforcer for others." Su Nuwa, observing Pu Su's apparent satisfaction, couldn't help but smile. "Well then, if you're not a free enforcer, remember how much supplies you received last time. If the next convoy is as reckless as the last, they might just provide you with even more resources." Pu Su had to admit that Su Nuwa's words were indeed tempting. While he already possessed ample food, no one would ever refuse an abundance of supplies. Everyone hopes to accumulate more, given the chance. However, he remained uncertain about the forthcoming convoy's composition. What if it consisted of formidable individuals? After all, one must be cautious not to risk losing more than they gain. Although he had immense trust in Su Nuwa's capabilities, he was not willing to squander that trust indiscriminately. Furthermore, rather than flaunting his prowess in front of others, he preferred to adopt a more cunning approach, which led him to decline Su Nuwa's proposal. He stowed away a few supplies in their pickup truck as a guise and departed the village alongside Su Nuwa, true to Pu Su's expectations. It wasn't long before other vehicles stealthily trailed behind them, evidently hoping to enlist their assistance as scouts. Regarding such blatant opportunism, Pu Su chose to ignore it, not out of generosity, but because he understood that even if they could benefit from his presence now, they would still have to contend with zombie threats come nightfall. Even if they were fortunate enough to reach the outskirts of City S within a day, gaining access that same day was not guaranteed. Sometimes, one must rely on their own strength to ensure the safety of themselves and those around them. If these individuals comprehended this, then allowing them to benefit slightly would be inconsequential, as they would still need to confront the zombies. However, if they merely expected him to provide assistance, that would be entirely out of the question. Another reason he preferred to remain uninvolved was that even if he approached them, they likely wouldn't acknowledge it, and he might end up ridiculed. Given the current road conditions, they had no means of shaking off their followers, so rather than courting unnecessary displeasure, it was wiser to let them be. Whether they reached the S-base was ultimately up to their own fate. As for extending a helping hand, he genuinely hadn't considered it, for no one is a saint willing to sacrifice for others, and no one has the right to demand such sacrifices. Most importantly, Pu Su had been centering his focus on Su Nuwa. Since Su Nuwa harbored no objections towards their followers, he felt indifferent as well, believing that the main combatants were not among them. Thus, he drove on, unconcerned about those behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Nuwa, with his eyes closed, had already employed his spiritual sense to observe the individuals in the 3 vehicles trailing them. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find that 2 of the vehicles contained familiar faces. One was the mother and child he had previously rescued, while the other was their good neighbor, Meng Chang's family. The last vehicle was driven by a middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 able-bodied young men and a lone woman, who appeared to be a temporary assembly rather than a cohesive family unit. To his surprise, Meng Chang's family was indeed in the last vehicle, but what struck him as odd was that only his wife, child, and father were present, while the relatively amiable elder, Meng Chang's mother, was conspicuously absent. A quick glance revealed that only the vehicle with the 2 young men seemed to possess any combat potential, as both young men and the woman appeared notably composed. Strangely enough, the woman seemed to wield considerable influence within their group. In today's society, where men's physical advantages often overshadowed women's status, he had previously observed this trend within his own home. The diminishing social standing of women was evident. Yet in this instance, he noticed no signs of harassment from the 2 men. Instead, he perceived a hint of respect in their demeanor. This piqued his curiosity about their intentions for following closely behind. Unsure of their motives, he resolved to test the waters when the opportunity arose for the young woman and her child. A mere glance at the meager food supplies in their vehicle made it clear why they hadn't followed the convoy. They simply couldn't afford the resources required for such an endeavor. If they had surrendered those supplies, they would likely have found themselves struggling to survive. Thus, it seemed they chose to accompany this group as their last hope. If they behaved suitably during their journey, Su Nuo considered extending a helping hand should a crisis arise. As for Meng Chong, he had never held a favorable view of that family, and their apparent intent to exploit the situation was clear. Su Nuo was not one to be taken advantage of unless he willingly accepted the loss, as he had with the mother and child, acknowledging her plight as a mother striving for her child despite her previous lack of excess. However, when faced with Meng Chong, he had no intention of suffering losses. Thus, he contemplated using Meng Chong's family as a shield should danger arise on the road if they sought to exploit him. He would wait to see who ultimately benefited from whom. After keenly observing the individuals behind them, Su Nuo dismissed any further thoughts and surrendered to genuine rest, while Pu Su dutifully drove. Reflecting on the superiority of the pickup truck compared to the Hummer he had previously rented, the latter had become quite battered during their days in the apocalypse, though he would never concede to driving too recklessly. Consequently, when they departed, he merely transferred the remaining fuel into the pickup, leaving the rental vehicle behind in the courtyard of his former residence. While it was still operational, they opted for a better choice, relinquishing the inferior option. Before their departure, Su Nuo had affixed 3 talismans beneath the truck, serving a purpose similar to the one he had placed on his vehicle when he first encountered Su Nuo. However, these talismans boasted enhanced duration and potency. With these 3 talismans, the lifespan of the pickup was significantly extended, allowing Pu Su to drive with more audacity. Whenever zombies lunged toward them, he never hesitated, accelerating to send them flying, all without inflicting damage on the vehicle. Truly remarkable, if one were to observe from a distance, they would witness zombies being forcefully propelled away mere inches from the vehicle, creating an undeniably bizarre spectacle. As for the corpses that were flung away, whether they would land on the trailing vehicles and cause trouble was of no concern to him. If they sought to take advantage, they must also bear some risk. Naturally, Pu Su chose not to take the highway, for once on it, descending would prove exceedingly difficult. The highways of Huagua are predominantly situated in desolate areas and elevated terrains. Should a blockage occur, one fears there may be no alternative routes available. In such a scenario, being caught between 2 forces would feel akin to being ensnared within a horde of zombies. Without sufficient strength to break free, one would be left to perish within their grasp. He is acutely aware that the highways are likely congested most of the time. Naturally, he would avoid courting such misfortune. He knows the location of Base S, and although traveling through 2 cities to reach it poses certain risks, it remains preferable to being trapped on the highway, should the vehicle become immobile. With pursuers behind him, would he really expose the spatial jade pendant while simultaneously becoming their enforcer? As for Park Su's choice, Su Nuo offered no response. It was simply not a matter he wished to concern himself with, and thus he continued to rest with his eyes closed, feigning ignorance of Park Su's inquiry. Park Su, noting Su Nuo's relaxed demeanor, merely shrugged and proceeded onto the national road. Along the way, they encountered several abandoned vehicles, left behind by their owners. Fortunately, the national road was sufficiently wide. Although the journey proved challenging, it spared him from being ensnared in traffic that as for the scattered zombies wandering along the road, Park Su chose to ignore them. Unless they approached his vehicle, he saw no reason to take action on their behalf. Behind them, the occupants of the following vehicles failed to discern the peculiarities of Park Su's car. All they observed was his unhesitating collisions with the zombies, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, showing no regard for the wear and tear on his vehicle. For those with lower chassis, navigating through the sea of corpses proved arduous. Neither the young woman nor the able-bodied men voiced any complaints. After all, they were benefiting from accompanying him, as he cleared a path without requiring them to sacrifice their vehicles to dispatch the zombies. It was unreasonable to expect others to also clear away the zombies after they had been vanquished. Meng Chong, observing the unstoppable pickup truck ahead and then glancing at his own small vehicle, which frequently had to veer to avoid the obstacles, couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath. He regretted not having the courage to venture downstairs that night to acquire a pickup truck. What infuriated him further was recalling that they had initially left 4 vehicles for them. Somehow, only this one remained. He wondered if those vehicles had been traded for supplies. His current vehicle was indeed somewhat stifling to drive, with its low ground clearance making it difficult to find a path through the numerous corpses and wrecked cars. Perhaps he shouldn't have looked down on that old Hummer parked in Park Su's yard. Although it was somewhat worn, it would have been far easier to maneuver than his current plight. Before long, they found themselves lagging behind the few vehicles ahead. Supermarkets along the national road were scarce, let alone any large ones. As they passed by a few small supermarkets, Park Su intended to stop and take a look. But before he could do so, Su Nua coldly interjected, suggesting they move on. With a slight pout, Park Su pressed the accelerator and continued forward without stopping. It wasn't that he lacked motivation. Rather, he felt his supplies were adequate and there was no pressing need to disembark for more. Furthermore, the supermarkets appeared rather small, and a cursory glance revealed considerable disarray within, indicating they had likely been ransacked. Even if supplies were present, there wouldn't be much left. Additionally, he recalled the time spent accompanying Su Nua on a rescue mission, during which he had accurately gauged the urgency of each household needing help. Thus, he believed Su Nua might possess unique methods for assessing whether the supplies in those supermarkets warranted the risk of disembarking. Admittedly, he was reluctant to acknowledge his blind admiration for Su Nua. He instinctively regarded any decision made by him as inherently correct. Each time they passed a supermarket without stopping, the expressions of those in the vehicles behind varied. The middle-aged man would invariably inquire about the woman's thoughts. Upon receiving the order to follow, he wasted no time in accelerating to keep pace with Park Su and Su Nua. The young mother would glance back at the supermarkets each time they passed, acutely aware that their supplies were woefully insufficient. She understood that, should even a couple of zombies appear inside, she might barely manage to fend them off. However, if more than that emerged, her life would be at stake. More importantly, if she did not keep pace, she would surely fall behind, uncertain if anyone strong enough would be available to assist her in navigating the dangers ahead. Thus, she grit her teeth, suppressing her envy, and accelerated to keep up. Meng Chong hesitated longer each time they reached a supermarket, yet the size of these establishments, coupled with his instinct for self-preservation, ultimately prevailed. Though he paused briefly, he still managed to follow the footsteps of Park Su and the others, all the while muttering curses to vent his frustrations. However, after passing through 2 or 3 supermarkets, when they approached the 4th, even Park Su felt a stir of interest. This supermarket was markedly different from the previous smaller ones, boasting 2 levels and a size that suggested it was a more substantial establishment. Had it not been for Su Nua's timely remark about a nearby gas station, suggesting they refuel before the others took advantage of the situation, Park Su might have impulsively disembarked to see if there were valuable supplies to be gathered. Observing Su Nua's assured demeanor, Park Su inquired, "You seem quite familiar with this place. Have you been here before?" Su Nua cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "I thought my intentions were abundantly clear in your presence." Although Park Su's question was merely a probe, he did not expect the affirmative response. Feeling somewhat bashful, he lowered his voice to ask, "So you truly possess the ability to perceive the surrounding situation?" Su Nua, having decided to reveal a portion of his abilities to Park Su, stated candidly, "This capability emerged after I reached a certain level of cultivation in Taoist arts, though my range is somewhat limited. At my current level, I can only see within approximately 600 meters and discern the conditions of all buildings within a 200-meter radius. 600 meters. Though Park Su had mentally prepared himself, hearing Su Nua articulate it still left him momentarily speechless. He increasingly felt that no matter what information Su Nua provided, he could accept it with tranquility. This individual was truly favored by the heavens, possessing extraordinary abilities. It was no wonder he could take on 100 foes single-handedly. The capacity to visually perceive 600 meters was already remarkable, akin to the use of binoculars, not to mention his ability to look within, making him an exceptional scout. Not to mention the various talents he showcased before Park Su, such as the Taoist techniques and the awakened manipulation skills. Each was enviable in its own right, and he possessed them all. Moreover, what else lay hidden within Su Nua's capabilities that Park Su was unaware of? The more he pondered, the more he felt fortunate to have such a formidable ally by his side. It was no wonder that in the post-apocalyptic world, people sought to curry favor with him, while he dared to remain a lone wolf, moving effortlessly through hordes of zombies. After all, who could say whether an additional person by his side would be a burden? At this moment, Park Su couldn't shake the feeling that he was indeed a liability. Su Nua, observing Park Su's reaction to his words, found it amusing and lightly tapped him on the back of the head. "Stop overthinking. Focus on driving." Park Soo, jolted back to reality by the playful gesture, ceased his ruminations and directed the vehicle toward the gas station Su Nua had mentioned. After passing the supermarket, Su Nua glanced back. And as expected, the only ones who could resist temptation were the mother and child duo. In truth, Su Nua understood that their resistance was not entirely a matter of willpower. Their clarity of thought stemmed from having witnessed his prowess and recognizing Park Soo's capabilities. By sticking with him, they might preserve their lives. However, blindly storming into those supermarkets posed significant risks. Even if they managed to secure supplies, it would be dubious whether the mother and child could defend those resources. They risked becoming targets themselves. Hence, when faced with the choice between a sesame seed and a watermelon, he naturally opted for the latter. Yet, given their clear-headedness, Su Nua was willing to lend a hand when possible. Provided it did not result in additional burdens, he remained quite content with his current way of life and had no desire to complicate matters by introducing others into the mix. He hoped they would recognize his intentions and, with that thought, closed his eyes once more, choosing not to observe them any longer. As for the mother and child trailing behind Park Soo and Su Nua, while they felt a pang of regret for not being able to disembark and gather some food to alleviate their meager rations, survival took precedence. Little did they anticipate that foregoing the large supermarket would yield such an unexpected reward, a gas station. To know that she was indeed quite worried whether the fuel in the vehicle would suffice along the journey, especially since she had only refueled the day before the apocalypse. As for the destination of Park Soo and Su Nua, she was oblivious. All she understood was that if she did not follow them, remaining there would be perilous. The father of her child was uncertain when, or even if, he would return. Staying behind amounted to merely awaiting death, whereas departing with them might afford a glimmer of hope. Chapter 79. Clinging to the leg, Park Soo had never considered what sort of reward they might offer him. He merely spoke out of concern for their mother. However, when the other party expressed genuine gratitude, he found it readily acceptable. Thus, he nodded at them without elaborating further, signaling with his eyes for her to hasten into the vehicle as they were about to depart. In contrast, the young boy, seeing his mother converse with Park Soo, rushed forward to cling to Park Soo's leg, exclaiming, "My name is Chun Jin Xian. Big brother, what is your name? I have decided to set you as my goal. One day, I too shall become a person as remarkable as you, and repay your kindness in saving my mother alongside that big brother." Though Park Soo did not expect any form of repayment from the boy, he was suddenly filled with a sense of accomplishment at the sight of this child looking up at him with admiration. Having recently been the one clinging to others, it felt somewhat unfamiliar to be on the receiving end. Yet, the sensation was pleasant. He reached out and gently ruffled Chan Jin Xian's hair, smiling as he replied, "I am Park Soo, and he is Soo. I too hope you will one day surpass even us." While Park Soo said this, he believed that it was indeed possible for the boy to exceed him, should he awaken a powerful ability. However, surpassing Su Nua seemed unlikely, especially considering his earlier conclusion that the favored of heaven are not easily overshadowed. He was observing the man controlling the zombies, preventing their assault, when the man suddenly turned and squinted, asking, "Is it ready? If it is, let us move quickly. Don't you still need to raid the supermarket for supplies? If we delay, it might be cleared out." At Su Nua's words, Park Soo snapped back to reality and turned to Chin Jin Xian, saying, "If you and your mother wish to accompany us, you must board the vehicle swiftly. We are preparing to leave." Little Xian was not oblivious to the urgency of the situation, especially given his mother's determination to follow Park Soo and Su Nua, which he had long noticed. Thus, upon receiving Park Soo's instructions, he promptly dashed toward his mother, calling out, Mom, hurry and get the car ready. Brother Park Soo and the others are leaving." Upon hearing this, Lucia instantly collected the fuel nozzle and opened the driver's door, nearly synchronizing with Little Xian in boarding the vehicle. Meanwhile, after speaking to Little Xian, Park Soo climbed into the car and drove it to Su Nua. Without hesitation, Su Nua entered the vehicle, leaving behind a talisman. Though Park Soo was unaware of its purpose, when Su Nua crisply stated to leave, he instinctively pressed the accelerator. Shortly after, a faint explosion echoed from behind them. Curious, he glanced in the rearview mirror towards the gas station, only to see the two zombies previously controlled by Su Nua now blown to smithereens. Body parts and blood, along with entrails, were scattered everywhere. Even without the scent, Park Soo could imagine the thick aura of blood permeating the area. and he easily envisioned how many zombies would be drawn to the gas station by this potent scent. Consequently, it would not take long for that gas station to become a perilous sight. Without sufficient strength, it would be wise to avoid it, lest one becomes nothing more than bones. Thus, even if he had a bit of fuel left, those in the two vehicles that had followed him would not dare to retrieve it. More importantly, if the nearby zombies were attracted here, their journey would surely be much smoother. Truly, Su Nua's foresight was commendable. Merely raiding some fuel had turned into a well-thought-out strategy. Yet, as they were about to head to the supermarket, he pondered the current situation inside. Had the good supplies already been cleared out by those in the two vehicles? At that moment, he recalled Su Nua's earlier remarks and could not help but ask. Since you can see things within 200 meters, you must have known that the mother and child in the vehicle behind us were there. Who are the others in the other two vehicles? Su Nua, observing his anxious demeanor, felt somewhat resigned. There's no need for such theatrics. It's just the two of us here. However, in one of those vehicles, you are acquainted with the occupants. I in the other. I have not seen them before. They do not seem to be from this village. They might have arrived recently, but the woman inside appears to possess some combat capability. She may have already awakened an ability. Park Su pursed his lips, retorting, "Isn't the reason I posed like that to make your abilities seem mysterious? Isn't that how television portrays such scenarios? Why disdain my inquiry?" As they spoke, their vehicle had already halted at the supermarket's entrance. Sitting up straight, he continued, "Since you can see, do enlighten me on the situation inside." Su Nua, noting his insatiable curiosity, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you attempting to make me regret sharing even this minor secret with you?" Park Su rubbed his nose, replying, "How could that be? It would be foolish not to utilize convenient information. Besides, you mentioned that woman has abilities. Shouldn't you assess what her powers entail? This way, we can prepare accordingly. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in 100 battles." Faced with Park Su's convoluted reasoning, Su Nua found himself increasingly at a loss, eventually deciding to ignore him. He leaned back in the passenger seat, scanning the interior of the supermarket with his psychic sense, furrowing his brow. "It seems we have a metal ability user, and there is more than just that woman in the vehicle. The driver is also an ability user, similar to you? A wood type. However, if there are two ability users in that vehicle, why do the others seem so obedient to her?" If memory serves, the driver had previously asked her numerous questions, clearly placing her at the center. Was her identity inherently special, or was there some other reason? Su Nua suddenly felt intrigued and cautioned Park Su, "Be cautious of that woman once you enter." Park Su gazed at Su Nua's departing silhouette in confusion. "What woman? I have no idea," he thought to himself. "Please do not assume everyone can see the details inside others' vehicles as you do." Yet, he only dared to voice his thoughts internally, following Su Nua out of the car and heading directly into the supermarket. Meanwhile, Lu Xia hesitated slightly as she trailed behind. In smaller supermarkets, she could follow along, hoping to scavenge some supplies. However, in such a large supermarket, even without entering, she could surmise that numerous zombies would be lurking inside, making her uncertain about leaving little Xian alone in the car. She was worried for him, but feared that taking him along would put him in danger, as she might be unable to protect him. Just as she wrestled with her internal conflict, little Xian suddenly tugged at her sleeve, speaking urgently. "Mom, you said you would follow them. They have already gone into the supermarket. Why aren't you getting out of the car?" Lu Xia frowned. "It's likely very dangerous inside. I'm worried about you." Before she could finish, little Xian puffed out his chest and declared, "I know it's dangerous for you, but I will protect myself. I won't be a burden to you." Lu Xia observed her son, who was trying to be mature, glanced at the scant supplies, and ultimately gritted her teeth. "All right, we'll go. But remember, if you see any danger, stay close to me, and do not act recklessly. We'll just gather a few supplies and leave. There's no need to be greedy, understood?" Little Xian nodded, following his mother out of the car, knowing that she was seeking food for both of them. However, he was even more eager to witness Park Su and Su Nua in action. Their previous display of speed was astonishing, and he had been too frightened to observe closely, only aware that they had swiftly defeated the zombies threatening him and his mother. Park Su and Su Nua had no time to concern themselves with the two of them. In the apocalypse, survival ultimately depended on oneself. Upon entering the supermarket, Park Su and Su Nua found themselves in the living necessities section on the first floor. Su Nua casually remarked, "I'll go upstairs to find food." You stay here and collect any useful living supplies. Park Soo was about to protest when he noticed Su Nuo raise an eyebrow, stating, as for household essentials, you are now responsible for them. I have no idea what you might need, but as for food, I am quite clear. I certainly do not wish to subsist solely on vegetables. Park Soo immediately countered, how can it be just vegetables? Haven't we added plenty of meat recently? Su Nuo scoffed. Indeed, plenty of meat, all minced. The taste is utterly indiscernible, isn't it? To speak candidly, the day you prepared the meal was only on that first occasion you ventured out and did not return until midday. Upon seeing Park Soo attempting to argue yet again, he promptly raised his hand and struck the back of his head, saying, enough with the chatter. We are surrounded by numerous zombies. We need to resolve this swiftly. Once you've gathered what you can, come find me upstairs, and remember to be wary of that woman. Also, do not let Meng Chang's family entangle you. Upon hearing this, Park Soo naturally fell silent, nodding before turning to scavenge for any useful supplies. For it was abundantly clear from Su Nuo's words that the dangers on the upper floor far surpassed those on the ground level. If he failed to recognize the gravity of the situation after surviving in this apocalyptic world for so long, it would truly be a waste of the years he had endured. From what he had just overheard, could it be that the individuals in the two vehicles Su Nuo mentioned were indeed Meng Chang's family? Park Soo couldn't help but admire their audacity. After their earlier confrontation, they still shamelessly followed him to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 80. Entangled, however, Su Nuo's implication was that this family was currently on the first floor as well. Did that not mean he might have a chance encounter with them? Regardless of their presence, his priority was to gather whatever supplies he could find. Blankets, clothing, detergent, shampoo, soap, and the like. Of course, while he stowed these items in his spatial ring, he remained vigilant of his surroundings, as he had no desire to reveal the existence of the ring too soon. He was well aware of the adage that possessing something valuable could invite trouble. More importantly, if these items were concealed within the spatial ring, others would assume they had only the meager supplies in their vehicle. However, should they discover the existence of the ring, they would undoubtedly pay closer attention to it. And if he ever parted ways with Su Nuo, who could say whether others would covet his treasure? Thus, the longer he could keep the existence of the spatial ring a secret, the more advantageous it would be for him to hoard supplies in the future. Yet, to avoid any sudden encounters, he had still stuffed some toilet paper and similar items into his arms when, before long, he heard the sounds of fighting and screams echoing within. Frowning, he wondered who the fool was shouting so loudly, as if to invite zombies. However, the answer soon revealed itself. A shelf was violently struck, and a woman stumbled out from behind it. Park Soo recognized her. It was Meng Chang's wife. He vividly recalled her brazen shouts directed at them outside her home, which seemed at odds with her current disheveled state. For a woman like her, Park Soo found it difficult to even look at her without feeling discomfort, let alone offer assistance. Thus, when she came crashing towards him, he instinctively stepped back several paces, clearly signaling his desire to remain uninvolved. Unfortunately, in her frantic state, she had already spotted him, and the light that ignited in her eyes was akin to that of someone who had found their savior. Realizing the implications of her gaze, Park Soo knew trouble was imminent. Sure enough, before he could evade her, she lunged at him, gripping his arm tightly and wailing for help. Park Soo grimaced at the woman's nails nearly digging into his flesh. Her cries exacerbating his irritation, he concentrated his ability into his arm, intending to push her away, yet her resolve was unwavering. Despite her inability to maintain her grip, she refused to let go with her proximity. Her piercing pleas were grating on his nerves, prompting him to snap, "If you don't stop yelling, I'll knock you unconscious and leave you here for the zombies to devour. I want to spare you a second glance." The woman's frightened response caused her to quiet considerably, pouting as she gazed at him, tears glistening in her eyes, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Alas, her display of vulnerability was as effective as a performance for the blind. Park Soo had already discerned her true character when he had accompanied Su Nuo to rescue her previously, and he felt no sympathy for her plight. Now, he could hear the sounds of conflict emanating from the direction she had come from. He glanced up at the two precariously tilting shelves and quickly retreated a few steps. Just moments after he vacated that area, the shelves collapsed, revealing the scene behind them. As expected, he saw Meng Chang and his elderly father struggling against a horde of zombies, clearly at a disadvantage and overwhelmed by three of the creatures. Beside them, a child was crying, and with all the commotion, It was likely that the entire first-floor zombies would soon be drawn to them, possibly even those on the second floor. Feeling a headache from the child's wails, Park Soo realized that the prudent course of action was to distance himself from the chaos, allowing him to gather more supplies while avoiding entanglement with this troublesome family. After all, he had already endured mockery after attempting to save someone once. He had no desire to repeat that experience. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, he turned without hesitation to leave. However, the woman beside him was unwilling to let him go. She had not dared to mention that her husband had sent her out to lure the zombies away. Though she was reluctant to risk her life, she felt compelled to do so for the sake of her child. What she had not anticipated was encountering Park Soo. Having lived next to him for so long, she was aware of his abilities. If he chose to intervene, he could easily handle the few zombies surrounding them. Knowing this, she clung to his arm even as he attempted to use his powers to shake her off, as she understood he was their only hope. Yet, as he began to walk away, she dashed forward, tightly embracing his arm, disregarding his earlier threats, and tearfully implored, "Park Soo, please, save my child and my husband. I promise I will be eternally grateful if you do. I will do anything you wish." Park Soo shuddered at her desperate plea, shaking his arm vigorously while retorting coldly, "Sister, you are significantly older than I am. Please refrain from calling me brother. I have no desire to age prematurely, and I certainly do not wish to do anything for you. Your earlier outburst at my door has left me utterly unenthused." The woman was taken aback by his response, her nose crinkling in frustration. Yet, knowing she needed his help, she tempered her tone, saying, "Park Soo, I beg you, save them that we have no one else to rely on. Please, for the sake of our long-standing neighborly relationship, will you help us?" Park Soo scoffed. When Soo Nuo passed by here earlier, why didn't you rush to him for help? Why didn't you mention this so-called neighborly bond? He had observed the scene closely, realizing their struggle had clearly originated from the corridor leading to the second floor. Since Soo Nuo had passed through there, it was likely they had crossed paths. If they had not, the woman would not have been so eager to act as bait. It seemed she was indeed seeking his assistance. Yet he had heard no call for help from Soo Nuo. The woman's expression darkened at his words. They were well aware of Soo Nuo's temperament and knew he was not one to be easily approached. When he had coldly walked past them earlier, they had felt the danger looming, but when they tried to call out for help, his mere glance silenced them, leaving them to watch helplessly as he ascended the stairs. They could sense that if they dared to pursue him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. But it was precisely because they had seen him ascend that her husband had suggested Soo Nuo and Park Soo always went out together. Since Soo Nuo was present, but they had not seen Park Soo ascend, he must still be on the first floor or outside. Rather than wait for death, she had chosen to cry out for help. Hoping to encounter Park Soo, if fortune smiled upon her, she would not let this opportunity slip away. Seeing her embarrassment, Park Soo could not help but sneer. In the end, you simply see me as someone easy to manipulate. Don Tu, what if I choose not to save them? What obligation do I have towards them? I am not responsible for their fates. The woman was evidently taken aback by the fact that Park Soo could regard her with such a chilling gaze. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, yet her grip on Park Soo's arm tightened, unwilling to loosen. She was acutely aware that, regardless of whether Park Soo was inclined to rescue anyone, at least she was safe in his presence. However, should she choose to rejoin Meng Chong and his companions, her own life would likely be in jeopardy, especially since they had just intended to use her as bait. Since they exhibited no compassion, she felt justified in abandoning her own morality. Yet, her son was a different matter. She found it difficult to part with him. Nevertheless, children could always be born anew, while her own life was singular. Furthermore, if she could not persuade Park Soo to save anyone, returning would merely mean accompanying him to a certain demise, rendering her presence utterly futile. With these thoughts in mind, she clutched his arm even more tightly. Park Soo noticed her actions and cast a glance in her direction, recognizing her determination to cling to him, and no matter how he attempted to shake her off, it was evident that she would not be dislodged. He thus reached into his clothing, seemingly retrieving a dagger from his pocket, though in actuality, it was drawn from his spatial ring, and pressed it against the woman's arm. "If you do not release your hold, I would not hesitate to sever that arm of yours." Startled by the sudden aura of Men, Piao Su was acutely aware of the shamelessness of the person before him, yet he never anticipated it would reach such an egregious level. Just a moment of distraction on his part allowed the other to exploit his vulnerability. Due to his sexual orientation, he had always maintained a certain distance from men, making this forceful embrace a first for him. To be candid, it felt utterly dreadful, especially since Meng Chong carried an unpleasant odor reminiscent of decay, which made him feel nauseous to his very core, compelling him to struggle against the grip. However, to his astonishment, the more he fought, the tighter Meng Chong's hold became, as if he were determined to never let go. Piao Su's expression darkened further. He could sense the malice emanating from Meng Chong, which was far from a mere plea for help. Faced with such a person, he opted for a more direct approach, swiftly plunging his dagger into Meng Chong's arm without hesitation. Almost immediately, he heard Meng Chong's piercing scream as blood gushed forth. Yet, to his surprise, even after such an action, Meng Chong did not relent. Instead, the arm that had been on Piao Su's shoulder now encircled his neck, while the other hand seized Piao Su's wrist. Preventing any further movement, Meng Chong's voice dripped with irritation as he spat. "You refuse my kindness and instead choose punishment. You're nothing but a pathetic coward. Thinking you possess any real power? You're merely relying on that plant to assist you. If you refuse to save me today, I will kill you and seize your precious treasure. Let us see how you maintain your bravado then." As he spoke, he tightened his grip around Piao Su's neck and firmly held his wrist. Denying him any chance to retaliate, he believed that by doing so, Piao Su would be unable to command that green vine, and he shouted towards his wife, "You useless woman, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help me take that knife and stab his heart. Once I possess his plant treasure, protecting you and our child will be an effortless endeavor." Upon hearing this, Piao Su couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. He had not anticipated that Meng Chong would entertain such a notion. Indeed, the depths of human shamelessness frequently exceed one's imagination. What puzzled him further was how someone could perceive him as so weak, easily subdued. After all, he was an ability user. To be killed so easily would be a disgrace to all ability users. Not to mention, controlling the green vine required nothing more than his will. He didn't even need to speak. Nonetheless, he chose not to resist for the moment. He was curious to see just how far this family would go, and he relished the thought of allowing them to feel they held the upper hand before he cast them into the depths of despair. Such a scenario would be far more gratifying. Otherwise, he would have been taken hostage for naught. With this thought in mind, Piao Su's expression grew calm, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he silently observed their subsequent actions. Chapter 82. A stalemate. The woman, who had been called upon by Meng Chong, trembled slightly. She had been standing behind Piao Su, believing that his presence would afford her some measure of safety. However, she had not anticipated Meng Chong's sudden advance, accompanied by the zombie, which had terrified her to the core. Had Piao Su not intervened, she feared she would have been torn apart by the undead. After all, from the energy she had felt radiating from Piao Su when she clutched his arm, she realized he could have easily evaded the zombie had he truly wished to. Hence, Piao Su's actions in slaying the zombie had effectively saved her. Ultimately, it became clear that Meng Chong had never considered her welfare, solely focused on his own survival. Now, as he treated Piao Su with such aggression and sought to drag her down with him, she found herself wavering. She recalled the moment when she had desperately clung to Piao Su's arm, knowing he could have easily shaken her off had he chosen to use his energy. If she had not endured the excruciating pain to hold on, she would have been separated by a considerable distance. So why could he not use his energy to push Meng Chong's arm away now? Was it merely a matter of strength? Yet, she sensed it was something more. Piao Su's demeanor was unnaturally calm, sending chills down her spine. Who could say if he was merely feigning weakness to ensnare them? She recalled the moment her husband and father-in-law had abandoned her during a crisis, and the disdainful way her mother-in-law had been cast aside by the family. She feared that if she aided Meng Chong, her fate would mirror that of her mother-in-law. After all, the more powerful one became, the more others would gravitate towards them. Wasn't that the case with Meng Shan, who had recently been the object of affection for the village women? With 7 or 8 years of marriage, she knew Meng Chong would be unable to resist such temptations. Thus, when Meng Chong shouted at her, she merely stood there, hesitating to take action. Instead, she found herself advising, "You should let him go. If you harm him, Su Nua will not spare you. Moreover, with his capabilities, you cannot kill him. Don't act foolishly. With this situation, we would be better off asking him for help and protection." Meng Chong was taken aback by his wife's sudden defection, erupting in a tirade. "You wretched woman. Are you enamored with this pretty boy? You dare to speak on his behalf. Stop your prattling and come here to stab him. We'll take his green vine and flee. Soon won't he be able to find us. Piaosu was somewhat astonished by the woman's reaction. He had assumed she would comply with Meng Chang's orders to kill him. Yet she unexpectedly chose to intercede. The fact that she hesitated at such a critical juncture was intriguing. He recalled witnessing her aiding Meng Chang in berating them just days prior. It seemed some unseen conflict had arisen between the couple. Though he was not particularly invested in their affairs. Nonetheless, it was entertaining to watch, as he was unable to resolve their predicament, nor could he freely gather supplies. Given the recent bloodshed, he anticipated that the zombies on the first floor would soon converge upon them. Even if he refrained from intervening, they would likely not survive, making it all the more troublesome when they eventually ascended the stairs. Frustrated by his wife's inaction, Meng Chang spat in annoyance and began dragging Piaosu towards his father, contemplating whether he should let his father take charge. However, his father was currently engaged in a struggle against 3 zombies, making it impossible for him to divert his attention to assist. In fact, due to his preoccupation with the situation, he had already sustained injuries from a zombie's grasp. Meanwhile, the little boy he had been protecting continued to weep as Meng Chang dragged the young man closer. He recognized who he was. Though he hadn't been as focused on the commotion next door as Meng Chang had been, he had seen the boy effortlessly dispatch the most formidable zombie. He understood that the boy possessed considerable abilities. Now, hearing that these powers were derived from the green vine, he thought it was a splendid opportunity for his son to claim power for themselves. If they acquired that green vine, life would become significantly easier for them. Thus, he felt his son was on the right path. Yet, his daughter-in-law was proving to be a hindrance, failing to support her husband at such a crucial moment. He contemplated addressing her after the situation was resolved, but simultaneously felt that if his son obtained the treasure that Piaosu had unleashed, it would effectively grant them strength in this new world. At that point, he could have any woman he desired. Why would he need to keep this yellow-faced wife? As long as he had a grandson, he could always replace her. As he watched his son approach, he turned to the sobbing child, saying, "Little Bao, stop crying. Grandpa is feeling a bit overwhelmed. Go help your father. Then you'll be rewarded with something delicious." The boy, frightened by the encroaching zombies and having witnessed his grandfather's injuries, trembled in fear, convinced that if the zombies were to kill his grandfather, he would be next. Upon hearing his grandfather's words and noticing the absence of zombies near his father, he disregarded his grandfather's plight and rushed towards his father. Eager to help, especially since his grandfather had mentioned that aiding his father would yield food. In recent days, he had barely managed to fill his stomach, and no amount of crying had coaxed his father into giving him more to eat. Now, with the promise of food, he dashed even faster. He leaped into Meng Chang's embrace, looking up with wide eyes and asking, "Dad, how can I help?" Meng Chang was taken aback by his father's unexpected behavior. He understood his father's intentions, to encourage the child to take action. But was he truly willing to teach such a young child the art of killing? This left Meng Chang in a state of hesitation. He did not wish for his child to be tainted by such distressing matters at such a tender age. It is often the case with humanity that, despite being mired in filth themselves, they yearn to shield their offspring from similar fates. Regrettably, his indecision did not endure for long, as he soon witnessed the horde of zombies, previously concealed on the first floor, surging towards them. He was acutely aware that without the assistance of Pu Su, his chances of surviving amidst such a multitude of the undead were bleak. The only course of action left was to seize Pu Su's green vine, enlisting its aid in their battle. However, with his wife unwilling to assist and his father ensnared by the zombies, more concerned with preserving his own life than aiding him, the only ally remaining was his son. In this dire situation, he could afford no further hesitation. Thus, he tightened his grip on Pu Su's hand, evidently intending to compel him to relinquish the dagger. Pu Su, though not in pain, could have persisted in holding onto his dagger if he wished. However, he believed in the adage that a performance should be complete. He was curious to see how far this child could go. After all, in his eyes, Meng Chang's actions had already condemned him to death. But the child was innocent. To his surprise, they had entangled the child in this grim affair, extinguishing Pu Su's sole reason for sparing them. With a cold expression, he deliberately let go, allowing the dagger to fall to the ground. Unaware of Pu Su's intentions, Meng Chong assumed his scheme had succeeded and immediately shouted to his son, "Xiao Bao, quickly pick up that knife. If we kill this uncle, those terrifying monsters will stop chasing us. And I can find you plenty of delicious food." The child, still catching his breath from earlier sobs, stood bewildered before Meng Chong. Initially seeking comfort from his father out of fear, he was now puzzled by the command. However, upon hearing that stabbing this uncle would lead to food and freedom from the horrifying creatures, his spirits lifted. Without a moment's pause, he seized the knife from the ground and lunged at Pu Su. Meanwhile, the woman who had remained silent was intently observing Pu Su's demeanor, sensing that he had grown increasingly composed since their child had approached him. If he truly felt threatened, such a calm demeanor would be unlikely, especially given that his expression did not betray fear, but rather resent. Numerous individuals immediately shifted their focus, opting to join the other zombies in tearing apart the lifeless body of Meng Chong's wife. Although Pu Su had never held a particular fondness for this woman, she had, at the very least, demonstrated some sense by rushing to save her child without hesitation. Regrettably, her efforts proved futile, ultimately costing her own life. Nevertheless, this act led Pu Su to believe that the woman was not entirely wicked. She was certainly better than Meng Chong. It was a pity, however, that despite her demise, she could not save her child. As for Meng Chong, Pu Su had no intention of allowing this individual to die so easily. Those who dared to plot against him and jeopardize his life struck at the very core of his being. He vividly recalled how he had met his end in a previous life, and he had not forgotten a single detail, especially after having previously committed such a foolish act, oblivious to the schemes of others that ultimately led to his death, particularly when the perpetrator was someone he had once cared for. In retrospect, he realized that he had not been without flaws. He had merely been deluding himself. Thus, he resolved never to repeat such a mistake. Furthermore, Meng Chong's repugnant demeanor left him with no reason to show mercy. This person dared to scheme against him today, and he would face the consequences of his failed machinations. With a frosty expression, he instructed LV Luo to create an opening, allowing him to glimpse the lifeless family of Meng Chong beyond. He then coldly addressed Meng Chong, "Do you see? They perished because of your foolish actions. Today's events serve as a reminder that one should not be overly greedy or selfish. It is one thing to harm oneself, but endangering your loved ones is truly unwise. Yet, someone like you likely does not value the lives of your kin. Otherwise, you would not have abandoned your mother, used your wife as bait, or sent your child to commit murder." Meng Chong was unable to see the situation before him, as zombies surrounded him, and the pain he felt left him with no inclination to observe clearly. However, his inability to see did not prevent him from understanding that there were likely no living beings left within the throng of zombies. This did not hinder him from hearing Pu Su's words, and in his agony, his eyes reddened with rage as he retorted, "They did not die because of me, damn it. It was because of you. What does it matter if you lifted a hand to save someone? Your abilities relied on that LV Luo and the promise you made. What gives you the right to claim they died because of me? If you truly wished to save us, we would not have been reduced to this state in the end. It is you who has caused their demise, not me. Do not shift the blame for your mistakes onto me to absolve yourself of guilt. Either kill me today, or if I survive, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than that of my family." Pu Su listened to his words, barely able to contain his laughter, incredulous that Meng Chong believed his family's fate rested upon his shoulders. With a cold smirk, he replied, "Rest assured, you will live. However, as for revenge, that will have to wait until the next life." As he spoke, he gestured for LV Luo to open a passage, then forcefully pushed Meng Chong into the horde of zombies. In the instant that Meng Chong was torn apart by the undead, LV Luo used her leaf blades to swiftly end his life. Having experienced the agony of being shredded by zombie after he had dispatched all the zombies that had surrounded him, he found himself somewhat out of breath, his sweat nearly soaking through his clothing. It appeared that during this period, his singular focus on enhancing his supernatural abilities had led him to neglect his physical training. While in the suburbs, he had managed well enough, as the various plants around him had provided assistance, masking any drawbacks. However, in situations like this, a lack of physical stamina proved to be rather detrimental. Fortunately, there were only about 30 zombies this time. Despite feeling somewhat exhausted, he could still manage. Yet, if there had been even a few more, he feared that his physical limitations might once again render him entirely vulnerable to the undead. It seemed imperative that he allocate some time to bolster his physical fitness. Once he had dealt with the zombies, Park Soo surveyed the field of corpses with a frown. Not only was the bloodshed unpleasant, but the pervasive stench of decay was equally unbearable. Realistically, he had no reason to linger any longer. Su Nu's spatial jade pendant had far greater capacity than his own, and he was running low on energy to assist further. Moreover, he had complete faith that Su Nua was more than capable of handling the three individuals alone, and his presence might only complicate matters. With this in mind, he swiftly gathered a selection of essential supplies and some potted plants and seeds from the greenery section. Before making his way out of the supermarket, to his surprise upon exiting, he encountered Lu Xia and her son, both of whom appeared entirely unscathed. Park Soo surmised that they must have been drawn to the commotion he had just been involved in, inadvertently allowing them to benefit from the situation. However, they brought him no trouble and were quite courteous, so he felt no need to hold any grievances. Furthermore, having already collected a significant portion of the supplies, he believed it only fair to leave some for others. If he were to hoard everything for himself, it would likely raise suspicions that, of course, he could have chosen to eliminate the mother and son and filled his spatial ring with the supplies. But Park Soo deemed such an act unnecessary for mere possessions. After all, he found the duo rather agreeable, and he could acquire resources from other locations. There was no need for ruthless extermination. He was not a butcher. Thus, he nodded at the pair without uttering a word and proceeded to his vehicle to recuperate Lu Xia. Recognizing that the first floor housed only everyday necessities, inferred that Su Nua must be on the second floor, especially since she had not caught sight of him amidst the earlier chaos. The commotion on the first floor had indeed been considerable, and she had observed the conflict unfold, realizing she had benefited from it. Yet, she acknowledged that both Park Soo and Su Nua were formidable individuals, and she had not anticipated Park Soo's ability to vanquish so many zombies with nothing more than a single knife. Suddenly, she reflected on her own strength. While her skills with a blade were commendable, she thought that even if she couldn't match Park Soo's prowess, perhaps she could still safeguard her own life and avoid such dire circumstances.